As I live and breathe the first Sunday morning after here on the Matt Barrie Show on the ESPN College Football YouTube channel. We've talked all offseason about the football. Now, Paul Finebaum, we actually get to talk about the football. Now, big picture, I want to start here. Overall, I don't think the games Saturday were that great. There was a lot of blowouts out there, but still, we had a pretty damn good jumping off point to start the football season.
Yeah, no, Matt, I would say in all the times that we've been doing this, it was the most uninteresting opening weekend, and 80 to 99% of the oxygen was on Deion, which is perfectly all right, because there really was, other than some just stupefying upsets with games that really didn't matter all that much. Everything else went pretty much according to plan.
So let's start there. You're right, because look, doubt Coach Prime at your own peril, because he will get into a post-game press conference and he will remind you of that like he did all day yesterday. I said it on College Football Final. That is peak Deion. He high-stepped throughout his entire career, and he high-stepped his way into that press conference after beating TCU. They were 3 touchdown underdogs, and they did what they had to do. 4 receivers over 100 yards, Shedora school record. But, Paul, here's what I find interesting about how things aligned for Colorado and Prime. They owned a Saturday where there was nothing to own, and they were the early kickoff. So from early kickoff through 3:30 p.m. Eastern through the end of the night, Paul, they were the story, and they're going to continue now to be the story.
They are, and that's been the embodiment of Prime's career. And Matt, I know a lot of people are shocked, and I was too, but I shouldn't have been, because I forgot the most important element. It wasn't Deion Sanders in Colorado wasn't the key to this game. It was just accepting the fact that whenever TCU has the stage to itself, they embarrass themselves.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to sit here and argue with that, because we were watching that, and I get the opportunity now to watch college football for 16 hours on Saturdays with Dan Mullen. And as you know, when you're around a coach watching football, it's completely different than any other experience, because they will see things right away and point to it. And then that makes me see it right away and point to it. And he said early on, he's like, wow, TCU is not the same team defensively. They are lost. They're slow. They've got to figure this thing out. And here's how I want to say this. You can't not give Colorado, Coach Prime, and those players credit. You can't. Their stars were playing at FCS last year, and they dominated in their first FBS game. I don't know that the 17 attached to TCU is appropriate based on what we saw. Not taking anything away from Colorado, but I don't know that TCU is the 17th best team in the country.
And listen, I think we both have equal respect for Sonny Dykes, but the real problem now, Matt, is that in these 2 major events, the 65 to 7 beatdown that nobody will ever forget, and what we saw, they carry this now around their neck. I mean, that they just can't handle the big stage, even though we know that's not true. They beat Michigan in the semifinal. They did, but they lost the championship game. But it will haunt them, and quite frankly, I don't want to hear about TCU anymore this season.
Yeah, I don't think you will, because they were Prime's first at his new job. I got a buddy of mine, a good buddy of mine, is a TCU alum. I was like, dude, the last thing you wanted to do was be Deion Sanders first, and he did it all to himself and a stage all to himself. And as we move forward, we're doing some research on live television real time last night. So at some point last week, Paul, I don't know the day, forgive me, Nebraska was an 8.5-point favorite against Colorado. By the time I got on TV last night, it had moved to 1.5. If they win, like, the hype was there preseason. Hype is here now. If they get through Nebraska and go 2-0, God save the television networks and cameras for Deion.
And Matt, help me with something, because I watched the end of the game Thursday night, and I thought Colorado. I mean, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Thursday night when Minnesota was playing Nebraska. I thought Nebraska made a coaching change. Why was Scott Frost coaching at the end of that game? Because it did not look any different than what we saw last year.
It was so heartbreaking to watch, because we know, because we've been in this industry and covered it for such a long time, especially college football, we know the heartache that happens in this sport. I still have scar tissue from the Rose Bowl in 1997 with Arizona State and Ohio State. We know this. But the fact that Nebraska fans had to have a game stripped from them literally in the final couple of minutes to go through that again after going through it during the Scott Frost era, to now have to take it against an old classic rival in Colorado and the spotlight, which, by the way, Paul, guess what? It's the noon Eastern kick next Saturday. This is just fascinating how we collide into this.
Yeah, no, and it's I mean, you just have to give him so much credit, and forget Prime for a second. I mean, his players. I mean, his son, Travis Hunter. I mean, I looked at something today, and Matt, we don't have time to waste to even criticize the idea that there's a Heisman list before Labor Day, but of course, Travis Hunter was at the top of the Heisman list, and Sanders was second. But that's fine. It just shows you what he does and what he means to a program. And you can get all these other guys and you can run your team off, but if you have superstars, and he does, it matters.
Here's another one for you. I'll peel behind the curtain for the viewers here on the ESPN College Football YouTube channel. Then we'll move on. We're sitting there and we're watching the game. We're doing our prep for the show yesterday. And this Dylan Edwards kid just keeps going off, screen pass, 75 yards, run. We all sit there because we know Shedeur, we know Travis Hunter. Those are the guys. We sit there, we're like, who the hell is this Dylan Edwards kid? Start digging in, doing some research, 4-star freshman. Deion got a recruit. He's from Kansas. Here's the scary part. We know in college football that a coach instilling belief in his team is probably 90% of the battle, right? Mm-hmm. If they start to believe, and there's recruits around the country that would otherwise look at Tuscaloosa, look at LSU, look at Georgia, and he starts getting kids to believe, who knows what could happen.
And I'm trying, I don't have it in front of me, but Travis Etienne tweeted, did you see that, to his about his brother? His brother plays for
Florida.
Clay Napier at Florida. Yeah. He said, hey, bro, maybe you ought to consider Prime. And I mean, that's the kind of thing that can create an epidemic. I mean, I was just literally flying yesterday, and I saw that tweet zip through my eyes, and that's why I couldn't even remember it for a second. But I mean, when you got a big time player like that tweeting his brother as opposed to texting him, I mean that sets off alarm bells. And we can say Florida for some other time, but I just thought that just showed you how these things can happen in real time.
You know, I did want to dive into Florida. Maybe we will at the end of this, but I want to focus more on Saturday because there's a couple of other things I wanted to dive into, and specifically kind of a new beginning. We talked about the new beginning for Colorado, and Deion was great. I want to talk about new beginnings with a couple of quarterbacks at some of the SEC schools. Carson back at Georgia, highly touted. I think they kind of sleptwalked their way through their game. They got the win as they should. Brock Bowers is Brock Bowers. So we don't need to dive in on them too much. They did what they had to do. Here's the one that I want to stick with you, because we had talked at length about Nick Saban and what they were going to do with their quarterback situation. Paul, Jalen Milroe showed up yesterday, and I know it was against Middle Tennessee State, but he did some things physically that we haven't seen an Alabama quarterback do ever.
Yeah, and we could have been in deep depression today talking about Alabama, but instead the optimism is literally through the roof after what we saw yesterday by Milroe. And I'm always hesitant to jump too much into it, but it was live competition. It was much easier than the competition that he's been dealing with in scrimmages so far, and you could see it. I mean, he looked like a free man in Paris yesterday. Not everything he did was perfect, but most of what he did was. And he clearly has established himself as the guy. And really, I'm not overly concerned about what's behind him because he gets the start against Texas. And I think those who were predicting, bad tidings for Alabama are now switching maybe too quickly, but they're switching nevertheless.
Yeah, because you see him and he had that highlight that we ran, drops the snap, fumbles it a little bit, picks it up. It was Alabama typically they have those guys playing receiver and running back. And then just when you think the kid he's a nice runner, he's an athletic runner, He starts throwing seeds about 40 yards down the field. And the question mark we had was, who's going to be the guy that grabs the reins going into week 2 at Texas? I now think Alabama goes into that game with their chest up and out saying, this is our guy, prove to us otherwise.
And the key that you hear people like Dan Mullen and quarterbacks talk about, somebody needs to be a leader, but you can't be a leader until you do something. He's done it.
Yeah.
And for Buckner and Ty Simpson and all these other, the fourth-string quarterback, which we heard way too much about 3 weeks ago, forget it. I think you're going to see that team rally around him. Is it a false flag? I'll let you know in a week. But it's momentum, and I think Alabama needed it because this has been kind of a but it's been a bit of a rough off season, and now you're going to hear Alabama fans calling that crazy showdown south that we love. Paul, and that's why Nick Saban's been smiling all along. He knew it. By the way, he did not know it. I think he hoped, but nobody knew it because I have friends who were at practice all last week and they didn't see it from anyone.
That was going to be my follow-up. And you and I have done this long enough. We're almost in sync brain-wise, which is kind of scary for the rest of the country. But I wondered if Saban was playing possum with this, or yesterday was really the birth of the next Alabama, like, oh, hell, we got to deal with that now.
Well, I think he was hopeful, but I don't think there's any way he could have seen it, Matt, because in scrimmages, the quarterback's off limits, so you really don't know. I mean, you know that he's challenged or had been challenged in the passing game. That's been proven time and time again, and I kept hearing that. And I think there was also a bias against Milroe. It was just, he had a bad game last year against Texas A&M, and it just would not go away. And I think people were eager to see him supplanted, and now not happening.
Segue, because you mentioned his game against Texas A&M. Texas A&M got their start yesterday. Jimbo Fisher, year 6, Bobby Petrino, offensive coordinator, 52-10, the win there. Connor Wegman, 5 touchdown passes, at least for a night. Everything was smiles. Everything was cakes and pies. Wegman looked the part, command of the offense. I even thought Max Johnson at his limited time in there looked pretty good. And I say this because last year we all are aware of what happened against Appalachian State. They couldn't get them out of the way. They couldn't even beat them. But Texas A&M did what they had to do in a season opener, Paul, which is take an inferior opponent, grab them by the horse collar, get them out of their stadium with a big win.
And you're already hearing fans say, I saw the difference between Jimbo Fisher plays and Bobby Petrino plays. Listen, I mean, maybe Dan sitting there watching last night can tell I'm not sophisticated enough, but it did look a lot better. And I think another program needed confidence because, I mean, they have a game this week that most are going to predict them to win.
Yeah.
But the other side is starving too. So you do need a little confidence. But Matt, I warn everyone, don't ever read too much into that first game.
Yeah, and I don't know. Look, Miami won impressively. They beat an inferior opponent as well, which, by the way, talking to Mario Cristobal, he'll tell you the biggest problem year 1 is that we would take these teams and mess around with them that didn't belong in our field, and sometimes they would beat us, and sometimes they would hang around too long. So they did what they had to do in their game. But I agree. I think week 2 with these two teams meeting up, that you hit on it perfectly. They are starving for a breakthrough. I find week 2 to be fascinating. We'll get to it next week, but you're right. Week 1, Miami took care of business. Texas A&M took care of business. Put them together on the field and see what everybody's got. Now, I want to move over to the Big Ten because there's a couple of things I want to get to. Let's start with the absolute embarrassment that's Michigan acting like Jim Harbaugh died. Can we stop with the moment of the I formations, the 4s up in the air? Look, 3-game suspension for allegedly fibbing to the NCAA. Let's quit acting like the guy's in a hospital waiting to break out and coach.
Yeah, and this isn't a case where the NCAA forbid a star for North Carolina or LSU from playing in a game. This was agreed upon. This was self-imposed. So I mean, Michigan fans, I realize you live in a different world up there in southern Canada. But the point being, to talk to your athletic director, talk to your president. Those are the cats that came up with that idea.
The free Jim Harbaugh shirt that McCarthy was wearing, like they had fun with it, he and Blake Corum in the postgame press conference, but it was almost getting funny. It was like we were doing a fundraiser for Harbaugh that you just didn't know that he was okay. It's like, man, the guy's sitting at home watching the game. We're good. Now, Michigan was also.
I think that's not a bad. It may not be a bad idea in the future just to leave Jim Harbaugh home on Saturday.
Just let him text message his coaching tidbits from the sidelines. But they got the win yesterday. We're not surprised by that. JJ McCarthy looked good. Blake Corum looked good. Roman Wilson looked good. We've said it at length here on this show. Michigan coming into the season, not too many question marks, which is why they're one of the teams we're looking at as a college football playoff contender out of the Big Ten. But we thought that too about Ohio State. And that was a team on Saturday. They elected to start Kyle McCord. And I sit there with Galloway. I have so for 5-6 years. You want to talk about a team that's loaded with 5-star talent, NFL talent. They just couldn't get it going against Indiana.
No, that reminded me of some of their games last year. I think it was the Northwestern game, another game. They just literally are zoned out, and I can't explain it. That should have been a game that you pretty fired up to play a road game to a Big Ten, a semi-Big Ten opponent on the first Saturday of the year, but they didn't. They were a no-show, even though they got a win.
Yeah, Kyle, we'll see what he does there. Devin Brown, Kyle McCord, the quarterbacks that are vying for that job, and in the stats, I think the 2 stars. I want to say Marvin Harrison Jr. only had 2 catches for less than 20 yards. Emeka Egbuka had 3 catches for 20-something yards. Paul, you and I both know, having not played college football, but we can tell you have star receivers that aren't getting the ball. Star receivers aren't one to just kind of sit down and let that happen.
Especially future number 1 draft choices.
Yeah. So keep an eye on the Ohio State situation. Every coach tell you a win is a win is a win. We get that. But when you've got a team that's got NFL talent and playoff aspirations, they're going to need to get that thing going a little bit. All right, Paul, we'll get you out of here on a couple of these. First one, put you on the spot. Who is the most disappointing from Thursday night start through the end of the first Saturday in college football? Who to you was the most disappointing and why?
I'm going to get to South Carolina in a minute, but to me, and I'm not including Baylor and games like Texas Tech, those crazy upsets, but I came away from Florida just baffled. I've been told in the offseason, I wasn't expecting them to be a great team, but I just expected them to look well coached, organized, and everything they did was to hand Utah a game. And Utah, Matt, was about as shorthanded as they could be, right? Without a star quarterback, a star tight end, defensive players. I realized they were playing at home, and 2 weeks from now, we'll be talking about Tennessee, Florida, and that will clear up everything that I'm about to say. But Billy Napier continues to underwhelm as a head coach at Florida. That is now 14 games into his tenure. It looked like his first game. He looked clueless at times. But Tim Tebow did tell me Friday afternoon that he was encouraged that the Gators did not quit.
Oh, that is good. I mean, that's something you want to see. Their new number 15 at quarterback, Graham Mertz, as long as the old 15 says they didn't quit. But there were some puzzling things, Paul. On special teams, and Mullen was steadfast on this. And so was Acho, who I was with on Thursday night. They said that when they had 2 number 3s out there, which gave Utah first down, which started the momentum. I was like, man, that special teams coach is in trouble. Both of them said, hell with that. That's on the head coach to know the numbers on special teams. That's you walk through that every single week. It was little things like that made no sense.
Yeah, no, and that will haunt because they were not out of that game when that happened, and that completely blew the game open. And there's just nothing he says that really is compelling. And he said, yeah, I saw a lot of good things. No, he didn't see a lot of good things. I mean, just go out there. I don't mind a coach who goes up there and just takes responsibility, that says, I blew it, it won't happen again. I mean, give the Tim Tebow promise speech. Just don't go in there and sound like a high school gym teacher.
Yeah, and they couldn't run the ball. I mean,
Oh man, I mean they couldn't do anything, and we heard a lot about their running attack.
Yeah, and they could. ETN back. We'll call that back. ETN was one of the guys that they thought maybe would get off this year, and I don't want to pick on the player, but Graham Mertz was a guy that came out of high school highly touted, but I just didn't think from the jump with that decision to go to Florida. Paul, I never thought that fit when I saw it. I'm like, I kind of know what Billy wants to do on offense, and I just don't know that Graham fits what he's trying to do. It's just something with the fit there that doesn't sync up.
You know, things are in trouble when I heard from fans Friday, but hey, you don't realize how well we're recruiting. Well, good luck. We have not seen anybody sign a letter of intent yet. So, I mean, that was Florida. The other one, Matt, was Saturday night in Charlotte. Yeah. All season long, I've been hearing about how this momentum from beating Tennessee and beating Clemson, and the Gamecocks just laid an egg. I mean, they were manhandled. And give Gene Chizik credit.
My gosh,
his defense has been out to lunch for a year or two, but I mean, he brought it, and that looked like the Gene Chizik that was part of Mac Brown's national championship team many years ago. It was brilliant to watch. What was so fascinating about that game was how I mean, North Carolina, the standard bearer of the ACC, and there were somebody sent me a audio this morning of Carolina fans chanting SEC.
There are days here on the Matt Barrie Show on the ESPN College Football YouTube channel where we sit on a Sunday morning, myself, Paul Finebaum, recap all the ball we saw on Saturday. There are days where you cannot wait to get up early in the morning after working all damn day on Saturday. Paul traveled. I was up till the wee hours to recap what we saw. And Paul, to me, this Sunday is a shifting Sunday in the sport. The lines have shifted in college football. And the first one we're going to start with is Texas, Alabama, where you cannot leave that field not saying this sentence. Texas is a better football team in 2023 than Alabama.
That's 100% accurate. And Matt, you know, sometimes you get false positives after 1 week, and that a week ago when we were, and you had to do it, raving about Alabama and Jalen Milroe. Today, it's the completely opposite. And where does this program go? And how big of a controversy do they have at quarterback? And frankly, does it really even matter? Because if you're looking at Alabama objectively, I mean, are they really a serious playoff team anymore? And I know that sounds really crass in the early morning hours afterwards, but you tell me. They can't lose again and make the playoffs, and what is the likelihood of that? Which, by the way, would include a Georgia game. Yeah,
and we were watching that game in studio. I had touched on this over Bloody Marys this morning and looking at Jalen Milroe on the Alabama offense. Paul, there wasn't any punch. There wasn't any rhythm. There wasn't any threat that this Alabama team could take off at any point. Now, having said that, look, you're not going to show up, roll the ball out every week and have explosive plays and just roll everybody. You're just not going to do that. Texas is a very formidable opponent, and they're the better team. Now, they did stay in the game. Alabama got plenty of opportunities to stay in the game. But I don't think, Paul, I wasn't watching that game, and I know you weren't, and other people weren't watching that game expecting anything but Milroe on a broken play to run, create problems, find a guy open. I thought that was the only way that Alabama was going to be able to stay in this game, because they just didn't. There wasn't anything there that said, ooh, big play coming. Ooh, first down. There just wasn't anything there.
No, and what was particularly interesting is that Texas had a chance to really put some distance early in the game. They couldn't do it. And you kept, every time they did not get a touchdown, you kept saying, you better mark that. Yeah. And you saw what happened. Alabama, after, in spite of all these things that we have said and will be said, still came back, took the lead, and then they did it to themselves. And that's probably the most frustrating thing if you're an Alabama fan today. I think it was only 10 penalties versus 17 last year, but two took 7 points off the board. And it's just, how many times have I heard, and you heard me, hey, you got to take a look at this offensive line from Alabama. They're the biggest, they're the heaviest, they're the greatest, and they got beaten to a pulp. So what does that portend for the rest of the season?
Well, and there it is, because look, we're TV people, radio people. We go for the sex appeal. Sex appeal is always offense, and we need that coming in. We'll get to Quinn Ewers on that side of the ball in a minute. But it was the Texas defense for me, because you're right. Every single year, Alabama trots out an offensive line that's always up for the Joe Moore Award, which is given to the best offensive line in the country. They always have a receiver room that includes 2 first-round picks. They got a quarterback that's always going to be drafted in the top 15, and they got a running back that's going to make you pay. And we wondered, after 2 consecutive years of not making it into the college football playoff, what Alabama could do to stop that run of no playoff success. When you look now at the schedule, unless Buckner gets in there or Ty Simpson gets in there and they continue to make a package for Jalen Milroe, unless something over the next few weeks flips, do you see this Alabama team getting out of their schedule without losing another game?
No, and I'll make it easy for those non-Bama fans in the audience. A couple weeks from now, Ole Miss comes in. That's an explosive team with a dynamic quarterback. Then you go to Texas A&M, and we'll get to it in a minute. But you can read whatever you want into A&M losing, but in Kyle Field, it's a different story. And by the way, I haven't mentioned the better teams on the schedule. We're talking about Tennessee, LSU, which I expect to bounce back. You have tricky games at Kentucky. You have everybody. You've got a bunch of, all of a sudden, Arkansas, Mississippi State, games like that you never really gave much thought to. You have to say they're in play now. And Matt, I just think Nick Saban has a real challenge to hold this group together. How do you figure out the quarterback situation? He went all in on Jalen Milroe, and he got burned. Because you had to think there was a moment late in that game that Buckner could have come in and maybe made a big play. You knew Milroe wasn't going to, and I think Milroe's success kept him in there, but it ended up costing them in the end.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's kind of funny because the SEC wins either way. What better, I don't know, billboard could you have for "I told you so" than Texas, who's coming to the conference next year? But it's going to be the highest rated game of the day. They come out. People are like, oh, Texas and Oklahoma. Can Texas really hang in the SEC? Well, yeah. And if that's the game that Sark is like, watch what we have going. Because now, I said this on Sunday Bloody Sunday, Quinn Ewers is a perfect quarterback recruit coming to South Lake Carroll. He was one of the highest rated recruits ever. Starts at Ohio State, comes back to Texas. But now what Sark has, he's got Arch Manning waiting in the wings. He's got all of these things that you need to be a dominant program in the SEC for years to come. Last night, I think, was merely an appetizer of where this thing is headed, because they did so in impressive fashion. Every time Alabama got back in the game, Quinn, A.D. Mitchell, and that offense came down and answered, and you're like, well, wait a second. This is different. This team isn't scared of Alabama on the road, and they're not going anywhere.
Don't forget where A.D. Mitchell was playing last year, Georgia.
Yeah.
And you're right, Matt. And it was an amazing day in atmosphere. Everybody. Obviously you saw, but even on Friday night in Tuscaloosa, no matter where you went, there was the governor, there was celebrities, there were officials, and there were also every big time recruit in the country. So that's the game you want to. If you're the number one player wherever, you're going to be in Tuscaloosa on Saturday night. And if you're the number one whatever and you're watching that game, which side do you want to play for?
Yeah, because now you've got the uptick Texas. Sark's got him believing. Nick Saban, year 17. Mm-hmm. And if you were buying stock in one of these, who would you buy stock in?
And I made a vow this morning, don't get hung up on overreaches, but so I'll just share with you what I'm hearing from my friends in Tuscaloosa and Birmingham who have been around a long time, who watch this, and some are saying this reminds me. I'm quoting them now. of 41 years ago. And Matt, I hate going back 41 years, especially to a guy that I'm not even sure is 40 years old. But that was 1982. In 1982 was Bear Bryant's last year, and they were number 2 in the country, and then they made it to the middle of the season before it fell apart. This is the second week, and it feels. I mean, let's quit trying to decide whether the dynasty's over or not. Let's try to talk about this era and where that is, and it's starting to feel tenuous, and there's nothing Nick Saban can do about that. Last night was not going to change the season other than to, prop Alabama up, but by losing to Texas, it puts Alabama at the very far end of the ledge with no room for error. And it's hard to imagine, as we started this conversation, that they can be flawless the rest of the season. I mean, I don't know. I mean, their fans can make a case for it, but I'd love to know with what rationale or reason.
Yeah, and here's I think we probably know this for certain. We're accustomed to Alabama, even against SEC foes, coming out there and just beating the hell out of them. I don't know that in these games this year that Alabama's not going to be in a tight one for all 4 quarters. And how those look, close games, they're a coin flip. And what side Alabama's going to be on at the end of that coin flip remains to be seen. But look, I'm not going to get on here on Sunday morning and fall victim to hyperbole and say this was a change into the guard. I'll just say, and when we were watching with Dan Mullen and Joey, even Mullen said it. He's like, you know what? And Sark called a brilliant game early and often, because Dan Mullen pointed out, which is why I love watching games with the former head coach who was just in the game, when early on, when Sark and they were calling these screens out of the backfield and getting those running backs out, it was a 4-yard pass, turning an 8-9-yard gain. He looked at me and he goes, Nick Saban hates that kind of stuff, especially when he doesn't have the speed at safety or linebacker to go get those running backs. And he said, they don't have the speed at those positions right now to come get those guys. And that says a lot.
Yeah. And Matt, to the bigger picture, when I heard somebody say today, this was now the 3rd time Nick Saban has lost to a former assistant, it's starting to become normal. We went all those years when not only was he beating assistants, he was averaging about 20-point margin. And now in 2 games into the 3rd season of this sect of he lost to Jimbo 2 years ago. He lost to he obviously lost to Kirby Smart, and now he's lost this game. And it won't be the last time he loses to a former assistant. And I think if you're Nick Saban this morning, you're trying to correct the problems, but you're also beginning to wonder how much damage could I be doing to my legacy? And I realize that sounds like an overreach and that sounds hyper, but it's really not, though. These things collapse very quickly, Matt. And, fans need hope. Last year, they lost to Tennessee on the final play in a game that we all know they should have won. I mean, that was absurd how that happened. And then the LSU game, they were the better team. They let it slip away in overtime. And even though Alabama almost lost 3 other games, including Texas, the fans hung their hat on, and Saban did too when he campaigned for the playoffs. We lost 2 games on the final play. We are, what are we, September 10th?
Yeah.
That's already been taken out of his repertoire. He lost by 10 points at home, and it should have been 20.
First double-digit loss as a head coach at home since 2003. And here, you want something symbolic of the loss. They didn't get beat with a big touchdown at the end of the game. They didn't get beat with Texas sacking Jalen Milroe. They ended the game. It was cemented in victory for Texas with a player for Alabama jumping offsides.
Right.
That's how the game was won. And if you're talking about end of an era, or maybe the end of the legacy for Nick Saban there in Tuscaloosa, he does do commercials with a pretty popular head coach right now. I mean, is Tuscaloosa ready for prime? Oh, that's ridiculous.
I had a colleague ask me today, and this is where we are on the morning after. Who do you think the top 3 candidates would be if, quote unquote, Nick Saban retired. And I don't know if Prime is on that list or not, but why not?
Well, are you kidding me? If I were now we're going to spin off into a tangent here, but that's what we do here on the YouTube channel. If I were a program of top 10 power, right? If I'm one of the most powerful programs in the country, and for whatever reason, a coaching switch is in the cards, Paul, Deion Sanders is my number one call, and I'm not even thinking twice about it. Like, why wouldn't you? I don't care who you are.
Yeah, when you well, and I'm not gonna get too deep into the weeds here. When I was trying to think of some of the names, I mean, they're all just nice coaches, but none of them have the star power. I mean, let's quite frankly, Nick Saban doesn't have the star power that Deion Sanders has right now.
I mean, this thing is like the way that he's taken. Look, Colorado could very well finish 2-10. They won't, but they could, right? And then whatever that shine. I have talked to so many people out west, and I've talked to everybody in this industry. What Deion has done is he has surrounded himself with a staff that is really, really good at football. His offensive coordinator, Sean Lewis, is going to get a job somewhere at some point. All he's done, Paul, is bring in talent, make everybody believe, roll out a football and win, and I am convinced of it. I'll say two things. One, if a big-time job comes open tomorrow, Deion Sanders will be the number one candidate. And I said this during commercial break at Sports Center, and I thought I had the whole staff have a heart attack. I said, you watch. NFL jobs are going to start being rumored to Deion. And don't think for a second Jerry Jones wouldn't love the splash of a Deion Sanders in his program with the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, that would Hard Knocks would have to camp out there for a while. But I mean, you're 100% right, Matt. And there are a lot of regrets out there. But think inside baseball here for a second. Game day going to a campus is like a very big deal.
Yeah.
The Fox show. I've never been at a Fox Noon show. Don't even know who's on there, but they're both at Boulder this week for a truly unforgettable game. Colorado State. I mean, you couldn't have gotten game day to a one-loss Colorado game at any moment in history. That would. I mean, you would have gotten laughed out of the production office.
I'm almost convinced I'd have to go to my game day stat sheet here, but Colorado State's never been a part of anything college game day related. And now they get the show because of the guys they're playing. And speaking of a program where the coaching could be tenuous at best right now with who they have as the head coach, that's where we get to Jimbo Fisher, Texas A&M, and Miami. I thought this Saturday, Paul, was a good opportunity to get to know and learn something about some of these teams that we didn't learn anything from in week one. And that goes for Miami. Year two, Mario Cristobal needed a statement win to make people believe. But year six, Jimbo Fisher, 5 stars everywhere, coaching staff changes on the road against a team they have more talent than. Paul, Texas A&M didn't get beat. They got pummeled by Miami.
They did. And it was about a year ago on this podcast, Matt, when I called the Miami program a fraud. I think they had lost to Middle Tennessee or somebody.
It was ugly, yeah.
And I got a text the next morning from Mario Cristobal going, "Hey man, like, come on, like, do you have any idea what we're trying to what we're doing here?" And the translation of that is, we need to run off about 3/4 of this place before we can move forward. And he was right. And I was really glad to see that, because I'm a big fan of his.
Yeah.
But I know I've avoided your question by pontificating about Mario Cristobal, but
he deserves it though. Mario deserves credit this morning.
But the situation with A&M now tenuous is a good word, because with every game now, the microscope is back on. I mean, all the attention about Bobby Petrino, that accomplished absolutely nothing. And it proves how we read so much into first games that don't mean anything, Matt.
That's why I thought yesterday was important. I thought you had to learn who these teams are after these horribly week one scheduled games. And Connor Wegman, I get it. I mean, I don't know how many times Palmer and Tess could say it. 5-star quarterback, highly ranked quarterback. All right, well, Tyler Van Dyke threw 5 touchdowns and looked better. Texas A&M has more talent. I speak with Mario like Mario wouldn't argue with that. He'd be sitting right here and be like, yeah, they have more talent. They do. And you can't go and get thumped the way you got thumped. And going into the weekend, I said for Texas, if not now, when for Sark, right? Well, I'm going to apply that to Texas A&M. Year 6, if not Paul now, like when?
Yeah, and Matt, one thing that happened yesterday that may have been more important to this conversation than even the result in Miami, and that was the first conversation. If Texas really is back, that's a problem for Jimbo Fisher, because in that state, you could say who cares about Texas while A&M was getting used to the SEC, but Texas is in the SEC now, and that was the greatest source of pride for the Aggies. We got in the SEC. We had Johnny Manziel. We beat Alabama. We didn't do a lot of great things, but we did a couple of good things while Texas was mired in mediocrity. And because of us, they decided to get in the SEC. That was all the narrative. That's gone now. That's shattered. And in one night in Tuscaloosa, Sark moved forward, and Jimbo Fisher on the way home had to be sick to his stomach, realizing what that means to him, because it adds significant pressure now.
Is it going to work? I mean, if you're an A&M fan, give me the light at the end of this dark Sunday morning tunnel.
Well, I mean, every conversation about Jimbo Fisher starts, I feel like we're on Wall Street on Jim Cramer's report, because you have to talk about money. And at some point, A&M officials have to look in and go, oh, are we going to let $75 million affect the progress of this program? And I'll try to avoid I don't know where this goes from here. This was a terrible loss. It can be overcome with a win over Alabama, a win over Arkansas, momentum. But if it's not, then I would think at the end of the season, if A&M is looking at a mediocre record, that $75 million will not be a factor. I've maintained that for a long time. That's a factor if it's a close call. Last year, to Jimbo's credit, I give Ross Bjork credit, the athletic. He did a very good job of protecting Jimbo Fisher. Remember, the A&M president has been replaced, so she was fired a few weeks ago. So there's a little bit of a transition there. But as you and I both know, presidents don't make those decisions at places like Texas and A&M. It's the guys with the cowboy hats,
right?
And I don't think he'll be able to survive if they don't reach a certain mark. And Matt, it's a little bit hard to tell on September 10th what that number is. But if they are losing games like this on a consistent basis, then he has no future.
Yep, and breaking it down, just big picture. They have the talent to win every game that they're in. Whether or not they can, that remains to be seen over the next 3 months of the season. But Saturday's certainly not a vote of confidence if you're thinking that A&M could have been a sleeper team in the SEC West, which brings me to the final topic, because, we get so caught up in one matchup here, one matchup there, one game, one final score. But as I sit there and look big picture, Paul, going into the season, I think you and I would have sat here and said the 3 best teams in the SEC West, apologies, Lane Kiffin, don't comment about this later. The 3 best teams in the SEC West, LSU already got thumped against Florida State. Oh. Alabama, double-digit loss to Texas. And now Texas A&M, double-digit loss to Miami. The 3 best teams in the SEC West have already gone down to non-conference opponents by double digits in the first 2 weeks of the season.
It's remarkable, and as you look ahead to this coming weekend, there's a game on there, and you know which game it is, that there will be enormous pressure on the head coach, and that sounds crazy because it's only his second season. But there are a lot of games will be pressure on the head coach. But the idea of Brian Kelly taking his team in for an 11 a.m. start in Starkville, that is scary. I know Mississippi State survived last night.
Yes.
and that may not make you feel better about them in terms of beating LSU, but the environment will be insane. I've been to a couple of those 11 o'clock games, and that 11 o'clock may affect some fans, not in Starkville. That's late in the day. So I think my eyes are on that one very closely. Now, obviously, a lot of other games, including the Billy Napier saga hosting with Tennessee. I think those are two ESPN games that you'll be married to.
Yeah, and when you look at it, with the Florida Tennessee, that's always a game that if you go back to yesteryear, you and I are college football nerds. You go back to Phil Fulmer, Steve Spurrier days, T. Martin, Peyton Manning, Rex Grossman, all those Florida quarterbacks from yesteryear. That used to be a game that decided the SEC East. That's not the case anymore because of Georgia's dominance. But while I have you, since you brought that up, I believe that Josh Heupel could do two things. One, say, you know what? Told you, Milton's my guy. Mm-hmm. He's a hell of a quarterback. Number two, told you, Tennessee is in a healthy football spot. Conversely, if he beats down Florida, and we're sitting here this Sunday morning talking about, Jimbo's got to get things going. If you're Billy Napier, who's in a better spot year two right now this morning than Mario Cristobal? Who's going to be in a worse spot in year two come next Sunday if this game's not even competitive?
Yeah, here I go after telling myself I wouldn't go into overdrive, but I'm going to, because this is a must-win game for Billy Napier. Now, you can interpret that any way you want.
Yeah.
Because he's got a $30 million price tag, and Scott Strickland, the very outstanding athletic director down there, has been behind him, and I think he can save him and get him to the next season. But in terms of the noise, he can't. Nobody can stop the noise for Billy Napier if this game goes poorly. And I'm not saying I'm not promoting a moral victory at Florida. And by the way, Steve Spurrier has reminded me every time I've ever seen him that he was 4-0 against Peyton Manning. We're talking the 90s here, okay? We're not talking about yesterday. So that this game matters greatly. And if for some reason Tennessee goes in there and just lays one on them, the noise next Sunday morning for Billy Napier, in terms of believing he can get the job done, will be loud.
Yeah, that's not great because I genuinely like Billy, but this is great that we're already in week 2 and there are little cracks across the college football map of programs, teams, and storylines. Paul, it doesn't take long for these to bubble up.
But Matt and the guy, there are a lot of coaches that Heupel has made it difficult for some coaches how quickly he got things done. But there's one coach who's making it impossible for everyone, and that's Coach Prime. You can't say, as athletic directors tell you and me all the time, we need time. It's going to take a couple of years. The transfer portal is your best friend or your greatest enemy. And if you're Billy Napier, you can't say, we got this thing going in the right direction. That doesn't play in a fan base, and anybody who's seen DraftKings, Swamp Kings, probably sponsored by DraftKings. I was talking to Tebow the other day, and he was telling me a story about the end of Swamp Kings when he walks into the swamp, and the score, and he points up there and it says Gators national champions 2006 and 2009, and he said 2006 and 2008, and he said the fact that it doesn't say 09 is one of the greatest regrets of my life. That's a guy who's to this day, 15 years later, is still angry over not winning 3 national championships in 4 years, and Billy Napier can't even get a significant win.
Here we are after a crazy week 3 in the college football season on the Matt Barrie Show here on the ESPN College Football YouTube channel, our Sunday recap where we break down everything that we saw. The great Paul Finebaum each and every Sunday here with me. And Paul, I know that the thing that everyone wants to do is start with Colorado because they continue to be the greatest story in sports. We will get to that first, but I want to start in your wheelhouse because I'm about to say something that we haven't said, in about 17 years. Alabama has a problem. And by have a problem, I'm going to say three things. One, they've tried it out 3 quarterbacks, can't find one they like. Their offensive line has issues, and they needed a late interception to get out of Tampa alive.
Man, I agree. I think right now you have to say that the Tommy Rees hire has been a complete and total failure. I mean, what Tommy Rees is doing is coaching malpractice. I've never seen anything like it, and I realize Nick Saban is there, and I'm not trying to deflect the blame from him, but Rees is the offensive coordinator, and he is in charge of that offense. And there's not much he can do about the offensive line other than find a quarterback that can mask the problems. And he had that quarterback. As much as we can criticize Jalen Milroe and say, well, Jalen Milroe may not be able to get Alabama to a national championship, I don't think that's the issue any longer. I think it's salvaging this season. And without injury, the idea that we have seen 3 quarterbacks in a very quick 2-week period is unprecedented, and it's quite frankly embarrassing. And because that means that the coaching staff, completely has misfired. And there is no easy solution when you make as many mistakes as they have. But they better find something pretty quickly because they go up against a dynamic offense and a pretty good defense this week.
So I was stunned that they didn't have a package for Milroe at all yesterday, at all. Like, hey, Rees, come up with 15 ball plays in a game where you couldn't do anything and weather that sucked to get the guy that's more athletic to come out there. I have a theory, and this is complete speculation and a theory. My theory is that Saban went with Buckner because he came with the offensive coordinator and it was like, all right, well, this is your offense. This is your quarterback. We're going to give it a shot. My theory is they just completely already moved on from both. Like, hey man, your quarterback's not seeing the field again. All right. So he's out. And then Ty Simpson didn't look, I just can't figure out what they were doing with the fact that you've got a guy that you at least know is athletic. Like, help me understand this.
Well, no, Matt, there is no easy way to understand it. I mean, I have friends that are calling for the 4th string quarterback who's a promising freshman. I mean, that's how ridiculous this is. But I mean, I sat with Nick Saban in Nashville, and I have never heard a guy profess more love for a coach than he did for Tommy Rees. And I'm not going to get too deep into the psychological world, but he really believed in him. He saw something in this guy. And I don't know what Nick Saban really saw in him because I mean I've seen the same quarterback. He saw much more Buckner than we did, and I agree with you. I mean I'm telling Buckner, go find another school. I can't take a chance on you again. And the only thing I could theorize is that Milroe handled his demotion poorly, and Saban was sending a message. But what he really has to worry about now, Matt, is that locker room. It, and everyone watching and listening knows that the players look to a quarterback. That's the leader. And now you have just completely made a disaster out of the most important position. And this is 2 weeks after everyone, including us, we were praising Milroe after 1 week. So, he didn't become the greatest coach of all time by accident. And the clock is ticking for him to save this season. And what really is even more disturbing to some of my friends who watch these things is that Saban, Matt, he kind of looks like a grandfather at his grandson's little league games, and the guy drops a pop fly and costs him the division, and he walks up and hugs him and says, "I'm proud of you guys." I mean, that's exactly what he said after the game. I'm proud of the way they fought back, other than the fact that it was the worst performance Alabama has had in a win. 17 years. People were comparing it to the 2007 loss to Louisiana Monroe. I mean, that's the context of how bad this was for Alabama.
Yeah, and you wonder if they're going to be able to flip that Alabama switch now that they're going to get heavily into conference, and Ole Miss coming up next. That's going to be one to watch, because if you're asking me to compare these two teams, Ole Miss they've got their quarterback and Jackson Dart. They've got their stuff figured out. And I just don't. I didn't think we'd. I mean, this is a guy. I said this on College Football Final at some point during television yesterday. This is a coach in a school coming off Tua Tagovailoa, first-round pick, Mac Jones, first-round pick, Bryce Young, number one overall pick, and now you've got three
only
guys.
Jalen Hurts on the front end of that.
Yeah, exactly. So who knows with Alabama? But what I know about the Tide is you're about to figure it out real quick. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but you take this wherever you want, but I'm just going to give you an umbrella of stuff between how Florida just absolutely beat the hell out of Tennessee at the Swamp, between Georgia having struggled to get South Carolina out of their way, having Arkansas lose at home to BYU, who's slightly above average, to Texas A&M already having a loss, to LSU looking really good against Mississippi State, but already losing to Florida State. We just discussed Alabama. Paul, I don't know that the SEC is in the top 2 or 3 of conferences in college football right now. I just don't.
And when Vanderbilt lost to UNLV, the school tweeted out, "It just means more." It's. I mean, I have tried to not to overreact to this, but at this point, we have a good sample. We're no longer week 1, week 2. We have 3 weeks, and this is a serious trend line. I think the Georgia thing is a little perplexing, and I think that's what happens when you just fall asleep the first 2 weeks, and then you look at the line on your phone, and you go, okay, well, we're supposed to beat this team badly, and I mean, I believe Georgia will recover pretty well from this, but after that, thank goodness for Missouri. And by the way, can you imagine assuming we ever got to Missouri, had it lost to Kansas State, the clock management of Eli Drinkwitz would have been one of the biggest topics in college football. He got bailed out by a 61-yard field goal, which would have made this even worse.
By the way, the Les Miles is strong in him, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I need to walk gingerly here, Matt, because my main job is promoting the Southeastern Conference and how great the football is, and I cannot be party to any of you Easterners trying to get me to agree with anything you say.
Yeah, well, look, I'm a born and raised Pac-12er, so at least I can brag on that conference for a minute. But I mean, we were sitting there yesterday, and we were trying to get someone to what's the SEC done thus far to make you think top to bottom? Because Tennessee going into yesterday was the 11th ranked team in the country. I have never seen an 11th ranked team in the country make more boneheaded plays, although the officials did get them a couple times towards the end. But nonetheless, they got out physicaled by Florida. They got outsmarted by Florida. That's not the 11th best team in the country.
Yeah, I believe that was Tennessee's 3rd loss in its last 5 SEC games. Remember the South Carolina game last year, and I mean, this stuff is starting. I mean, you have to be seriously concerned if you're a Tennessee fan, because I sat with some of the experts yesterday, and they told me, and I agree, hey, Joe Milton, he'll be fine. Well, he wasn't fine. And I'll say this about Billy Napier. That was as big a win as I have seen in a long time, because he was really starting to come under fire after the Utah game, and now everyone has calmed down, and good for him, because his outlook and his stock changed overnight. Credit him with an incredibly significant win.
Yeah, you need, if you're a new coach and you're in year 2, it's cliche to say, but you need that statement win, or you need that one win that allows people to believe in the foundation of what you're trying to build. And he got that against Tennessee, and he did so in convincing fashion. And so now when you look at the SEC East, I mean, Kentucky got their win against Akron, but it's Akron. I think that was 35-3. So in the East, you have Georgia, Tennessee. I don't know that we can consider them serious anymore.
Yeah.
Florida, we'll find out what happens there at the cocktail party, and then Kentucky. But this thing's kind of shaping out now as we thought it would in the beginning of the season. It's Georgia and everybody else. And then in the West, I had commented earlier that now on this Sunday morning, the 17th, you could argue LSU might be the best team in the league again.
I think you have to, but I think certainly in the West, I'm holding on Georgia, but there were just so many other. The good thing about the West is that the conference losses haven't happened yet, meaning A&M's lost, LSU's lost, even Arkansas's lost, but Arkansas will take care of itself. They have LSU and A&M and Alabama here in a row, but it is a confusing league. And by the way, hey, the critics can go have at it. I mean, so what? I mean, the SEC has been at the epicenter of college football for so long, and you can't mask this any longer. You can't say, well, that was just one weekend. This is 3 weekends now.
Let's trot out west, 2:30 a.m. Eastern, Colorado State. I think for the first quarter, this game was embarrassing to both schools. It got out of hand. It was chippy, which I get, but it just looked bad. The first quarter was absolutely embarrassing to both teams. The hype was there. The celebrities were there. And it was bad to start, Paul.
It is, but this is what happens when when the world of celebrity that 20 years ago hung out at Southern Cal games and then moved primarily to other venues. It looked like a Lakers final, from Lil Wayne to The Rock. I mean, where was Jack Nicholson? I mean, it was just amazing. But my argument, Matt, is that has to be a distraction. This is, I mean, if you're Deion Sanders, I mean, you have to be almost as tired as you are right now. I mean, it is just, I mean, and when the Stephen A. Smiths and the Shannons and the Lil Waynes and all these guys show up, it's not like, they have to be entertained, because they're all flying in on private planes, and they all want to hang with Deion, and there's so many interviews to go along. I mean, can you imagine other coaches doing what he has gone through? So you expected that last night, but he better get real, and he better Deion ought to say, okay, let's start getting back to football now that we have two top 10 teams ahead.
I think that it helps Oregon. Now, look, they beat TCU convincingly. They beat Nebraska convincingly. They were down 28-17 late last night. We all thought that the run was over because it just looked like Colorado State was going to finish that off. But give credit to Shedeur in Colorado minus Travis Hunter. They come back 92 yards, tie it, 2-point conversion, double overtime win. They won the football game. But I think it's going to help them now to get away from Boulder for a week, right, to go to Oregon. Because now, as good as this story's been through the first month of the season, it's go time now, because you've got Oregon and you've got USC in successive weeks, and you're going to learn real quickly. I know Travis Hunter's going to miss some time, but now look, as good as Deion's been for marketing the sport, and it's been brilliant for college football, if you'd have told me a decade ago Colorado would be the epicenter of not college football but sports, I'd have laughed at you. To this point of the season, it was the marquee weekend in college football. This is the Matt Barrie Show here on the ESPN College Football YouTube channel. As always, every Sunday, joined by the great Paul Finebaum, who will be here to help recap and recount the day that was. There are so many places I want to begin, but I want to start with the talk of the town, of the country, since week one until now, Coach Prime in Colorado. Now, I believe, Paul, two things can be true. One, Colorado start, remarkable, unexpected. Part two, they're not as good as they were getting the attention that every network, including ESPN, was giving them. And that was proven yesterday. Both can be true, both can be right, and it's not a slight either way.
No, I mean, listen, Matt, beating TCU got way too much credit, and because TCU had been a playoff team and a national championship contender last year, we the other two losses really didn't mean very much. I mean, beating a woebegone Nebraska team that pretty much everybody in the country can raise their hand and say they've beaten, and a terrible Colorado State team. It was just the attention. It was a nova in the sky, and we all jumped in, and I'm glad I went along for the ride. I think I'm detouring now. Maybe time started looking for some real contenders. It doesn't take away from the story that was the first 3 weeks of the college football season. It will surface again briefly Saturday, depending on the outcome against Caleb Williams and USC, maybe down the road against some better Pac-12 opponents. But for the most part, if you park your bus in Boulder, do it, you spend your own money right now, because I think it's going to be a tougher sell for national publications and broadcast companies, other than Fox, of course.
Yeah, I mean, they'll get in on it. They're in on it again this weekend. But look, Deion's done his job. He's put his program and put it out in the national spotlight. Now, does he make it about him most of the time? Well, yeah, that's also his job. But at the end of the day, when you look at who they are a 6-6 team at best. By math alone, that's average, right? 6-6, 500 year average. That's who they are as a football team. They're not great. They're not bad. They're just not good enough to compete. They're not a top 25 team, basically. And that's fine. They got ahead of schedule for a first few weeks, and he went down that schedule. But this back and forth this morning of the people kicking them and saying, see, I told you so, and then the people defending them saying, why are you a hater? There doesn't need to be any of that. If you call it like a football fan or call it like a football person like we are, they're average, and that's okay. But they're above average when it comes to getting the spotlight.
No, I mean, there's a lot of schadenfreude going around, but Prime brings that on. But I think that's what makes him great. I mean, I really liked what he said after the game. He said, take your shots now. I mean, he's confident. He's not Millie Mouth. He's not playing stupid junior high games like a certain Ole Miss coach. I mean, he spits it out. He lets you know who he is at all times, and I respect that. And quite frankly, he handled the loss just as well as he handled the win. And I mean, while Colorado will fade, Deion's not going anywhere, and I think it's most interesting how he handles the portal and recruiting, because he is going to still affect a lot of important programs by the players that he is able to attract.
Yeah, and foundation's been laid, and that is for certain. And like we said, they're going to get the spotlight again with USC. They're going to get beat again pretty handily by USC, and then what they do going forward is something we'll continue to keep an eye on. And when you talk about a coach being passionate post-game, Ryan Day is front and center with that one. After the win against Notre Dame, calling out Lou Holtz. It's as fiery as I've ever seen with a coach on the field after win. I mean, he was, Paul, that's as intense and fired up as I've ever seen a coach post-game.
And listen, I'm sure there are plenty of Lou Holtz jokes going around today, like, oh, Lou Holtz. But I happened to be with Lou about a year ago. I hosted an event and he spoke, and at 86 or 7 or whatever he is, he's still very sharp and an amazing guy. So I'm glad Lou has gotten a curtain call. I doubt Lou really cares. He said what he said because that's who he is. And I think Ryan Day had a great moment, especially versus the other coach. Who made a basic elementary coaching mistake at the end of the game, and the cost of that is incalculable.
Well, and the coaching mistake you're referencing, 10 players on the field, Paul, at a place like Iowa or maybe Minnesota or maybe, name Baylor, that might slide under the radar. Notre Dame is a national brand with national fans, with national no patience. That's not a good look for Marcus Freeman, a coach. I know you and I have enjoyed what he's done at Notre Dame.
I mean, he's such a good coach, and he's come so close. And I'm not just making excuses before I go in for the kill, because it was a colossal error. And Notre Dame fans can say, well, we still have. One tweeted me today and said, well, we still have Duke. Oh, that's great. Congratulations. Go down to Durham and revel in game day but don't spit Duke to me. Please. And I think Clemson's on the schedule. They're not, Notre Dame's not getting back in this thing. You can't lose a home game. And you also can't be Notre Dame and have the arrogance of that institution and say we don't need a conference. Well, how nice would a conference be right now if you were in the ACC and you would have a shot at perhaps Florida State at the end of the year to get you back in? And it won't matter next year. but it will matter this year. And Notre Dame start looking to Tempe or somewhere else for a nice bowl trip, and you'll get it. You deserve it, but you're not going to the playoffs.
And I would say unless things crater around them, like unless Penn State were to lose a couple games to Michigan, Ohio State, the SEC, if that gets wonky, the ACC doesn't have divisions, the Big 12, Pac-12, stuff would have to crater around Notre Dame because they still have, we're laughing about Duke, but they still have Duke. They still have USC. They still have some games on their schedule. But the thing for Notre Dame is, and we know they're a national brand. They got College Game Day. They always have been a national brand. The thing for them, even in the Brian Kelly era, Paul, is they've always seemed so close. Yeah. They've always seemed like they can get to the point where they can compete. And then on that one big day, on that one big game, they seem to fall just short of being the Notre Dame of yesteryear.
Yeah. And the Notre Dame of yesteryear, for you college kids waking up right now and watching this, was the brand in college football for so many years, but it's not anymore. It's one of them, but it's behind a number of schools, including the school it lost to on Saturday night. And I think that's what's so painful. Ohio State's a much bigger brand in college football right now than Notre Dame. Notre Dame is a top 10 brand, but that's it. And Notre Dame has to win games like that, and it failed. So I'm moving on. My close friend Heather can come up with 18 combinations for Notre Dame to get into the playoffs, but they're off my list. Okay.
Yeah. And until we see otherwise, they are off the list. As we move down south in another college football Saturday, start with a ranked game in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Ole Miss, Jalen Milroe, the starting quarterback again of Alabama. And last night on College Football Final, or this morning on College Football Final, and throughout the day, Dan Mullen had posited that, look, this is who Alabama is going to be. This is who they are. They're going to be a team that's just okay on offense with a good running game. They're going to play defense. And if that's how they get by in their games, that's how they get by in their games. It's different than what we've seen over the past 5, 6, 7 years where they're lighting up the scoreboard. But, Paul, it's clear. Alabama has Alabama has adjusted. Is that also evolved? It's whatever. It's Sunday. I'm tired. They are who they are. They know who they are this year, and that's how they're going to take it to the field, and they can still win that way.
It was a critical moment for Nick Saban if he lost. That's the narrative you heard all week. And by the way, everything about that was correct. A loss would have been devastating. A win is just another ass kicking of Lane Kiffin. I mean, is that a big deal? It's kind of an annual event for Nick Saban. Last year in a similar spot, a week after LSU, and Lane has a chance to win the game. Doesn't happen. Yesterday, chance. Threw up all over the place, but we need to accept that's who Lane Kiffin is, and I don't understand, Matt, why the media just falls for Lane's antics every week as if there's something there's going to be a payoff. I mean, I won't go through the whole week because we already have, and you and I've talked about this already. But every shot he took failed, and Lane Kiffin is a very good football coach, a far more entertaining Twitter troll, but I don't know how, he even said yesterday, well, this could be the last time Coach and I play. Well, probably not, Lane, but for your sake, you better hope it is, because Nick Saban can coach until he's 100 years old, and he's still going to beat Lane Kiffin every single time.
Yeah. Okay. So we use this with Sark, Texas and Alabama. And we said this on this show, and I said it on SportsCenter and every other platform I'm on. I said, if not now, when? Okay. If not now for Sark in Texas to get Alabama, when? It's kind of similar with Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin and this is as gettable as Alabama's going to get. And you better do it now, because no one's going to bet against Nick Saban. And I was one of those that legitimately thought, Paul, with how Ole Miss has looked relative to how Alabama's looked. First of all, I thought it was insane that Alabama was at 6-point favorite. They won by 14. So who was right there? Vegas. And two, I thought this was Lane's moment. And when you're at Ole Miss, and you know this better than anyone, and I work with Dan Mullen, who was at Mississippi State. He said, look, when we're at Mississippi State and Ole Miss and some of these other programs in the SEC West, you've got to pounce on that every 3 to 4 years where you can go get the division. You got to pounce, because it's not going to happen annually like it does at LSU, Alabama, Georgia, and all these other schools. And Lane lost his shot. He lost a chance to pounce.
And I'm sure he'll say something cute today, and all the lap dogs out there will just lap it up. But listen, I like Lane Kiffin, but I'm just tired of it. It's he's just the crown prince that is never going to be the man in charge, and by no means does this mean a great deal for Alabama. I mean, Alabama will be challenged every week. In 2 weeks they go to Kyle Field, and that will be another narrative built around it. But for Nick Saban, I don't know who was calling the shots on defense, but whoever it was, he was calling an amazing game. I mean, it was just a clear case of outmaneuvering Lane Kiffin at every single move, and all the lines about Pete Golden's going to get his revenge. I mean, are you kidding me? That's the best Alabama has looked all year, and it's just I was embarrassed for Lane and Pete Golden yesterday. How small they looked in comparison to old Nick Saban. And I was with you Monday. We were all puzzled by Nick Saban's comments, and he got away with another one, and good for him.
And that's what he's going to do. And the SEC West is wide open. Look, every team's got an opportunity, and I'm gonna get you with this one because I'd love to know your take. Every once in a while, it takes an unfortunate incident to perhaps have a coach wake up and say, "Oh, wait, maybe that's better for our team." It is my opinion. It is football people far smarter than me, their opinion, that Max Johnson is better for Texas A&M's offense. Max Johnson is more of a Bobby Petrino type quarterback. Max Johnson can revive Texas A&M. It is my contention that if Jimbo Fisher stays with Max, that you have to really factor in Texas A&M, who's allowed and hasn't allowed a rushing touchdown, I believe, some insane statistic on defense, that they are right back in this thing if Max Johnson remains their starting quarterback.
Yeah, and you may be right. I mean, Wegman certainly was getting all of my colleagues' attention on the panel, but A&M's a lot better than I think they showed. Just like LSU and others who swung and missed in an early game, and yesterday was just a prove it game. I mean, Auburn was vastly overrated,
right?
And we know that. We knew that. For A&M now, it's a matter of surviving a tough game against Arkansas this weekend. And Arkansas is, they may lose half their games, but they will be in them all. They've lost 2 weeks in a row toward the final possession. But again, if A&M shows up with only one loss in 2 weeks, I think we have another major showdown, and not a game that Alabama will be vulnerable in. But give Jimbo credit; he may have backed into it, but. I like what I was in College Station, so I got a little bit of a good view of it, and I like what I saw out there.
What's the temperature in College Station?
Well, there's two temperatures. There's the actual temperature, and on the field yesterday it was about 110, and the other temperature is moderately mild, believe it or not. I spoke to everybody that's anybody at that university. And I didn't hear from any muckety mucks that Jimbo Fisher is in trouble. And I know that may disappoint the haters out there, but I think it would take something really the bottom just completely falling out for that to be effective. They do not want to let go of him. Is how I would characterize the mood.
Hey, Jimbo, we love you. You're entertaining. You're good for the show, but stay the hell off the field. Like, stay off the field. Like,
he's not in good enough shape. I was standing next to him yesterday, and this isn't the Jimbo Fisher of 30 years ago. That was a pretty crafty quarterback.
Yeah, can we not get on the field during a scoop and score? Either way, I think Texas A&M could have a new shot of life with Max Johnson at quarterbacks. It just looked more fluid, and they're going to have their opportunity to play it out. Just like LSU had. Look, the LSU Arkansas, Paul, is an example of how good the SEC is in that you got an Arkansas team who lost to BYU. You had an LSU team that beat the hell out of Mississippi State the week before. So you're thinking, hey, roll the ball out. LSU will beat them. We'll move on. but they got their best punch from KJ Jefferson in Arkansas, and Jaden Daniels and Brian Kelly again responded. That's another team like Alabama, like Texas A&M, who took their loss out of conference. This thing is going to be wild down the stretch because LSU, again, you could argue, along with Georgia, could be the best team in the SEC.
Yeah, and a week from today, if LSU is undefeated in the SEC, I think we'll have to say that because I mean that's a pretty tough stretch to pick up the pieces after barely getting by Arkansas and then going to Oxford. Now, what kind of shape Ole Miss will be in, I have no idea. But Lane will definitely have his back to the wall. But that's a really a big one. And by the way, Ole Miss has to play not only LSU this weekend, they go to Georgia later in the year. So they are hanging on by a thread.
Yeah. And with what we've seen, look, Georgia, they sleepwalk for a quarter and they put their foot down. I'm still waiting for them to play someone.
Well, that won't happen for a while.
Yeah. And that's kind of the obnoxious part is we want to evaluate Georgia, but you just can't evaluate Georgia against UAB. You just can't. I want to know who Carson Beck is. I still don't.
No, and next week, I mean, at Auburn, don't buy into, wow, this is the South's oldest rivalry and all that stuff. The next week may be interesting. Kentucky comes in there after playing Florida. If they can get a win against the Gators. But we also fell for that game 2 years ago, if you remember. Game day and it was a mess. So, but Kentucky at least they'll be a legitimate team.
Yeah, and they've got the defense again with Mark Stoops. They got the quarterback in Devin Leary. So there's a lot to play out. The only thing and we'll leave it here on a fun Saturday of college football. Paul, everything felt right and comfort food yesterday because Jim Harbaugh returned. And it was so right. As I sit here this morning, Matt Barrie Show, ESPN College Football YouTube channel, I do so with Paul Finebaum on October 1st. September's gone. October is here. And boy, do we have a Saturday to recap on the final Saturday of September. And where else are we going to start, Paul, than with a little hotty toddy, gosh almighty, who the hell are we? Well, we are the Ole Miss Rebels who outlasted LSU. And oh, by the way, Paul, find themselves very much alive in a wide open SEC West.
Yeah, I think it was certainly one of the great reversal of fortunes we've ever seen. Because a week ago, that team could not have looked any more ineffective. They did it. Lane Kiffin dialed up everything correctly. I mean, I have to say this was his signature win at Ole Miss, one of the most significant wins he's had in his career. And it just so happened, Matt, to come 10 years to the day that he was fired at USC. I mean, there's some bizarre irony there, but you know, as good as he was, the defenses were equally as bad on both sides. But as great as win as it was, there's Brian Kelly, the pick of many to make it to the Final Four, some to even win the national championship, essentially out of the playoffs by October 1st.
Yeah, and that's to me one of the biggest surprises of this early college football season, that we just turned the page to October and both LSU and Clemson not in the college football playoff mix. But with Ole Miss, look, there are two things about this for me. One, this was an Ole Miss offense that a week ago scored 10 points against Alabama. They scored 10. They had an early success and they couldn't do anything the rest of the game. And somehow they find a way against an LSU defense, I think all of us thought was pretty capable. And Lane was like, you know what? Hell with it. If we're going to go toe-to-toe and score, my guys are going to outscore them. And Jackson Dart, phenomenal. Quinshad Judkins finally found his way out of a little, I don't want to call it a slump. He just hadn't really gotten going. 33 carries, 177 yards, and a touchdown. It was electric there in Oxford. And to do that the way that they did it after the week that they just had, to me, Ole Miss is the SEC team of the week. We'll get to Kentucky in a minute because their season was on the line. We've talked about this. Ole Miss can't stub their toe in division anymore, in conference anymore. They did it early, and now you've got to wake up this Sunday morning in Oxford thinking, well, our SEC West is wide open. Why not us?
Yeah, no, and listen, Lane gets a lot of credit, Matt, for being one of the great play callers, and he showed it. I mean, it was a classic case, and I'm happy for him. I really think he is, it's easy to criticize him, and I did, and everyone else did as well, by the way, for losing to Nick Saban and playing games, and maybe he feels like he has to do something more than just go on the football field, but against LSU, he was quiet all week. I think he was motivated by the criticism, and he delivered, and he showed why he has the reputation he does. And Matt, I realize that Ole Miss is an SEC school, but it's not like Alabama and LSU. It's not, they're not on the same plane. And he has to use the portal, and he has to use anything he can. And when the stars are aligned, he showed out as one of the best coaches in the country. And you mentioned Judkins, and he was nowhere to be found against Alabama. He came in large. Some people wondered if he was hurt against Alabama. I don't know, but it didn't matter. He was brilliant, and I'm really glad to see it, because they're not done yet, for the main reason that they still have to deal with A&M, which we'll get to later, and they have to go to Georgia. But you know what? That doesn't sound nearly as daunting as it may have a couple of weeks ago.
There was a camera shot of Lane last night on the sidelines, and it was just this back and forth game, and you're like, oh, it's just wildly entertaining. And Lane has this look on his face. He's like, is this going to happen to me again?
Yeah.
Like, are we really in this point? And then I started getting big picture with it, with Dan Mullen sitting right there. I was like, is Lane sitting there thinking, like, it's just going to be impossible to get done here at Ole Miss, no matter what I do, no matter how hard I try, no matter what kind of guys I put through on the portal, no matter what kind of offense I put on the field, I'm just not going to be able to get it over on LSU's and Alabama's and A&M's. And that's literally what I looked at him and thought he was thinking. And then his team finds a way to make one stop at the end of the game. Mm-hmm. And then on the other side of it, if you're Brian Kelly, look, LSU's as talented as anyone in the country. Jaden Daniels is playing his ass off. Yeah. And now LSU, the one loss out of conference to Florida State. This is their only blemish right now in the West. They had 2 losses last year playing in the SEC championship. It's not all done for LSU, but I had this as shocking.
Yeah. By the way, this was one reason why Kiffin seriously considered going to Auburn, because he knows Auburn is the kind of program you can get much more success with. So, but he stayed, and I'm really happy for him. I think the guy means well in spite of all the theatrics and the antics. He just tries to find an edge, and he finally found it last night. But Brian Kelly is now going to start talking a lot about winning the West. And by the way, that's all coaches talk about anyway, while the media talks about the playoffs. But you'll hear him say, we can do what we did last year, get to Atlanta. But his path is very tricky. And the criticism of him is going to rain down, because with the defensive pieces that he has, it's hard to believe the amount of yards they gave up.
Yeah, so let's just say, look, and this is kind of the next topic I want to pivot to, because I think the SEC West is wide open. And if LSU wins out and Ole Miss gets another loss, then LSU is in the SEC championship. But I'm just telling you, Paul, with Max Johnson at quarterback, there's a different flow to what's going on at Texas A&M. And for me, as we wake up here on Sunday, October 1st, if I was doing an SEC West pecking order, I would again put Alabama up 1, even though they still do it ugly. And I'd put A&M at 1A, and they play this weekend. I think A&M's a completely different team with Max Johnson at quarterback.
Yeah, and I felt like that as I was watching the Arkansas game, I was thinking, if A&M wins this game, watch out, because they need momentum, and they have it now. They've beaten 2 very average teams, but they've gotten out of it what they needed to get out of it. Some momentum zipping into Kyle Field Saturday, where I think the feeling at A&M, and I was there a week ago, is that we can beat Alabama. And this is not 2 years ago when it was a pipe dream that they handed. I mean, they know they can beat Alabama, because Alabama's defense has been fantastic. Their offense has moments. But this is going to be a different challenge than Ole Miss. But I agree with you. Max Johnson is dialing it up, and we've seen it before where, the guy that we didn't talk about comes in and maybe leads the team to something special.
Yeah, and I would say A&M's defense is why
Right.
I think they have a shot to win the West, because you hit on it there. Alabama's offense has been okay. So if you've got a defense it's really good against an offense that's okay, then what's it come down to? It comes down to which offense can find a way to make a play on both really, really good defenses. And here's Alabama. I haven't seen Saban lose his mind like that repetitively in a game in a long, long time, like he did last night. But again, we say they do it ugly. They beat Mississippi State 40-17. Milroe can make a play go from nothing to something. Look, the big takeaway for me in the month of September, Georgia out east. They've got Kentucky this weekend, which I think is going to be a little bit tougher game than people thought. But the SEC big picture, Paul, am I wrong to say that we don't know enough to know enough about, maybe other than Georgia, who looks very gettable, that this conference is for the taking?
No, it is. And I think from, not to obsess over Georgia, because I still feel like they're the number one team in the country. And I know it's easy to argue that point, but you're welcome to it. But I don't want to give too much credit to Auburn, because they're not a good team at all. But Georgia has Georgia let that game drag on, and to its credit, it delivered. And that was real pressure.
Yeah,
having to deal with Jordan-Hare Stadium late in the afternoon, knowing that a mistake could blow your whole season apart. I mean, it's not like, okay, it was in the bag. It wasn't. And thank goodness for Brock Bowers, because he pulled that team out in a way that was simply magnificent to watch. But Georgia, the Kentucky game, being in Lexington over the weekend, they're good. I think the bigger story there is Florida, but we'll get to that in a second. But Mark Stoops has a very good club. They've been inconsistent at times this year. Yesterday, they just had a will, and that Florida team, I'm really more confused about Tennessee as well, because how in the world Tennessee let Florida run all over them, I'll never know.
Yeah, that's kind of a great segue. We had Mark Stoops on with us yesterday during the mid-afternoon college football show. He was all dressed up, had a glass of bourbon right to his side, and he was a happy guy because I think he knows that he's got as physical a team as anyone in the country. And when you're a guy like Mark Stoops, who prides himself on defense and physicality, he knows he can take a team against Georgia and at least physical for physical, get them. But it's going to be up to Devin Leary to have a moment, because Carson Beck had his moment yesterday with Brock Bowers at the end of that game. And so that gets that collision ready for the weekend. But Florida gets themselves back into the rankings. We thought that maybe Billy Napier could exhale a little bit because they got that win. They're ranked. They get a little bit the momentum we're talking about. But then yesterday they had 13 guys on the field at one point and still couldn't stop Ray.
Yeah.
And now you're back to the board if you're Florida.
Yeah, you are. You play the schedule game for a second. 2 losses already. Back end of the schedule: Florida State, Georgia, just for starters, at LSU. So if you're doing the math, the games against Missouri and South Carolina, games that are not going to interest the country at all, are going to determine their season. And I haven't seen much from this team, so they can't be they can't be talking about Utah as much as they used to. So they're really at the precipice, and they've got a fairly comfortable path into Georgia, but that's going to be a defining game. How the tone and tenor of it, because the season could end very badly for them.
Yeah, and Missouri's just kind of sitting here. We're doing this pre-new rankings coming out. They're sitting here 23rd and undefeated. No one's talking about them. No. You're right. That's a swing game for a lot of reasons.
Well, because Missouri, beat Kansas State on a 61-yard field goal that, they probably deserved to lose the game the way the clock management went on. And other than that, what has Missouri done, Matt?
No, look, they've got the undefeated record. They've got the SEC attached to them. I think that's helping them a lot in terms of the rankings. But when you look at it now, I find this conference fascinating going forward. Because, yeah, the Tennessee team that showed up against – I thought South Carolina could go into Knoxville and upset Tennessee based on what we saw from Tennessee at the Swamp. Completely wrong about that. And so who knows what we have here in October other than a bunch of chaos on tap, which I bet we will see in the next 3 to 4 weeks, starting next week with Kentucky and Georgia being a big game and Alabama, Texas A&M being a really, really big game. A couple of other things I want to get to. We are set up for the Red River rivalry between Texas and Oklahoma. Here's what I'll say about Sark and Texas. Every year, at least to this point of the season, they come off a game where they look really, really good and then maybe lose a game they shouldn't. They haven't done that yet, Paul. They're still perfect. And I think you could make the argument based on this season alone on merit. You could argue they're the number 1 ranked team in the country because they've looked good, and we'll see it this weekend against Oklahoma.
As you frame the game, it's obviously a lot of history to it, considering this is the last time not in the SEC. Last year was just one of the worst days in Oklahoma history. And, how that plays into this, no idea. Truly have no idea whether that's a factor or not. I'm not a big believer in those things, Matt. But if Texas continues here, they're in a phenomenal position. They're no longer, hey, this is a joke about Texas being back. I mean, they look legitimately back. And I just wish this game was, I wish they were already in the SEC, because it just seems like a waste for these two schools who have been scorned and treated shabbily by the Big 12 in the schedule making to give that league a showcase.
Yeah, they're going to get it. And with what the Big 12 is looking at now, look, I would bet we see these two teams again in the Big 12 championship, because there isn't divisions and there aren't divisions in the Big 12. And so now you really have to look at it. And I've started trying to piece it together because this thing's wide open. 1 through 18 of the rankings could probably find themselves in the conversation for a college football playoff spot. But when you look at it, Paul, the Big 12 can't afford more than 1 loss if you're Texas or Oklahoma. And so now you have to start piecing this thing together for conferences around the country. Which teams are we IDing as the 1-loss teams that could get into the playoff mix?
Yeah, and I mean, I know a lot of my friends in the SEC are worried about about that scenario where you get a 2-loss Alabama team beating Georgia,
right?
And there's no easy answer if that happens, and a lot of chaos prevails elsewhere. But it's been a fascinating season, and I know that everybody is primarily talked about Prime, but the storylines out west and across the country are downright phenomenal, considering what's already been determined. And you mentioned LSU and Clemson.
I want to do out west. It's a good segue to Southern Cal and Colorado. This is a pretty easy question. Who looks the part? Does USC look worse for letting Colorado back in it? Or does Colorado look better for not giving up and making this an onside kick game?
I think USC's defense is a complete fraud. I mean, I was told this week by one of our data people how much better they are.
No,
they're not. So I mean that USC is not winning the national championship. I mean, let's just get that established right now. I mean, for Caleb Williams to do what he's doing and have to sit there at the end of the game against a team that they are superior to on every level and have to hold on for an onside kick is absurd.
Yeah, look, this game was 34-7 at one point, and you're thinking, oh my goodness, this could be 62-10 in a heartbeat.
Right.
And so I'm with you. USC's got all the glitz, they've got all the glamour. They've got the stars. They have everything they need to be a top flight billing. You're going to have to play defense when you're going to have to either contend with Oregon or Washington or some of these other schools. And this got Lincoln Riley back when he was in Oklahoma. They had run through the regular season. They get to the college football playoff and couldn't stop anyone. And so that's what's left for USC after that game. And Paul, Notre Dame Duke. I want to touch on that. That was, I mean, for that game to happen at 7:30 and a long day, you're like, God, keep me awake, because this was not the greatest game.
Yeah, well, fortunately, you were just coming down from LSU Ole Miss.
Right.
You knew there was nothing left. I mean, you knew Alabama was going to be a snoozer, and can you stay awake till the end? If those of us who had the choice, um, and yeah, I mean, good for Notre Dame. You were able to punch one in against Duke, which is a really nice story, and would have been an even better story had they won. But
they had it. They had it. That sequence at the end of the game was brutal.
Yeah. I'm not particularly, Notre Dame can do whatever it wants the rest of the way. I'll probably not be all that interested other than the Southern Cal game.
We're going to end it on this one. We're going to go back to our Sports Center days. Okay. First, I'm going to ask you to write the headline for the month of September. What is the Paul Finebaum headline for September?
Well, certainly being a former headline writer in my first day on the job, I was so bad at it, they moved me off. But yeah, I mean, it has to start with prime. And I don't think there's any way that you can say other than, prime time, wins the day, because it was the story of the month. There were so many other stories that happened, but we will always remember the air that Deion Sanders took out of the rest of college football for 5 weeks.
I would agree. And when you look at it, they're right. We could parse so many different storylines that had to do with actual football. But I'm with you. September went to Folsom Field, Boulder, and Prime. Now, as we sit here October 1st, write me the headline for October.
Yeah, I think it's going to remain out west. I really believe it's Oregon and Washington. I don't have the schedule in my head at the moment.
2 weeks, I believe.
So, I mean, I think that game may very well be the most important game of the year in college football, ahead of all these games that we promoted and thought in the SEC. And I think the second part of that is going to be watching the SEC. In the month of, I gently brought this up on the SEC network yesterday. Somebody asked me about the story of September. I said, well, the SEC, a little underwhelming, commissioners over there. But it was more than a little underwhelming. But I'm not writing the SEC off yet, but Georgia to me is the second story of the college football season. Is, what's up with them? Is this Rip Van Winkle snooze a manifestation of a terrible schedule, or is it real?
It wouldn't be October if we didn't have a Saturday for the ages in college football, as we recap all the madness here on the Matt Barrie Show, ESPN College Football YouTube channel, as we do each and every Sunday with the great Paul Finebaum. Look, I am so torn of where to start. And I think I'll start from where we last left the building, which is 2:30 a.m. Eastern. And Caleb Williams somehow, some way, saving Lincoln Riley's ass again and getting a win in triple overtime, leaving me stunned that they got away with it that late at night, that early in the morning. And for me, poking so many holes in what USC is right now as a team.
Yeah, Matt, I mean, we were at this same juncture a week ago after Colorado, and it's about the end, whether it's Notre Dame, whether it's Utah, Washington, Oregon, just go down the list. It really doesn't matter which week it is. I mean, they are beyond the high wire. They're at the precipice, and it's too bad because we're talking about one of the most exciting offenses we've ever seen, but the defense is absurd. I mean, it's not even, you could say it's a lack of talent. It's a lack of effort. I mean, there's just guys standing around like, they're trying to choose which Taylor Swift song to hear next. I mean, it's beyond ridiculous. And, Lincoln is a superb coach, but yesterday in Dallas, they seemed pretty happy that he was, for the first time, that he was in LA, and they had Brent Venables, and quite frankly, USC is a great story, but it's about to hit the iceberg.
Yeah, it's a great juxtaposition because Oklahoma never played defense when Lincoln was there, and Lincoln would have Heisman Trophy winners. They would go to the college football playoff, and then they would get beat. Why? Because they let the team score 50 plus points. And now Brent Venables has bought into the defensive thing. That's his trade. He's defensive coordinator by trade. Got back into that side of the ball, owning that with Oklahoma. We'll get to them in a minute. But this was one of the craziest 2 hours I think we've seen in college football by major head coaches and major programs we've seen in the history of the sport. Because we were watching that final drive of USC. The clock management, awful. The decisions were absolutely brutal, which led to USC botching a game-winning field goal after they botched the final drive an hour and a half, 2 hours after Mario Cristobal didn't take a knee to win the game. And we're sitting here thinking, like, what are we doing?
Yeah, as far as Mario Cristobal, I think we all agree he's really a good coach, and all the things we always say before we say but. But I mean, that's one of the most inexcusable decisions in the history of college football. It reminds me of, do you remember 1999? Kevin Steele, head coach of Baylor, had lost the week before by a missed extra point, I think, to Boston College or somebody, and he decided to play bully football at the goal line, and we're gonna score one more time just to show you guys, and we had a pick up for a 99-yard run that reminded everybody of Herm Edwards in 1978, and Kevin Steele hasn't been a head coach since. At least he's been an interim head coach a few times. But I mean, this wasn't just some vagabond coach. I mean, this is Mario Cristobal, who has now had two of the plush jobs in college football. And what's so ridiculous is that he had things going. And I don't know how much he threw away with that. And frankly, his explanation was even worse than his lack of attention during the game.
Look, and I love Mario Cristobal. I think he's one of the great recruiters in college football. I believe that he's going to get Miami back to its place in college football, which is always near the top of the ACC and playing for conference championships. But you talk about the explanation. I'm sitting there trying to walk through in my head what the advantage was to not just banging a knee and winning the game. What was he trying to make it stay? He's an offensive line guy by we were sitting there watching that. We stopped watching for a minute. We're like, oh, they're going to take a knee. We turn around.
There's no statement to make.
We see this commotion on the field, and we're like, what is going on?
Well, let's just, I mean, there's no explanation other than utter stupidity. Because how can you not be plugged into that? I mean, he's the head football coach.
It was.
I mean, there were a million boneheaded decisions yesterday. Pick your game. Jimbo Fisher, Lincoln Riley, you mentioned, going up and down the dial, but Elliot Drinkwitz, but just to start early. But I mean, that's the most fundamental thing. And I mean, every high school coach in America knows that. This isn't. You don't have to make $10 million a year to be that stupid. I mean, you just. You signal it in. You do whatever you're supposed to do. There's no. I mean, what do you gain?
I don't know. And now you're fighting in the ACC that's got Louisville, Florida State, North Carolina, all undefeated on the season. You mentioned Jimbo because I segue into that because there were some things in that game where you just what give me for the first part of it. Give me the one thing that you thought A&M did to get in their own way.
Well, there was a punt. I think the thing that got me toward the end was, they're not making any ground at all, and then they finally get a chance. And was it 4th and 3?
It was short, yeah.
And I mean, I think that's when they kicked the field goal, which got blocked for a touchdown, which came back. I mean, just hey, you got 3 yards and you have a chance to tie the game. Go for it. Don't screw around. With that little time left.
Yeah, and look, and I said this on Sunday Bloody Sunday about Alabama. They have Paul, to me, as we sit here on October 8th, it is crystal clear to me, and it should be to everyone else. Alabama has now figured out who they are. They had an identity crisis the first month of the season because they couldn't figure out quarterback. We knew they could play defense. Offensive line looked a little bit shaky. They now know what Jalen Milroe is as a quarterback. it is frightening now for the rest of the SEC because Alabama, they're going to kill you by 1,000 paper cuts this year because they're not really explosive. And they just went into College Station yesterday, a place they lost the last time they played. And in the second half of that game, handled Texas A&M, who I thought coming in may have been a better team.
Yeah, a lot of people did, and they really won the game, a lot of different ways. Milroe, is a tremendous deep threat, but that defense, was unbelievable. And all I heard from the experts I sit with and you sit with every week was how good the other side of the ball was. I mean, I was even hearing from head coaches around the SEC that you can't do it. I mean, nobody can deal with that defensive line. It was actually the other way around. I mean, that final drive that were Alabama. I mean, Alabama looked like some of the great defenses of old. The problem with Alabama, though, Matt, is you can never trust them. I mean, they will just get in their own way. And this game was a little different than the Ole Miss game because they finally just kind of pulled away from Ole Miss. But I mean, no matter what Alabama did, they managed to get the other team back in it. And you look at their schedule and go, well, where else could they trip up? How about anywhere?
Yeah. I mean, look, it was 14-0. They outscored A&M in the third quarter. That was the difference. And they come out, it was all A&M in the first half, really. It was 17-10 at the half. They had all the momentum. They turned the ball over. A&M got a turnover on defense, and Max Johnson turned it right back over on an interception. That's kind of when it started changing because Alabama tied it. But again, they outscored them 14-0 in the third, and then there was the old 3-2 fourth quarter, and Alabama gets out of there 26-20. But now when you look at the SEC West, speaking of trust, do you trust Brian Kelly and LSU? I mean, look, credit them. They were down, I think it was 17 points, fourth largest comeback by any Brian Kelly coach team in his career. They got out of Columbia with a win, but that defense still leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I mean, I think too many people, were probably watching OU Texas and saw the score and go, "Oh, okay." I mean, that was a terrifying game, Matt, as you well know. There were times in that game that there was no chance LSU could win, and then it just took. It took a couple of defensive stands, and then it took an utterly bizarre call by Eli Drinkwitz. I think it was 4th and 32.
Punt it. You punt it.
Yeah, and
it worked out for him.
It proved that he made the wrong call because they got the ball back. But they would have been in such a better position and possibly could have won the game. But again, he kind of that was kind of a karma returned after his boneheaded decision a couple of weeks ago on the 61-yard field goal. He got away with. I mean, this time he didn't. And Brian Kelly is living on the edge, and I give him credit. I mean, that is a great win because their season was over otherwise, and now they can hang on for a while. And I'm not saying they're in it because their defense looked slightly better. But Jaden Daniels, man, I mean, he literally. I have rarely seen one guy carry an entire team like that.
And you look at the schedule now, they have Auburn next week at home. They have Army at home. Then they go into the bye week against Alabama, and it's going to all come down to that.
That's the game.
I mean, it's going to all come down to that because Ole Miss, I mean, do you trust Ole Miss? I mean, they almost stubbed their toe against Arkansas. The West, to me, if you're looking at me and you say, Paul, put your career on someone you trust in the West, even Alabama's got trust issues, but I trust them more than anybody.
Yeah, and the real problem for Ole Miss, and I hate to be a schedule wonk, but they have to go to Georgia. I mean, that you talk about a bad break. I mean, they always they have Vanderbilt as their permanent until this year, and they could have gotten anybody in the East. They could have gotten Florida. They could have gotten South Carolina, Kentucky. You name it. They got Georgia, where they won't win that game. So that's going to give them 2 losses, and I don't see how they make that up.
Yeah, and let's segue to Georgia because I was guilty of it. Everybody I work with at ESPN was guilty of it on the college football side, not the ones that have a weekday talk show that don't really cover college football. But when you look at Georgia, they weren't really winning beauty contests in the first half. And it's like, okay, well, a slow start's going to come get them at some point. Well, what did they do last night against Kentucky? They're like, oh, you want to take the slow start? I'm Carson Beck. I'm one of the best young quarterbacks in the country, and we're going to carve you up and make this thing over at halftime, rendering Kentucky, who had been the most impressive team a week prior, absolutely incapable of coming back.
I was talking to Kirby Smart Friday. We were down there, Matt, and I made some line about, you get behind, and it has to be dangerous and terrifying. He looked at me. It's not dangerous and terrifying. So we embrace that. We know we're coming back. I mean, it was like nothing's bothering us because I know what we have, and it just felt like night game, first legitimate game of the year. Even though you and I probably said, is this really legitimate against Kentucky? But it felt real, and I think the team was just ready to show everybody we've had enough of this nonsense. Yeah. So I'm not worried about Georgia. I really wasn't before. Now Georgia's once again is waiting for Alabama in the SEC championship game,
and that's it, because we were all wondering, like, okay, is Georgia gettable? Can Georgia get got? It was 51-13, and it was over at halftime. In fact, here's when you know the game's over. When you start getting snarky McDonough in the second quarter, when Sean McDonough starts getting a little cranky with the officials, you're like, oh, he knows the game's over. Everybody knows the game's over.
Well, in fairness to McDonough, he done a baseball game early in the week. He done three preseason hockey games. I'm not sure he really knew where he was.
Yeah, and so now, I mean, you look at we had preseason looked at Georgia's schedule, and we're like, oh, this is nice. So they now do the gauntlet of Vanderbilt.
Oh, yeah.
Florida, who beat Vanderbilt. Missouri, like they almost got beaten by Missouri a year ago. So Missouri's got to go between the hedges. Ole Miss, Tennessee, Georgia Tech. That's not exactly a murderer's row to end the season. Now, a couple of those games are going to have to grab their attention, but based on what I saw yesterday, there isn't one team that you're going to convince me that's going to hang on the field with them for 4 quarters.
No, I mean, the most dangerous is at Tennessee, but the next 2 weeks we'll know whether Tennessee is legitimate or not. Right now, they remain a complete mystery.
Yeah, they're that Halloween costume. Like, we don't really know what they're dressed up as yet, because some weeks they look like a monster, and other weeks they
lost to Florida, which makes me very worried about them.
They may have been in a Barbie costume that night. Game of the day. I want to start with where football started, and you mentioned Oklahoma Tech's at the State Fairgrounds. No matter when, save for last year, because it was 49-0, Dylan Gabriel didn't play. It was a complete outmatch. It was a complete indictment of Brent Venables in year one. He has since taken back over the defense. And with the defense playing the way that it is, and Dylan Gabriel playing the way that it is in that final drive, I thought Texas and Sark was going to go in there with that final field goal and get this win and stay in the hunt for a playoff berth. Yesterday completely flipped the Big 12 on its axis, because these two teams are going to meet again. But for right here, right now, Paul, you've got to seriously talk about Oklahoma as a legitimate contender for a college football playoff spot.
Yeah, number one, I'll get this out of the way. I mean, Texas is still a really good team, but let me move them out of the way because they're no longer really relevant in this conversation. I cannot be more impressed with Brent Venables, because I really had my doubts, and you couldn't help but have your doubts after 49-0 last year. But he has come of age. We couldn't really tell, and I had Oklahoma fans and friends kept telling me, "Hey, you're wrong. They're great." I said, "Calm down. You've beaten nobody." Well, I mean, on the biggest stage that they'll play in until they play again against Texas. I mean, that was just amazing. And the fact that they had the game won, I mean, that game was over and then they let it slip away and then they got it back, I think just, reinforces, how well Venables has progressed as a head coach. And, Dylan Gabriel was just pure magic at times to watch. I mean, you have to forgive the mistakes of considering the atmosphere and the environment and what was going on, but that's one of the big wins I've seen in a long time, and it meant so much because there had been a degree of apprehension from Oklahoma people about coming into the SEC because Texas was the big bad, and they felt like they were just kind of following their big brother in. But there's no longer any apprehension, and SEC fans are already claiming them now for this year.
It is another fantastic Sunday here on the Matt Barrie Show, ESPN College Football YouTube channel. As always, the great Paul Finebaum and I each and every Sunday morning break things down. And Paul, let's just, I was thinking about it this morning, about how typically I hone in on something with you right out of the gate. I want to go treetops with you first thing this morning after week 7 and just ask you big picture, what stood out to you on Saturday?
Dan Lanning. And I think if you look at it in total, you understand and appreciate his aggressiveness, and he almost pulled it off. But in the sum total of it was extremely negative. I frankly didn't object to his last call. Just try to win the game right.
Yeah.
Too many coaches, play games, and with a 3-yard reception, the game's over. But it was more the calls earlier. He just looked like he was just way too reckless, and his record does not help him. Having said all that, field goal, goes two feet to the left, and we're in overtime. But it really was a confirmation, though, of what I've resisted hearing for weeks, and that's how good the Pac-12 is. And that was my ultimate takeaway, Matt, that they are going to figure large into this playoff race.
Yeah, absolutely. And with regards to Dan Lanning, part one, he owned it in the post-game press conference. He's like, look, looking back, would I have kicked the field goal for halftime? Sure. I made a decision based on the information that I was given. And that just sends me off into a tailspin of a soapbox and a rant, unlike any other, because I am so tired of hearing analytics. I am so sick and tired of hearing about the math. Like, I know what the math says. Okay, so you've got some guy, and I posed this to Mullen during one of our halftimes. I said, head coaches you guys are all control freaks. So why would you cede control of a decision to a guy holding a book of numbers? Because ultimately a book of math means nothing when humans are the one executing it. And so the one before the half, when you were getting the ball to start the third quarter, there was a 2-for-1 situation. And I give him a ton of credit for going in there and saying, yeah, I probably would have done it differently. But there are going to be some coaches. We see this all the time, not just yesterday with Dan Lanning. Lane likes to do it a lot. Coaches around the country trying to do. They are starting to get to the point where they're relying so heavily on analytics, they're losing games because of it.
Yeah.
Lane
Kiffin might be the worst. I've questioned him a couple of different times, and he said, "Well, the numbers told me to do it." I said, "Well, you lost the game." But I still came away respecting Dan Lanning, though. I respect this guy. And at the end of the afternoon, are you going to tell me Washington is better than Oregon? I mean, it was an amazing game, and I think we've been waiting for it. So I'm pretty fired up to see what happens next with that. I was impressed with everyone in that game. I mean, it's just a stupid kick decides it, but. So that was really, conversely, you called it last week. So I was not surprised when I saw what happened in South Bend. I was quite pleased because I'm just sick of this Lincoln Riley trying to act like, the world has changed. I mean, they're a really good team, but anyone who understands college football knew weeks ago that this team was about to blow up.
Yeah, and I'm glad you had talked about it because we finally got Galloway also buying into the Pac-12, because when you look at this conference as a whole, I don't think it's out of the question to see Oregon and Washington meet up again in the Pac-12 championship. But the gauntlet that's ahead of this entire conference, USC, the only thing they've got going for them right now is that was not a conference loss to Notre Dame, but it exposed everything that we'd been seeing if you'd been watching USC football for the last month. Oregon State beat the hell out of UCLA. You want nothing to do with going up there. When Arizona and Arizona State, respectively, Arizona State challenged USC, they probably could have gotten Colorado. Arizona took USC to triple overtime and then beat the hell out of Washington State last night. And those were supposed to be your 2 worst teams.
Right.
And so when you look at this conference big picture, Paul, I do want to reserve a spot for the Pac-12 in the playoff. My only concern is that it is so even at the top, in the middle, and at the bottom. They might dog eat each other out of a playoff bid.
They could, and it's not like those of us here in the SEC, we'll figure it out, we'll get there, because there's usually one or two just elite teams that the only chance is that they'll beat each other, but that's not the case. And yeah, and I readily admit what you guys have been saying. I mean, this is the best conference right now, and it may not be in January because of the carnage. But it is right now, and I still don't know a thing about the Big Ten, but we will know something at the end of next weekend. But it's just so weird to watch Michigan play every week, Matt, and just say, okay, well, they just went out and pounded a miserable team. Well, congratulations.
Yeah, they're like a boa constrictor. They were 33-point favorites against Indiana. They were down 7-0. They were kind of plodding their way around in the first quarter. Then in the second quarter, and then you look up, and then they kind of put the foot on the throat and they just take off. And that was kind of a conversation I wanted to get in with you, because Michigan scored 35 plus points in the Big Ten for the first time in program history, at least 35 in each Big Ten game they played. They smother you on defense. And I look now, Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Ohio State 3, Florida State 4. Of the top 4, if I said, Paul, who do you trust the most in that top 4, what would you tell me?
Georgia, because
really still,
and some of it, Matt, is just I watch what's happening. And yesterday, I don't read anything into that. I mean, you're not getting excited going to Nashville. It's just, let's get out of there. But I cannot trust Michigan yet because I just don't know what they're capable of. I mean, I know Georgia has been into games that they prevailed when things were rough. I know Ohio State has played some tough games.
Yeah.
But some. Florida State, the Clemson game showed me a lot, but they were lucky to win. And the LSU game was so far away in the past that I don't know what to make out. I mean, I respect what they're doing incredibly. So, I mean, I just feel comfortable with Georgia, a little more comfortable, only because I think at the middle of the season, they're starting to turn it on.
Yeah. So it's funny because I'm with you in that you don't really know what the Big Ten is, because Ohio State's the only one that's really had some semblance of a challenge. And that was at Notre Dame, which, by the way, that win looks a lot better now, seeing what Notre Dame did to USC. Michigan seems to me like they're just the one team that isn't capable of stepping on themselves when they shouldn't. And there's still, I know they did it against Kentucky. There's just something about Georgia. I'm just not, I mean, look, Tennessee, they've got Tennessee coming. They've got Ole Miss coming. Those are really the only two spots where they
well, by the way, Missouri too. Missouri now is, you have to take them seriously, whether you want to or not.
I said it on College Football Final that Missouri is going to ruin someone's season. They just don't. I mean, they just have that look about them. But the top 4 trust thing is interesting because 5, there's Oklahoma. Oklahoma's sitting there. There's Oregon, who should come up the polls. There are so many different teams, 1 through 6, 1 through 7, that, Paul, I could look at and say, you know what? If the college football playoff rankings came out tomorrow and they had Oklahoma number 1 or they had Florida State number 1, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you could, and I've done this as you can stay up very late at night trying to come up with a top 5. And I know you have, but, and by the way, that is really the issue. I mean, maybe I answered it that way because I'm more familiar. I've seen them a couple of times, but there are just so many weird things happening right now. And we're 2 years ago, we had already, Georgia, Alabama, Georgia. Last year, it was all Georgia. Could anybody get near them? And right now, I mean, I have never seen 7 weeks into the season in the CFP era this chaotic.
And I'm here for it too, because the first rankings come out on October 31st, Halloween night. We'll see our college football playoff rankings. There are going to be so many questions answered by then. We finally get a Big Ten game next week in Ohio State, Penn State. Not for this conversation. We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. But how things move so quickly.
And by the way, I do now know why the Big Ten took Oregon and Washington, because they have so many bad teams in there that they needed help.
So I said this yesterday on social media, and I'd say 80% of the people agreed, 20% of the people had vitriol towards me. But looking at the USC Notre Dame game, I'm sitting here thinking, why would USC voluntarily leave the cozy Pacific coast up and down that corridor to go up into an unpredictable weather situation in the upper Midwest against teams that are going to be bigger and more physical than them? I mean, you're starting to see this play out real time.
Yeah, I'm all for Caleb Williams, whatever, but I mean, we tried to make too much out of USC before the season. They're not the Lakers, okay? And I think some of the media just turned Caleb Williams into his own entity. But you know, he's moved. He's taken. You know, that was a rough night for him in that program. And at some point, Lincoln Riley. I mean, I know the defense played better than the score, but the perception is going to be the same.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, when we look at realignment, I'm with, like, we were almost hate watching Wisconsin and Iowa yesterday, because the point total was 35, and we were sitting there in studio, like, there's no way two programs that have a pretty good history can't combine to score 35 points. Well, they didn't, and it was that bad of football. But when you get into the big picture of the realignment, because we're starting to see some of the matchups now, Oregon, Washington, USC, UCLA make the Big Ten a lot better. But are those programs going to be serving themselves properly, walking themselves into a November game in East Lansing?
I don't know how. By the way, I was in Knoxville yesterday. I didn't see two programs hit 35 either. I think on the total. So it's. I'm really interested, but Southern Cal, I'm so intrigued by that decision now. Not that they made the move. Of course they made the move, but just, you know, how can they get ready for it? You know, we were worried about Oklahoma. Don't need to be anymore. Texas don't need to be. But Southern Cal is the one that you better be concerned about as they make the move next year.
Yeah, they were the ones that planted their flag in the ground and said, "This is our conference. Everyone's going to go with us. We're in charge." Okay, well, fine, good. Now go make those trips in late October and early November. Quickly, how things can change in college football. I was so bullish that Texas A&M with Max Johnson could be the best team in the SEC West because of the defense. I was all in on them. Their season, again, on October 15th is done.
Over. Yeah, I mean, we've reached this fork in the road quite a few times, and it's the Jimbo Fisher question. And I was led to believe a couple of weeks ago, being in College Station, things were fine. Even after the Alabama game, I was on the set with my favorite Heisman Trophy winner telling me, you can't blame Texas A&M for that loss. That was Alabama stepping up. A&M played really well. And then we saw yesterday in Knoxville against a team that is not elite, Matt. Tennessee, give Josh Heupel credit, the high-flying, high-octane coach, and defense won that game.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, that sets up Tennessee and Alabama, because you're thinking, well, Alabama does just enough to win. They let Arkansas hang around, and that's just when you really look at it, Paul, and you dissect it big picture, that's kind of what it is this year in the SEC. I can't think of one team that's just going to choke you to death. Let me put it this way. I don't think there is one team in the SEC that isn't capable of losing on a Saturday.
Oh, there's no question. And, you know, not to obsess over Alabama, but, you know, on consecutive weeks against, I guess, unranked teams, they won by 6 and by 3. And Nick Saban seems pretty happy because he knows his team is capable of giving it away. I mean, he has now finally reached that part of the season. Everybody's talking about the 5-game winning streak. I'm still, you know, Ole Miss might be the only impressive win of the 5, but you know, he's got Tennessee at home and LSU at home. These are the 2 games that wrecked his season last year.
One of the probably under the radar games last night was Florida, South Carolina. Shane Beamer had that game won. South Carolina had that game won. Spencer Rattler played phenomenal. They were up 10, I think, with 5, 6, 7 minutes left. Right. And then Graham Mertz in Florida, fourth down conversion, touchdown. defensive stop, Ricky Pearsall touchdown. And Paul, before you knew it, you're looking around, you're like, wait, Florida just won the game.
Yeah, I was watching the Tennessee game after I got back, and I put that game on my phone. It was a little bit dizzying trying to do that. I'm not sitting in the studio like you with 15 TVs, and I really couldn't believe it when I looked down and saw that touchdown. And it's great to love Shane Beamer because he had that 8 days last year where he knocked off Tennessee and Clemson, but what's that, four losses? He still has a lot of real estate to deal with this year. Missouri and Texas A&M and Clemson, and he's really on the brink of a terrible year. And for Florida, it was Billy Napier's bookend to the Tennessee game, and he's still not completely clear. I mean, I think it's a good moment with Georgia waiting, but it's amazing that Florida, and you're sitting next to a guy they let go, is literally going crazy over beating what will be probably not even a bowl eligible team in South Carolina.
Yeah, we sat there watching that game. And we're thinking, wow, South Carolina's this could be problems for Billy Napier.
Yeah.
And he escaped South Carolina with a win. ACC, I want to touch on them really quickly because Miami couldn't get over the hangover from North Carolina. And I don't know if it was as much that as they're still not there yet, or that North Carolina, now that they play defense, is someone we have to look at and say,
you're right.
No, wait a second. They might be the team out of that league.
Well, I think we're all shy of Mac Brown's team. A couple of years ago, they had this big run, and then they threw it all away. But this looks legit, and you combine a very good defense with one of the best quarterbacks, and in a league that is really upside down. And I mean, some amazing. I mean, every week you look at ACC scores and you go, "What happened to that program?"
Right.
And
Louisville at Pitt this week. Like what?
Yeah. And I think NC State lost to Duke. I mean, like, okay, I remember when they were good. And I still think it's all about Florida State, but Carolina will be around at the end, I think, and make a difference. And it's so weird that those two. I'm trying to think of the matchups we're not going to see until the ACC championship game, and that is the opposite of the Pac-12 in the ACC.
Right. Yeah, they all play each other in the Pac-12, and we're going to see something come down to the end of the ACC. You're right. You might have a team that just syncs up its schedule perfectly for an all-time ACC championship game. But that sentiment that we just discussed, it's kind of the season big picture. Like we're trying to find something or someone, and there just isn't. And I think it's good. I think it's good there isn't a dominant team. I'll take the thing that I said about the SEC one step further. 1 through, 8, 9, 10 of the country, every single one of those teams is capable of getting beat by anybody on their schedule.
And the problem for the SEC, I mean, right now, after Georgia, who is it? Is it Alabama? Is it LSU? Is it Ole Miss? They're all going to converge finally in the next couple of weeks. Alabama has those two tough games. Ole Miss is going to deal with Georgia. Missouri, whether they're the. But I don't want to go back, but and we'll table it because they're off next week. But the Jimbo Fisher story is still one to watch, Matt, because I mean they just it's a $77 million buyout. And I ran into Aggies fans in Knoxville, and every time, they would say, "Hey, why are you so tough on our program?" And I would say, "What do you think about Jimbo?" And they go, "Well, I don't know. he's not. Maybe it's time." I mean, they are not. I mean, I'm talking about just random fans.
Yeah,
that is. I cannot. I still can't believe they're going to pony up $77 million, but
no.
It's still something to keep your eye on, though.
Week 8, college football season. Paul Finebaum, star of SEC Nation, SEC Network, and ESPN. I'm going to start off with a bone and a beef to pick. You SEC Nation folks have the easiest job in the history of television network. Okay, what time are you done?
Well, I want to just kind of take you inside. Yes, normally we're done at 11:59, 55, and we
Yeah.
go right to the noon game. But yesterday, as we got in the car to go to the airport, so I could catch a flight, so I could get home in time to watch the kick for the Tennessee-Alabama game, I complained to our producers that we had to go to 12:03 because there wasn't an SEC game, and we had a command. So I was pretty ticked off that we had to work to 12:03 p.m.
You know what? You better get overtime pay for that. And not only that, if I'm not mistaken, Tebow's got a private jet. Jordan Rodgers has a private jet.
Here's the funny thing, inside baseball. So the rest of us schlubs are trying to get from Tuscaloosa to Birmingham to catch a flight that's very narrow. You've done this before. And, we have to go through T. So we are working our way through game traffic while Tebow and Rodgers have a police escort to the private airport. Rodgers' game starts at 7:30. Tebow's, I don't know when his game starts.
And then the SEC people, you guys are in more advertisements. I see Marty's face everywhere.
Yeah, no, it's you got to come on down south, Matt, and try to make a few bucks.
You guys are like
Well, the SEC does own college football, doesn't it?
That's true.
Or it did. I can't remember when that was.
It's true. So that's a good place to jump off because I love everyone you guys work with. It's a fun show, even though half of you have private jets, and I'm schlubbing it till 3 a.m. in beautiful Bristol, America. But having said that, we love our jobs because it's college football. And I said it on Sunday Bloody Sunday where I was like, you know what? I really want to get into Alabama and Tennessee because Alabama it's Alabama. They were down 13 at the half. They outscored Tennessee 27-0 in the second half. They put their foot on Tennessee's throat. They ended up covering, and that's just who Alabama is this year.
It is, and when Saban came by our show early in the morning, Matt, he talked about the craziness of this team, and but he seems to really have been challenged by it, and I think once we move past the second or third game of the season, Nick Saban has taught a master class in why he's the best coach of all time, and why I think this is one of the most incredible seasons of his coaching career. And right now, there are not many more obstacles until Atlanta, and then it's a winner. It's a go for broke against Georgia and see if you can get back to the playoffs. And he has to get the credit. There were a lot of mistakes made on the quarterback side in terms of what to do and when to do it and how to do it with Tommy Rees. But since then, it's a tough team to watch at times. But tell me they're not one of the best teams in the country. And I'm not talking about the 2 or 3 best, but
sure.
Group, the next group that's snapping. And one thing that I'll offer, I think had Tommy Rees not been so stubborn about trying to get his guy in, they could have given Jalen Milroe confidence earlier, and I think they probably would have beaten Texas.
Yeah, it's a great point because look, everybody knows in the portal games, if you bring in the offensive coordinator from Notre Dame and he had a guy that he thought was successful, Tyler Buchner, with him at Notre Dame, then you're going to give that a shot, just even give your team a shot in the arm. But neither here nor there, that's not going to happen. And Buckner's probably never going to see the field again at Alabama. But you said something interesting that I wholeheartedly agree with you. Nick Saban, and I hang out with a coach who I believe is still in his prime, and Dan Mullen, who I believe is going to coach again because I think he's that good of a coach. And I spend more time with him during the football season than I do my own wife. So I'm really starting to get intimate knowledge of how these men work and how their minds work. And I've never thought this until I saw it yesterday. I heard Saban at his postgame press conference and you saying it there. I firmly believe the sickness that is how these head coaches are wired, that Nick Saban loves the challenge of this football team. Well, why is that, Matt? Because years past, Paul, they roll out a top 10 quarterback, 5 top 10 receivers, throw the ball down the field and beat the hell out of every team 42-10. This year, Nick Saban has had to coach more in game potentially than he has in the past 5 or 6 years, because you just watch the cutaways on the sidelines. And there's something about it that I think this team is reinvigorating him because he's having to find a new way to coach.
Well, Matt, I heard in the offseason that they had too much talent last year before anybody goes crazy. I mean, they had the best offensive and defensive player, and sometimes the rest of the players adapt and maybe don't mature or go to the nth degree. But not only has he had the 4 quarterbacks that we talk about all the time, and the 2 that will be featured in the Sunday night game, but he had 2 Heisman Trophy winners at running back in Ingram and obviously Henry. The receivers, and his best receiver is a guy that left Georgia 2 years ago. And so they've had to make do. They don't have that all-pro wide receiver like they used to. And I think deep down, you have to get bored when you're at that level. And the pressure is not the pressure you put is that what you put on yourself, and you're fighting your own legacy. And this season still has some turns, but it's been a remarkable thing to overcome, because Alabama has been at the precipice now against Ole Miss, against Texas A&M, against Tennessee, and
Arkansas.
Really, the biggest game of the season it has yet to be played yet, and that's the next one against LSU.
Right, and they had to fight to get a win against a bad Arkansas team. And look, hey,
bad doesn't describe Arkansas.
No, it doesn't. I want to segue to them in a minute. But look, what does any coach tell you? Well, we got to learn how to win. You can't say anything but that for Alabama. We know they've got LSU in 2 weeks. That's going to be the game of the year in the SEC. And LSU is not going to have any problem scoring points. It's whether or not they can play defense. So we've got plenty of time to preview that one. But again, all Alabama's doing this year, we were sitting in studio, and I looked at Joey and Mullen. I'm like, does anyone not believe Alabama's not coming back and winning this game? And we just kind of sat there and laughed because we knew it was inevitable. And Alabama, once again, gets the win at home. I do want to segue to Mississippi State, Arkansas, because the Big Ten West was strong in this game. 7-3 was the final. That kind of final is reserved for Minnesota and Iowa. But this was the SEC West, not the Big Ten West. 7-3 Mississippi State gets the win. And Paul, I'm going to ask this without sounding disrespectful. How much trouble is Sam Pittman in?
He has to be in a lot of trouble. And Matt, I say that reluctantly. If you know Sam Pittman, you genuinely love this guy.
Absolutely.
Some coaches you like, you respect. I mean, he's the guy you want next door. He would do anything for you. But this is his 4th season. He had the transition year. He had the really good year. Last year was a mess. This year is a disaster. And Hunter Yurchek went out on a limb. He's the athletic director, very respected. Went out on a limb last week and said, "Okay, we're home now. We've been on the road for however many weeks." And that was as much a win as I've ever seen a program have. I mean, you lose to the program that essentially has an interim coach that comes in for Mike Leach, that has done nothing, with a backup quarterback who transferred from Vanderbilt. And that's all you can do with a quarterback as talented, and that you have to start to blame that on coaching. So yeah, I mean, I know I've given you a long answer because it upsets me to answer it, but I'm going to. It's hard to imagine what Sam Pittman has left to argue in relation to his future.
Yeah, he was one of those feel-good coaching stories, and everyone has them. The coach that comes home, he wasn't a sexy name, he wasn't a big name. He was just full of substance, offensive line guy. You're thinking, all right, let's bring Pittman back. And the fans loved it at the time. So like someone who understands Arkansas football. And at first it was like, hey, great. This is working. I mean, anything after Chad Morris was going to work. And now you're right. And I think Arkansas is one of those jobs because I find that the resources there, that if you had someone that could make that thing pop, it would. But at the end of the day, I just, 7-3, a combined 10 points in an SEC game. That's something I never thought I would see. That was
Arkansas is a job. You win 8 games. Fans are saying, "Good. We any chance we could ever win 9." I mean, that's the program. It's not your normal SEC power, and you lose that game on the road and you take flack. You lose that game at home and you lose the fan base. And I think he has lost the fan base.
I would agree. And it's a shame because, again, we both think Sam Pittman's great. He's a good college football guy. Game of the day, Penn State, Ohio State. Ohio State, they don't really win many beauty contests, but they do just enough to get the win. And all year, I was told how this was the year for James Franklin and Penn State. They looked so horrible offensively. I don't want to hear anything about Penn State and James Franklin again until he can prove he can win a ranked game on the road in a game where he allegedly had just as much talent as the Buckeyes.
Yeah, I mean, he has one more shot, and if anyone, raise your hand, and I don't see any, if you believe he's going to beat Michigan at home. And I mean, he's in that gray area where he's got a good program, 10-win program at Penn State. Is it enough? And I don't think many Penn State fans today really believe it is. Not suggesting anything beyond that, because it's what do you do? We just got through talking about a guy that can't win 7. Now we're talking about a guy that can't win 11. But that's really where that program is.
Hey, he wins 10 a year. I mean, they're going to be 10-2. They're not going to beat Michigan. There's not even going to be close. Here's where you have to start looking at big picture landscape college football. I was thinking about this yesterday because the Big Ten West is it's laughable. It's just not good football. Now, those guys out there will say, well, we play defense and special teams. Okay, fine, but it's not great football. I love you guys. I love the Wisconsins. I love the Iowas. I love Nebraska. Great. It's just not good football. Here's the problem with a program like Penn State, James Franklin. USC's coming, even though they had another embarrassing loss to Utah. UCLA's coming. Oregon's coming. Washington narrowly escaped Arizona State, but they're coming. And so now, if you're one of these Big Ten programs outside of Ohio State, Michigan, 0.5 Penn State, how is this job getting any easier for James Franklin with those 4 teams coming to the conference with no divisions?
No, it's going to be the luck of the schedule too in the Big Ten of what you get and where you have to go. And I don't know. I mean, he just doesn't inspire much to me. Seems like he's always belly aching, always making excuses. And you know, I don't know I really don't know what the future looks like. He's passed on some other jobs. They passed on him. I think Penn State's stuck with the guy.
Am I crazy? Not in general, but crazy for wanting to say and believing that Michigan's the number 1 team in the country?
Yeah, I mean, you certainly can make that argument. I'm kind of stuck on Georgia because I don't think they've really done anything to lose that, and I think this could, you know, we'll get into the whole committee thing here in about 2 weeks. Let them make the choice because it won't be ours any longer. But I think I think it's a fair argument. I mean, whether you like them or not, and I don't know many people that do, and they're fewer by the day. They are the most impressive team in the country this year.
Yeah, and it's not. Look, I'm not taking anything away from Georgia. They've won 24 in a row. Like, their resume speaks for themselves, back-to-back national championships. But if I'm doing it right here, right now, Sunday, October 22nd, based on what I've seen, I'd be hard pressed not to favor Michigan in any game on a neutral site.
And you have to start thinking, if you know, with the metrics of this committee, unless they use sign stealing as a deterrent, they very well may make Michigan number 1. By the way, it doesn't matter considering. Last year, Tennessee was the number 1 team going in, and the first year was Mississippi State. The first poll is about as irrelevant as the first-round leader at Augusta.
That's exactly right. Like, you look at it and you're like, oh, hey, that's a good story. And then Friday morning they tee off and you're like, that guy's no longer in the lead. Great golf. Paul, I'm proud of you. Great golf analogy. Okay, so I want to end with this one because it was a day. Look, top 5, Oklahoma stared at defeat. They got out of it. Texas stared at defeat. They got out of it. Washington stared at defeat. They got out of it. Florida State got a tough game from Duke. They got out of it. North Carolina did not get out of it. And now the ACC's playoff hopes rest on Florida State. I was watching that game last night. We love Mac Brown. They've got a ton of talent. But I was watching the TV and I said, that's last year's North Carolina, where they're letting a team that's in a game that shouldn't be in their game. And last night they got.
I don't. I was talking to. I was on the air the other day with Jeff Saturday, and he was trying to. He said, hey, we were doing our top four, man. He said, "Hey, what about North Carolina?" And I said, "What about North Carolina?" I mean, I said, and they showed some clips from whatever year Jeff played, and they were 7-0. I said, "What happened the next week?" And he said, "Well, never mind." That is North Carolina, and sadly, it's really been the embodiment of Mac Brown at North Carolina. He's done a phenomenal job, but he just always has that game, and that's really too bad, because that program probably deserved better. But it's not like you can begrudge Tony Elliott's team. I thought that was the story of the day in many respects, Matt, as I know you probably pointed out many times. And ultimately, that league is struggling. And fortunately for North Carolina, they lost that game because we aren't focusing on what a blithering idiot Dabo Swinney is for saying what he did earlier in the week about, hey, maybe I need to lose a couple of games and my fan base will understand, what it's like. Well, he now has lost a couple of games. How about 3, Dabo?
3 for 3 consecutive years. It's not hyperbole, Paul, to say that thing, it's not done, but it's not going back to what it was.
No, it's I mean, in terms of I made some comment a couple of weeks ago about Dabo's dynasty is done. It was more for alliteration. His dynasty is over. It has been over for a while, and the concern now is, can he ever get it back to an elite level? And I think there has to be some doubts, and there are a lot of reasons for it, and most of them are when Dabo Swinney looks in the mirror at night.
His failure to adapt. And they had Miami on the ropes, on the road, Clemson, with a backup quarterback for Miami.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, and now he's lost 2 overtime games. I'm sure he'll argue that when he speaks to the Greenville Touchdown Club Monday afternoon. We were this close, but it doesn't matter. It's over, and the rest of his schedule, I don't even care. I mean, I frankly, what do you care?
No. That thing's like, no, that's like moving on from Clemson as we are moving on. Hey, any thoughts on USC going down for a 4th straight time against Utah? Because in the offseason, I was told USC's got the most star power of any team in the country.
Well, they got the ESPN LeBron James treatment in the offseason. Those guys down the dial at ESPN. Caleb. All I heard in August was Caleb Williams, Matt. I know you did, because you're on SportsCenter every day. And I was concerned maybe about 4 weeks ago. I said here with you, they look like a fraud. I thought, did I just stick my foot in my mouth? No. What we've seen the last 2 weeks has been building. And to look at Lincoln Riley after the game, with that frat boy smirk. I mean, it's come on. I mean, your credibility has been shot too. I mean, you got a good program. You're a good coach. You're going to the Big Ten, and your problems remain the same.
Yeah, and when you go into the Big Ten, again, we had mentioned Oregon and Washington of the Pac-12, they're not going anywhere. They're coming with you. UCLA and Chip Kelly's a physical team. They're on the up. And then, oh, by the way, Ohio State and Michigan every year. It's a tall task for USC, who thought they were going to get back to the Pete Carroll days. And as we end our week 8 wrap-up, as we do here on the ESPN College Football YouTube channel, I was curious, Texas A&M got the win this week.
They did. Well, yeah, they're sitting there with 3 losses. They have road games at Ole Miss and LSU. They have South Carolina and somebody else within conference. I really believe in Mississippi State. That program right now, the standards have been lowered. If Jimbo Fisher finishes 7-5, I think fans will say, yeah, but very close. I think it's the other 2 games. It's the other games he has to worry about. If he loses one of those, and by the way, I don't know how he could lose to South Carolina after what I saw yesterday from Shane Beamer. Shane Beamer might want to try breaking his other foot this week for good.
So we have reached a point here on the Matt Barrie Show, ESPN College Football YouTube channel, on our Sunday recaps with Paul Finebaum and me, that, well, October's over. and we are embarking on the first college football playoff rankings. We are in the month of November in college football, the month you remember. Paul, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And we have reached this point. And so overarching opinion on Saturday as it relates to what we're about to see over the last month of the season.
Well, I think the treetop was the Big 12, Matt, and there's no way to scrub away the stench of that loss, as great as it was for Lance Leipold, and I think everybody's a fan of his and that program. It was a bitter pill because it's you can conjure up anything you want now, but it's going to be very difficult for the Big 12 to factor if things don't just go completely chaotic, which they might. That was certainly the headline from Saturday. Georgia, beating Florida, I think, is going to be interpreted many, many ways. I mean, I think, can we now accept that Florida really isn't really very good? I mean, their wins are against Tennessee at home, which is good. But beyond that, they have a win over South Carolina, which is really bad.
Yeah, there were two things that I took away from a Saturday where, I mean, if it's any indication that chaos is coming, we saw chaos arrive Saturday with the Oklahoma loss. And there's twofold with that, Paul. There's one, the Big 12 now is in jeopardy because going in, and we've said this on the recap here for the last 2 months, that the Big 12 didn't have many ranked teams, so they couldn't afford to have one of the Big Two go down, the Big Two being Oklahoma and Texas. Texas obviously had gone down to Oklahoma, but now, the Big 12 needed Oklahoma to win out so that if there is a rematch in the Big 12 and Texas gets that, then maybe you're talking about the Big 12 champion getting to the playoff. But I'll take it one step further with another conference. A loss that really hurt in the wee hours of the night was Oregon State, ranked 11th, going down to Arizona, because we see this out of the Pac-12 all the time. They just beat each other up. Yeah. And now you can't have it's down to Oregon and Washington. That's it. And Washington keeps living dangerously. And I'm of the opinion that if you keep living dangerously, a loss will find you. And so here we sit before the month of November, the college football playoff rankings. Pac-12 and Big 12 need to be really, really careful.
Yeah, and I just want to send out this warning. I hope everybody watches, and good for them. But let's not get carried away here. There'll be a lot of hot takes, a lot of overreaction. Tennessee was number one last year, didn't make a bit of difference. They lost twice. And whether it's Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, I don't think it really matters a whole lot.
It's a TV show. I mean, at the root of it, it's a TV show to at least. Here's what I'll say about the first rankings, Paul. What they do is they at least give us a crack in the window of the minds of the committee of how they're going to do this the rest of the way. I firmly believe that Ohio State is going to be number one come Tuesday because of the two tests that they have. I think Florida State's probably going to be number two. I could see Georgia being number three, and I could see Michigan being number four, and both Pac-12 teams 5 and 6. And that's fine. But you're right. People are going to yell and scream about it when in the grand scheme of things, it's going to take care of itself in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah. And the thing I don't like, Matt, and I know you don't, is all of a sudden people just start, college football season's here. Let's see who's number one. It's a little bit of, and I won't mention any of the shows who will be doing that, but you're going to get a lot of that, which is fine. But we both have been down this road for too many years to really get. I used to get upset. I used to sit there on Tuesday and Wednesday with you and other places and this is out. Do these people know what they're doing? Well, it doesn't really matter. They'll figure it out. The Big Ten is really where the action is Tuesday night, and if you're right, and you probably are, they'll value the Big Ten upper echelon. Although count me as not being like really that excited by the fact that Ohio State has beaten who they beat? Penn State. I mean,
Notre
great.
Dame, yeah.
I mean, Notre Dame is looking like a pretty good team right now. I give them that. And that game was at Notre Dame, but the Penn State game at home, so what?
I have such a hard time with the Big Ten because I believe that Ohio State and Michigan are elite. I think Michigan is the most dominant team in the country. They have their schedule. It is what it is. It's just not good. My problem with the Big Ten, Paul, is that it really is Michigan and Ohio State and maybe 40% of Penn State. I mean, the Penn State team that had to beat Indiana in the last minute and a half or so of the game. I mean, you're telling me that's an elite?
No, they're not.
So the Big Ten, it always fascinates me that I think top to bottom, the Big Ten of the Power Five is the weakest, yet they are going to have two teams come playoff ranking number one, likely in the top four.
They are, and I think it's because those two are so good, and therefore we make believe the Penn State games and games like that are significant. I mean, Penn State's is a good team, but we buried Penn State last week, and they still have the same coach, and that's the problem.
My apologies for my autoplay here on the real-time laptop of yesterday's Arizona State's big win over Washington State. I know you want to dive into that. I do want
to that happened.
Let's dive into the cocktail party for a minute. I have completely changed my tune on Georgia in this way, Paul. It's not that I didn't think that they were really good. It's that I thought a lot of the ranking that they were given this season was predicated on the last 2 years of success when most of that team went off to the NFL. And I thought that this year's team needed to prove that they were their own individual dominant team. Yesterday, for me, changed my mind on Georgia because of no Brock Bowers in a big rivalry game and a grow-up game for Carson Beck. So whatever you want to attach to the Georgia Bulldogs right here, right now, I am completely in on them because I needed to see something with a little bit of adversity. We saw that, and they still whooped Florida. They're as dominant as they ever were.
Well, here's what impresses me about Georgia. They've had two games that I would call really, big according to the hype going in. The Kentucky game, which, pardon the laughter, that really wasn't very big, but it seemed like it. And they delivered, and they did it again. And I think that shows a good team. We were talking to Kirby Smart prior to the game in Jacksonville, and he said the most important thing in this game is momentum, and you saw that momentum build quickly, and it was over. It was suffocating. And I think if you look at Sports Center this morning and you see the score, Florida hung in there. No, they didn't.
No.
They were down 36-7. They got a couple of garbage touchdowns when Kirby put his kids and his nephew and nieces in, and it was just 23 points versus 29. It was a very misleading score. It was an absolute behind the barn ass kicking.
Yeah, and Georgia now again. I think there were some people waiting to see what's left to be said about what they did this weekend. Here's something with Georgia, though. The schedule that we all looked at, we're like, this is the easiest road to Atlanta of all time. Missouri next week, that's going to be a really, really tough game. And then Ole Miss. So there are two games coming up because Ole Miss, again, we love Lane Kiffin. We love what he's built, but we still have to reserve judgment on them until we see them in another big game. But Georgia's got 2 weeks ahead of them, Paul, but we're going to learn a lot about who they are.
And not to just add one more to the pie, but assuming they survive that, then they go to Knoxville, which I don't know what to make out of that game yet.
Yeah, who are they?
Because Tennessee still has to deal with Missouri and a few other foes. So, but it's still there's something eerie about late November in Knoxville. Assuming you're trying to get yourself to Atlanta, which they probably will have already punched the ticket by then. But yeah, so Missouri is a mystery. I have friends in the industry, analysts who say Missouri is not that great. I happen to think they're good. I'm impressed with what Eli Drinkwitz is doing, but so far, they have a nice win against Kentucky in Lexington. I think a lot of people will have wins against Kentucky and Lexington by the end of this year. And they beat Kansas State on a 61-yard field goal.
And they were a shootout away with LSU. I mean, they could have won that game.
Yeah, you're right. So I mean, we're talking about a game. I think they had a double-digit lead against
14-point lead, 13 or 14-point lead. Yeah.
I mean, we're talking. This could have been undefeated here. It wasn't far from being the game of the day. It isn't, but it wasn't far from it.
Yeah, and when you look at Tennessee, I don't know what they are yet, and I don't know how that's possible through 8 games. Because Joe Milton, I mean, Jesse Palmer said on the broadcast a number of times last night, he was right. There are plays and throws where Joe Milton makes a throw and you're like, oh my God, this guy is a specimen of a quarterback. Then there's throws where he can't even keep it in the stadium.
Yeah.
And then they've got two good running backs. Sometimes the defense shows up. Like last year, I could pin Tennessee. I could say Hendon Hooker. I could say Jalen Hyatt, and I could say they're an explosive team. I don't know what they are at this stage in the season, and I think that's okay.
Well, what they did was save their season against Kentucky, though, because that was a game they could have lost, and they were staring at 7-5 or 8-4 had they lost that game. Now they've got 2 games that are the Georgia game they'll be an underdog, and the Missouri game they'll be an underdog.
Let's talk. We briefly touched on the Big Ten. I want to circle back to the Michigan story because every day something new comes out about this sign stealing scandal that is going on or allegedly going on in Ann Arbor. I don't know what to make of it big picture because I think the NCAA probably doesn't like how Jim Harbaugh and Michigan have handled some of the stuff in the past with the alleged recruiting violations during COVID. I think we could sit here and all agree that everyone steals signs. I know there are rules about advanced doing it. I know there are rules about technology, but here's what I'm getting at with this, Paul. It is human nature now for everyone, a la Houston Astros and that big thing, to point at Michigan and say, see, they're not legit. They're not, but I wonder if the committee is going to do this over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, I think you just nailed what is the subplot of Tuesday night, and the committee chair will be asked about it, and they've already got the typed up answer, and I doubt it's going to tell us anything we don't already know. But as far as Michigan, this is a very sleazy, disgusting story. There are leaks. There are leaks up there coming out left and right, and everyone makes the school look worse. That's good. That's on one ledger. But we're also talking about a time in college football when people shrug their shoulders about everything because of NIL, because of the portal, because of all the things that are going on. And all I'm interested now is, can any of this stick? Does any of this really matter? And quite frankly, I don't think it does. I don't think any of this is going to stick to Jim Harbaugh. I don't think it's going to influence or impact the college football playoff. And Matt, that's what we're interested in. Does Michigan have a rogue staffer? Very possibly. Will the university, distance themselves from him? Yes. Will Jim Harbaugh get dinged? Yes. But the ultimate question at Michigan is how lockstep is the university with Harbaugh. You got a fairly new president, who, by the way, I think he announced Jim Harbaugh's extension on his own Twitter about a year ago, but he still hasn't, they haven't solidified that contract yet. You've got a tense relationship between Ward Manuel, the AD, and Jim Harbaugh, but that's understandable. I think any AD would have a tense relationship with Jim Harbaugh. And, from here, I think he'll survive this as far as the CFP. And then I believe he'll very quickly and dramatically try to get out of there. Now, does Jim Harbaugh get an NFL job? I don't know. I don't. I'm not the host of one of these NFL shows. I'm not an insider. I'm sure he'll try though.
He's tried every year. I mean, he was interviewing with the Vikings on recruiting day last year. And so that's been one of the things where you look at, you say, well, how all in is Jim Harbaugh if he's flirting with the NFL every year? There are many people that think this is the thing that'll eventually chase him out of college football. But the right here, right now is that he's got a very dominant football team. They factor in to the college football playoff rankings come Tuesday. I want to wrap it up in the ACC because we were doing it on college football final last night. Clemson, 4-4 for the first time since 2010. And this league that was once dominated by a team, Paul, that could hang with the best in the SEC.
Everybody.
They're at the bottom. And this league is Florida State now and some other nice stories hanging on.
The saddest story in college football this year is Dabo Swinney and Clemson. And Matt, there's not a single person outside of that area code who is feeling sorry. This is a coach who has thumbed his nose at the norms of where we are today. I'm not saying the traditions, I'm saying where the game is. and he has made countless mistakes, and it's now blowing up. And I think the real question for Dabo Swinney and Clemson is, can he get it back? I mean, these are not easy things to get back. Nebraska has been in the wilderness for 25 years. Other programs have been out there, and it's very possible that the program, along with Alabama, of the last 10 years in college football may be done. I mean, forget the dynasty thing done. That's not even, you can't even say that anymore. That's not a legitimate question. But, is this program done? And quite frankly, is Dabo Swinney done? And I know that sounds harsh, and I know it sounds like a rush to judgment, but, every time he talks, he sticks his foot deeper down his mouth. I mean, that statement a couple of days ago, a week ago, about the fans, what if we, they'll find out, what if we lost a couple of games? Well, he has now. They're going to have to fight for a bowl game, and this is just unbelievable when you think about it.
Yeah, and I think they're 4-4 for the first time since 2010 or 2011, when he was just taking over as interim head coach, and it really is an eye-popping look when you consider that Clemson was easily, along with Florida State, the favorite in the preseason in the ACC, and especially, Paul, Florida State, I believe, is going to have an argument for the #1 ranking on Tuesday, but look at how Mike Norvell has done it. He has done it in the complete opposite way of what Dabo wants to do, which is grab some players from the portal to complement the players you have in-house and go win big. Keon Coleman, transfer portal, Michigan State. Jaheim Bell, transfer portal, South Carolina. He has put some pieces together to be a top 4 team in the country, and Dabo just won't do it. And he's going to be left behind if he doesn't embrace this model, because everyone else in his league is doing it.
Yeah, he had such a recruiting base too, and I think that's where he was winning. And I'm not suggesting that that's gone off the deep end. He's still recruiting well, but it's more difficult, and I think you have to be concerned. And I'm not taking anything away from what he's accomplished. I mean, the guy has won 2 national championships. He played for 4 national championships. He's been in the playoffs, 5 times, I think, Matt, maybe
5
more.
or 6, yeah, I think it's 6.
And he's produced legendary talent, from Deshaun Watson to Trevor Lawrence to a million guys on the defensive line. But I don't know when I've seen someone really at the top of the game fall this dramatically, this quickly, and not really be like in their 70s or something, where all of a sudden you just hit that age and it's a crash and burn. I mean, this guy is barely 50, I think, and it's staggering to watch what has happened, and it seemed like it happened overnight, although I really do think this has been trending now for a couple of years.
Well, because look, even going back to Taj Boyd, you have Taj Boyd, you have Deshaun Watson, and you have Trevor Lawrence, 2 players that you named. They're generational type quarterbacks. And when you have 2 of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterback in the country, surrounded by some other talent, things are going to go well. When there's a gap in quarterback play, DJU had a moment, transferred off to Oregon State. Cade Klubnik, I believe, was the #1 rated dual threat quarterback in the country. And it just hasn't taken. And so Clemson if you ask me to list surprises going into November, Clemson being 4-4 is easily at the top of that list.
But you juxtapose Dabo Swinney and really the nemesis that he had really from 2015 through 2018. That they played 3 or 4 times in the playoffs, a couple of times for the national championship. But Nick Saban, without that generational quarterback this year, has cobbled a team together that is on the precipice of one of the biggest games of the year, and with a win sets himself up for a dramatic run. And and then you measure that against Dabo Swinney, and quite frankly, I think the conclusion is that Nick Saban is just a far superior coach, who even at 72 this week is adaptable.
We have reached November in the college football season, which means it's the month you remember here on the Matt Barrie Show, ESPN College Football YouTube channel. As we always do on a Sunday, it is the recap. Matt Barrie, Paul Finebaum with you. We build it as the network, Paul, as a statement Saturday. It certainly was that. I want to start with Alabama LSU because it is now my contention. You ready? You ready for me to just spit this at you, Paul? It is my contention that not only is Alabama, in my mind, the favorite to win the SEC, I think Alabama is now the favorite to win the national championship because this is the exact kind of team that Nick Saban wins with, the one that doesn't have all of the glitz, glamour, the one that he really has to coach. And after what they did to LSU last night, I'm waiting for someone to change my mind.
Well, I mean, you're on a good track there, Matt, because what's so impressive, and I'm sure you crunched the numbers yesterday, but you look at the second half. I mean, they are suffocating teams in the second half, and that's how you win championships. And the offense is certainly good enough. Jalen Milroe performed well, and they really, I mean, they've got tricky type of games ahead, but nothing that should get in their way. And Georgia is not a perfect team, so I mean, I'm not ready to jump ahead 4 weeks, but I can't find a lot of fault with what you're saying. And as far as Nick Saban is concerned, you know he's dialing it up brilliantly, and it was a bumpy start, and maybe we'll look back at that complete meltdown against Texas and all the histrionics of the next week as what really turned
South Florida
around. I mean, just to think that Tyler Buckner started for this team, Matt, might be one of the great trivia questions in college football history.
Yeah, look, the South Florida near miss when they gave the other two quarterbacks a shot. Ty Simpson was in there, benched Jalen Milroe. They went to Tampa. It was just a bad situation. They seem to have turned the season around. But Paul, am I accurate in saying this? And this is a very treetops comment, and you would know better than anyone. I look at this Alabama team. Like I could look last year and tell you that Will Anderson Jr. and Bryce Young were bona fide superstars, two of the best of their position in all of college football. I can't, maybe outside of Dallas Turner, maybe Kool-Aid McKinstry, maybe I can't give you one bona fide star on Alabama. And I think that that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you have burgeoning stars, and Caleb Downs is probably the guy that we'll be talking about for the next 2 years after this, because he won't be around for his final year. But I think you're right. Now, I think Alabama, as unfortunate as it was last year, having to play in Knoxville and Baton Rouge in a matter of 3 weeks, got the good fortune this year. I mean, they had those games at home. I mean, LSU is a terribly flawed team that can overwhelm you because of the dynamic nature of the receivers and Jaden Daniels, but they couldn't do it last night. I mean, every time LSU did not convert, Matt, I was just marking that down as a disaster because they were, the fourth down call was just terrible. That was one. I mean, I felt like they maybe got it back at the end of the half, and then they missed the field goal. I mean, but they counted though, and those were possessions that they desperately needed, and in the end they didn't have. But if you watch the A&M game, the Tennessee game, the Ole Miss game, we've seen the template. It's hang in there, try not to get behind, and they weren't, of course, and then just literally maul the team in the second half. And that was the mantra that Nick Saban brought to Alabama at his opening press conference. He said, "We are going to overwhelm you. We are going to dominate you. By the time we get to the fourth quarter, you're going to throw up your hands and say, I've had enough."
That's it. And we were talking about it during the game, watching it last night. It was clear, and it was similar to the USC Washington game, which we'll get to later, but it was similar in that you were waiting to see who was going to break serve. It was legitimately a break serve game for both schools. Like it was back and forth, who was going to force a punt, who was going to make a play defensively, who was going to make a stop. And Alabama in the second half started to do that. And when you brought up the fourth down play, not the conversion that LSU had. It goes back to, why are we simply just handing teams momentum?
I don't understand.
I just don't. I don't. Why are we handing teams momentum in college football now?
I mean, you've got a really good quarterback, but I don't care if you got Tom Brady. It's still a lot of things can go wrong. Where you've got to. I mean, I really. I mean, there were some really questionable decisions on the LSU side, but yeah, hey, it's only their third loss of the season. They still got a bowl game ahead.
Yeah, I want to do that for a minute because you and I both really like Brian Kelly. I think he is really got that thing headed in the right direction. I think they were a year ahead last year, which gave some people some hope. I had him in the college football playoff this year, so I was dead wrong. No, I mean, now this is an obituary on their SEC championship hopes this year. How would you assess this LSU team now that we know they won't be playing for the SEC title?
I think a collage of mistakes have been made there. From I think designing the defense early on, playing with Harold Perkins, maybe costing them the Florida State game, maybe not. I mean, that game we knew that would be a brawl, but losing the LSU game, losing the Ole Miss game, they probably shouldn't have lost that game. But they were flawed. Brian Kelly told me last Monday, and you can take this, but I took it seriously. He said, really, right now we don't have the players to compete with Georgia and Alabama, and he's telling the truth, and it's on the defensive side. And there's just too many holes, and they've had injuries, and it was just a collection of things. And I really don't think it would have mattered if Jaden Daniels had been in there for the final play of the game. Alabama was going to figure it out.
Yeah, look, the one thing became crystal clear to me, and I believe, again, I don't know him like you do. I would say in Nick Saban's tenure at Alabama, if they go on to win the SEC championship, and if they go on to make the college football playoff and win the national championship, I believe this will go down as one of Nick Saban's great coaching jobs at Alabama, just for the simple fact that he had to coach his ass off with this team, because it wasn't the teams of yesteryear where you were rolling out first-round wide receivers, you were rolling out the Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line, you were rolling out 3 All-Americans on defense. You didn't know who your quarterback was going to be. You had to coach this team to greatness, and he's on the doorstep of doing it again.
Yeah, I mean, he is like every great athlete you've ever covered, Matt. And I'll use, I think, more golf than any other sport where if you study Nicklaus, if you study Tiger Woods, they were not competing with Phil Mickelson and Arnold Palmer. They were competing with themselves. Yeah, and that's what Nick Saban does. And I think everybody got drawn into the Kirby Smart versus Nick Saban. I mean, he's not thinking about Kirby Smart like we think he is. And a couple of times I've seen him this year, he seemed energized. And I mean, he knew the flaws, and the flaw was at quarterback and offensive line. And both of those have been corrected. The defense looked out of sorts during the Texas game, but that was maybe greatness on the other side of the ball. Sure. And I think he's had the advantage too. And I'm not trying to crib my way to a Nick Saban greatest season ever, but I think you're right. He's had the advantage of not having to really play an elite team yet in the SEC. Every single team that he's beaten, Ole Miss, A&M, Tennessee, and now LSU had flaws. Although Ole Miss had the fewest amount of flaws, the flaw in that game was the head coach just trying to get too cute.
So I want to stay out in the SEC West after Alabama made their statement against LSU. And this actually bows in perfectly. I'm so glad they played each other with Ole Miss and Texas A&M. Because right now, look, we're talking about Alabama. Don't forget, Ole Miss is still right there in the SEC West picture, although Alabama owns the tiebreaker advantage over them. But big picture, Lane Kiffin gets another win. But here's where I want to go with this, because I read this stat numerous times on air Saturday. I'm going to say it again because I don't think that this is how the power gods intended this to go. But Ole Miss has defeated Texas A&M 3 consecutive times. Ole Miss, little Ole Miss, Oxford, Mississippi, big bad Texas A&M. Lane Kiffin's done it 3 consecutive times.
And yesterday, maybe the last time he knocks off Jimbo Fisher, his arch nemesis. And Matt, it's an amazing accomplishment. And the fact that game went the way it did, I think, makes the loss even worse for A&M. But it's a tremendous accomplishment for Lane. He does not have those 5 stars. And, you've heard that, you sit with coaches all the time, and I've heard coaches theorize that 5 stars don't like to get punched in the mouth. and it tends to affect them a little bit. And I think that's what you saw from Lane Kiffin's team yesterday. I mean, they went up against elite defensive players and won the battle. And again, I'll say this again about Jimbo Fisher. That was his fourth loss. He still has to go to Baton Rouge. I don't know exactly what conversations are going on, but the feeling in Oxford, which is where I spent yesterday, was that the book on Jimbo Fisher is closing. There's just nothing else to say. What do you want? What else do you need to see if you're a Texas A&M administrator from him that next year is going to be any different than this year?
So through 69 games between he and Kevin Sumlin has 3 more wins. It's 47-22 for Sumlin, 44-25 for Jimbo Fisher. Sumlin had the advantage of Johnny Manziel. I get it. But the difference in the 3 victories is the difference in paycheck. They rolled out a blank check to bring in Jimbo Fisher from Florida State, not to go 7-5, 6-6.
No.
They thought that they have, and I would agree with this. Texas A&M has the resources, has the facilities, has the history to win the West against the Alabamas and the LSUs and the Auburns. They have that.
And they had the advantage this year, which is critical, of playing Alabama at home. And hear me clearly, Jimbo Fisher may be there next year. I don't know. And I'm not about to claim that I do. But I don't think it's the money. If they want to make a change, they'll make a change, whether it's $77 million or normal buyout. But to make that change, they have to have an answer. And I think what A&M people are trying to figure out is, if we make this change, then who comes in? Otherwise, they have enough talent on that roster to maybe turn 2 or 3 games and have a good season. But the idea that we're talking national championships anymore at A&M under Jimbo Fisher, I mean that train is long gone.
I have thought about that as well. I say this all the time, because we'll get into the point of this show here in the next few weeks where it will become apparent that there are going to be some coaches that are no longer at their particular program, because that's the way that the business is. And I've always said, okay, fan base, if you want your guy gone, then you had best have an idea of who comes next. And you would best have a succession plan that, at least on the surface, guarantees you more success. Otherwise, you're starting over for no reason. There are things that they're irreparable that you have to do. For instance, Michigan State, Mel Tucker, they were underperforming on the field. He just wasn't worth the money that he got. He had one good year and he just wasn't worth it. But they had an issue where they had to get rid of him, so they got to find someone. That's a situation beyond the university's control in getting rid of a coach. If you're Texas A&M, like, who's out there? I mean, do you look across the sidelines to Lane Kiffin? I mean, who's out there that's going to make you live up to the expectations that you have as a Texas A&M person?
Well, you're right, and I don't know. I mean, Lane Kiffin seems very happy where he is. Does he want to deal with all that? I mean, he's already coached for the Raiders, where you have an egomaniacal owner. He's coached at Southern Cal, which is as tough as it gets. And to go into that
for a cup of coffee,
I don't see why he would. I mean, there may be something out there for Lane Kiffin, but it's not there. And the only name people keep throwing up is Mike Elko. But like, I mean, that would be a really big risk. I don't care how good a coach he is, but to put him in that environment with Texas coming in the SEC, I mean, they have a serious problem at A&M. I'm stating the obvious here. I'll try not to do that. They've got to figure this out. And he has no more real estate to change anyone's mind. I mean, the only game left on the schedule that matters is at LSU on the final weekend, and beating a 3-loss LSU team is not going to change anyone's mind.
It's funny you bring up Elko, because I just spent time with Elko this week, Thursday night college football. We were at Duke in their game against Wake Forest. And Elko obviously has the history as the defensive coordinator. And Elko might be a guy when you look at it, and I'm not putting him in the Texas A&M job. I'm just simply bringing him up for bigger jobs. He's from South Brunswick. Like he just legitimately doesn't give a damn. He's just a South Brunswick guy. He's got that wise guy mentality up in this area of the country. He might be a guy that goes to a big program. Like, I don't give a damn what you think. Like, I'm tough, hard-nosed defensive guy. I'm substance. I'm not sizzle. I'm going to recruit guys. And by the way, if five-star softness is my problem, then I'm not going to get the 5 stars. I'm going to get the 3 and 4 stars. I'm going to make them tough. So the names with A&M are going to be interesting while they still have a head coach. But it just I don't know. I can't put my finger on the Jimbo.
But Matt, yeah. I agree with that, Elko. But that as good as that may sound, you've been to A&M.
Yeah,
that may not work. That might not pass the interview process because A&M is different than every other school that I've ever been to, and I respect the people out there immensely. But it's unique. And if you don't adhere to that uniqueness, you're not going to make it there.
Yeah, and you want to go back a month when Coach Prime's name was being floated for everything. I mean, he's demoting coordinators mid-season. he's butchering clock management. I mean,
and I saw where Jimbo Fisher is a buy on. Dabo Sweeney said his stock is a buy. What is Coach Prime's right now?
Yeah. The way that the first month of the season started, he invented college football. Yeah, Dabo after the win yesterday against Notre Dame, which, by the way, congratulations, Dabo Sweeney, winning as coach in Clemson history. He was all fired up after the game, said if you're buying stock, buy it in Clemson. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I mean, you're 5-4. I get it. You probably shouldn't be 5-4. Is it a penny stock? Like, what do we do? What do we do with Clemson?
Yeah, I was entertained by that. I was watching it on a plane and like, okay, great, Dabo. Yeah, you beat Notre Dame, which a lot of people expected you to do at home, and you should have done at home. And you beat down a caller to your radio show. You've had a great week. Go take a victory lap.
Dallas had a great week with that $11 million salary. He liked to quote to Tyler.
And by the way, when we're all at the college football playoff this year in Pasadena and New Orleans and later in Houston, you'll be watching it on TV unless ESPN's nice enough to bring you out there as an analyst.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was like, what if he's sitting next to me on the set doing like college football TV? That's the SEC West. Pivot to the SEC East. Georgia, second-ranked team they played this year in Missouri. Missouri was very well prepared. There was a very good game for the most part, but I've said this on television. I'll say it here with Georgia. They're like a boa constrictor. They give you a little bit of hope that they're going to let you survive, and then they literally squeeze the life out of you at the end and just keep on winning.
They do, and I think people around the country who kind of flipped around, I don't think you appreciate the job that has been done out there this year by Drinkwitz and his staff. I mean, they are really well coached. They've got an excellent team, but they're really not a factor anymore. Hope they have a great season, but we probably won't be talked about much more here.
No, it was Brady Cook. They all of the talent that they have at receiver. I mean, it really, really is a good story, and they kind of surprise everyone in the East. But end of the day, it always comes down to Georgia, and it appears we're on a collision course with Georgia and Alabama. Having said that, I've changed my tune, and that if I were the College Football Playoff Committee, which I'm not, I would rank Georgia number 1 this week based on yet another dominating performance. Ohio State, by virtue of resume, got there great, but they still don't impress me as the number 1 team, and they're not the best team. They were number 1 based on the resume. I think Georgia, long but proved, they're the number 1 team in the country.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. I'm so exhausted hearing about the committee and the battles, and I know you are even more than I am, because I finally can walk away from it on Saturday, and you can't. But this Michigan-Ohio State situation it will correct itself, assuming Michigan's still around, and I'm kind of tired of that story too, although it still remains the story of college football. And, all the sources. And I mean, the thing about the Michigan story, not to digress, is that
please, because I was going to go there next anyway.
What really annoys me, though, is that the lack of objectivity. And, I know what people say about us, and that's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I can assure you that nobody at the network that we work at is being told what to say. We're not carrying the network flag. Michigan is a great university and they have a great football team. And if they win the national championship, that's great. It doesn't change my life, doesn't change yours. But I don't think you can accurately say that about some other commentators who have a vested interest in Michigan being successful.
Do you think because we were talking about this yesterday in studio, could the Big Ten play this to their advantage and say, all right, we're going to give this another week or so, see how everything happens around us. Take Michigan out of the Big Ten championship. Okay, hear me out. Let's say they beat Ohio State, but they make them ineligible for the Big Ten championship. So they're 12-0. Ohio State gets in at 11-1. Sure as the sun comes up, Ohio State's going to beat the hell out of who comes out of the Big Ten West. Sure. So now you've got 12-1 conference champ Ohio State, 12-0 Michigan that wasn't eligible to play for your Big Ten championship, but the committee's already said this isn't a committee problem. This is a Big Ten NCAA problem. So could you give the Big Ten what they want, the Big Ten athletic directors what they want, punish Michigan, and still get both teams in the playoff?
Yeah, it's a really clever idea because it might be the only way they get two teams in the playoff.
Right.
And I wouldn't put it past them because that way you spare Ohio State or possibly. I guess if Ohio State lost, they're not going to be in the playoffs. But if they win the game, I think it protects the league a little bit. I think so. Knowing the Big Ten, they'll probably suspend. They'll let Michigan play Penn State this weekend and probably suspend Harbaugh for the Maryland game, which would be really unique. He'd be the only coach that's ever been suspended twice in the same season. And that'll have, but they have nowhere to go. And I think Tony Petitti is just playing this great. He's having meetings with people. But in the end, I have no confidence in him doing anything as severe as you just laid out.
And to be clear, self-imposed suspension by Jim Harbaugh, which is probably what rankled the NCAA. It's like, wait a second, you're not going to take it seriously. I'm not even going to go down the line of all the stories that are out there about who started this investigation because we just don't know.
It doesn't matter,
right.
Matt. And that's all I hear. And I had people blowing me up on say, hey, you saw Michigan's already corrected this by firing that guy. You couldn't get a bet on that in Vegas. The Connor Stallions was going to be let go. That was pretty easy to predict. And I don't know. Listen, we don't know all the facts, but we know a lot. And if Ryan Day's brother-in-law leaked the story, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as long as the school is complicit. That's the only thing that matters in this case.
And by the way, if Ryan Day's brother-in-law, head coach Ohio State, did leak the story, can we just put it out there that Ohio State and Michigan is the greatest rivalry in all of sport? We had the 10-year war between Bo and Woody. You had Urban Meyer doing his thing for a bit when he was just dominating Michigan. But now this is going on, close the curtains. This is the greatest thing we've seen in college football rivalries, and you've been around a bunch of them. And I'll put you out on this one. We'll wrap it up here. At the end of the day, Statement Saturday, first weekend in November, the headline was what?
Well, the headline, it was a dual headline, I think, because of the two games that were going on simultaneously. And it was that Washington and Alabama really survived. And I think it was probably a little bit bigger than Alabama because I think we all knew Washington would be able to score 50 points against USC, but we weren't sure about Alabama. And I just can't help but think about here we are on heading into the second week of November. And the Southern Cal program is just completely blown apart. And all the sad faces. Because I don't think any program came into this season, even Georgia didn't get the hype that Lincoln Riley got and Caleb Williams got. And they've thrown it all away. And by the way, anyone who didn't see this coming, it just doesn't follow college football.
No, and when you really look at Lincoln Riley and USC, they're a 2-point conversion away from losing at Cal a week ago, and that would have made it 4 consecutive losses. And it would appear to me, barring any NIL paycheck that keeps him there, Caleb Williams is going to leave college football without playing in the college football playoff, without playing for a conference championship.
Truly remarkable. What was interesting about what was happening there, and this is an off the radar thing for most people, Matt, but not for you, considering you sit next to the former head coach at Florida. But what I would have given to be sitting with you yesterday in the middle of the afternoon watching the end of the Arkansas-Florida game.
Let's just put it this way. We will keep all of that in the studio where everything was said. It was yeah.
But I'll offer this about Billy Napier, who's a really good guy. But he is now teetering. I mean, he was fighting for a bowl game at Florida. And by the way, this is the University of Florida. This is where Steve Spurrier had a decade of terror, where Urban Meyer 15 years ago only won 2 national championships, and they're still bitter that they didn't win 3. There was a Netflix documentary a couple of weeks ago that came out on that era, which ended in 2009 when Tim Tebow left. And what was it, the 5th loss of the season? I'm trying to remember. I think it was the 4th or 5th loss. I've lost track, quite frankly, how bad this team. But they lost to Arkansas, a team that literally hasn't beaten anyone. And that the remaining games, I believe, are at LSU, at Missouri, and Florida State.
Yeah, and yes, and you look at where
I think they have 4 losses.
Yeah, I'm going to check that for you right now, Sweet. But when you saw they did to Tennessee, you're like, oh, maybe there's a pulse. But yeah, the guy that I sit next to in studio who was fired by Florida, 5-4, 3-3 in SEC. Think about, but let's dive into that for a second. Think about if you are Dan Mullen, whose worst recruiting class is still better than the current best, yet he was told that he didn't like to recruit. He had some quarterback issues, and Anthony Richardson already getting hurt. So you're told you're not good enough. We're going to bring someone in better. And then this is what Florida's putting out there. Again, I really like Billy Napier. But sometimes you just look at what's going on and you got to wonder, like, Florida, a la Texas A&M, shouldn't be in the position where they're trying to build something ever.
Yeah, as much as we talked about A&M earlier, Florida is a bigger job. I mean, it is a blue blood in college football. And I heard this from the most famous Florida player ever yesterday. And he said the concern going into that game, it wasn't about wins and losses. It was about holding on to a really good recruiting class. And they have a really good, their top 3 or 4 recruiting class going into that game. But when a game like that happens, the negativity starts to mushroom. And this is around the point a couple of years ago where Dan was let go. I think it was a week from now after the Missouri game. And Scott Strickland, the AD down there, is all in on Billy Napier. But the problem is the statistics just are insanely bad for him, as I'm sure you've seen many, many times. And his situation is different than Jimbo's. But because, I mean, Jimbo's a bigger name. I mean,
Jimbo's had 7 years.
I mean, Billy Napier came from a smaller school where he did well, and everybody said we got the better coach than Brian Kelly. Remember? I mean, you talk about a quagmire.
Here I was to recap Week 11 on the ESPN College Football YouTube channel with the great Paul Finebaum, as we do each and every Sunday here on the Matt Barrie Show. I was getting into Penn State and how James Franklin continues to go 0-2 in his 2-game schedule. I was going to get into how Nick Saban has won his 10th SEC West crown, or how Georgia should be the number 1 team in the country, or how Ohio State, they looked good in the first half, but then they just did nothing in the second half against Michigan State. Was going to do all this. And then I wake up after getting home at around 2:30 a.m. to the news that Jimbo Fisher, head coach, Texas A&M, is likely to be fired. The university is going to part ways with him maybe as early as this afternoon, Sunday. The buyout, north of $70 million. And Paul Finebaum, first reported by Texas Ags, by the way. But by and large, Paul, the Jimbo Fisher not experiment, but the financial drain that has been Jimbo Fisher appears to be done at Texas A&M.
Yeah, and we don't know that much right now, but Matt, what we do know is that this is all going down. I mean, this apparently reached a head after last week's loss to Ole Miss, and there was a board meeting Thursday. It finally got on the agenda, and apparently the 77 million or whatever the specific number is pretty close to that. Somebody said, let's go ahead and do it. And as far as timing, we're taping this mid to late morning. Everybody knows what's going on, and players are already tweeting. I think they'll go through, you know how this works. They'll have meetings with the players. Right now it's expected to be officially announced sometime late this afternoon. It likely could happen earlier. None of that matters. What matters is that Jimbo Fisher is out. He has been on death's doorstep now for about a year and a half. And this was inevitable. And a lot of our friends in the media kept saying, well, it's too much money. The fact that Texas is knocking on the door of a playoff, none of that matters. It does matter. And I think this is the absolute right decision for the school. I know the national folks from academia will say, how can you spend 77 million? The largest buyout, I believe, was Gus Malzahn at 21 million.
Yep.
At least Gus Malzahn got to a national championship game. I mean, I'll give him, and ironically, lost to Jimbo Fisher. But this was not going to work. Jimbo Fisher did not have the magic that he used to have, and you have to start wondering. And as we put him to bed, was he really an outstanding coach, or did he live off of Jameis Winston for 2 years?
Yeah, so there's so many ways to unpack this, and we're going to do it here on this Sunday morning of just absolutely stunning news, candidly, because you're thinking if something like this is going to happen with a head coach, it typically comes after a really, really bad loss, not a 51-10 beat down of Mississippi State, which, by the way, I'd keep an eye on that job coming open.
Yeah, no, if they had announced the other guy was leaving, would not have been surprised.
Right. And so to the timing of this is odd. So I want to start here. And you are right. Jimbo Fisher, a really good coach, won a national championship at Florida State. And he was always the coveted one. He was always coveted at LSU because of his ties to LSU. He was always a guy that people just really wanted to dare themselves to see if they could get out of Florida State. Well, if they'd have done some background checks at Florida State, they would have seen that Jimbo Fisher was just unhappy there anyway. He won big there, but he thought Florida State was behind the times in facilities. He didn't like things that were going on locally. So he was a guy that may have played hard to get, but was waiting for the right opportunity. Texas A&M comes up with the right opportunity financially. They really believe that they had a guy that could take them to that next level, perhaps of what he did at Florida State. But the ACC is not the SEC. And there was always, this was always all over the place when he was at Texas A&M, but they always compared him per game with Kevin Sumlin. There was always that chart of through this many games with Kevin Sumlin. And when you get down to it, Paul, this was a $75 million disaster because he never did better than Kevin Sumlin. He was right there with Kevin Sumlin. And now $70+ million later, Texas A&M is no better than they were, 7 years ago when they hired Jimbo Fisher than they are as we sit here today on November 12th.
In fact, I think they're worse off because they really become a punchline to a lot of people. Now, the one thing Jimbo Fisher proved you can do at Texas A&M is recruit at an elite level.
Yeah,
he just could never make it happen. And it's just what's really going to be interesting. And just trying to, I've watched a lot of these as you have, Matt. What this tells me is the fact they're firing him now is they want at least a 2-week jump on the rest of the field. I believe he's the first coach that's been fired for on the field. I mean, we all know Mel Tucker got fired, and there may have been somebody else for. Yeah,
Northwestern came up with Patrick.
Yeah, but those were off the field,
right?
What this means is they're already at it. I mean, in other words, they call Jimmy Sexton, who represents this Jimbo, and you want to be the first one out, and there will be a domino effect because 2 weeks from today it's not for most people, but for the Texas A&Ms of the world, that's the end of the regular season.
That's right.
The ADs want to move in there, and they want to coach by 2 weeks from tomorrow, so they can get there's a very narrow window. It tells me they've got their eyes on somebody, because they've been looking around, and if they didn't think they could land a white whale, so to speak, I don't think they would have made this move.
You don't.
So I think that there's somebody or somebody. I mean, let's get right to it. Everybody wants to know who's next. The names that are, when you see names by media, and I know my media friends are going to be upset with me, but I'm going to tell the truth. When you see names being leaked, what does that mean? That means agents are leaking these names. These aren't university officials like, yeah, we're looking at these 6 guys. So
right.
What are the names? Lane Kiffin, where did that come from? Jimmy Sexton. Dan Lanning, where did that come from? I mean, we can go right. Mike Elko. I'm not sure. I know who Mike is represented by, but you probably do. Probably Sexton. It doesn't matter, but these are the names that are floating to the top.
Yeah, and I don't know how much validity. I mean, look, we may as well go there, since this is going to be the story now for the next 2 weeks. So you said a couple of things. We had to piece through this little by little. 2 weeks, you're right. Next week, there's Thanksgiving weekend, season ends, and there's championship week in the first weekend of December, which of course Texas A&M won't be involved. But let's go to a guy like Dan Lanning. He is likely going to be involved in championship weekend. And oh, by the way, likely going to be in the college football playoff, has a shot at the college football playoff. So that's a name that I know a lot of A&M fans will look at because of his tutelage under Kirby Smart and what Kirby's been able to do at Georgia. The timing of this is where college football is in trouble. And I've said that for the past couple of years, where you've got these coaches that are flirting with a bowl game or a college football playoff, and they get whisked away by their new AD at their new school. And then you basically did all of this work. You did all of this to get hired by your new school and not finish what you started at your other school. We saw it with Brian Kelly, Notre Dame to LSU. And that's essentially what got Marcus Freeman the job, is Brian Kelly left them before the season when Notre Dame stood a chance at the playoff. And now he's the new head coach at LSU. And so some of these names that are going to be out there, Lane Kiffin, he got beat last night handily by Georgia. He's going to be available because they're not going to be playing in an SEC championship game. The one that just doesn't add up timing-wise to me, Paul, is the Dan Lanning name. But I think Dan Lanning would probably be a home run by Texas A&M standards because of his age and his connection to the conference.
Yeah, and don't forget Dan was a graduate assistant under Nick Saban, and that's when he made the move over to Georgia with Kirby. So I think Lanning is the name that moves the needle. Lane, it feels like we're always talking about Lane. I mean, I think Lane would take it because Lane, after last night, realized he needs 5-star linemen. He may have the finesse, and he may have the QB and the wide receivers and the running back, and he knows how to dial up a game plan. But when you can rotate the kind of players that Kirby does, it's hard to compete with that. So I mean, this will be the wild talk, but I mean, I think there's another narrative. I mean, Elko's a name too, and I don't mean to be rambling here about, but this is literally happening as we're speaking. Elko coached out there. He was the first name that people mentioned. You know Elko better than I do. To me, I just think that's a little bit of I just don't see Elko going to A&M. He, as we talked about 2 weeks ago, he's a different kind of guy.
Yeah, and look, you have to look at it. Dan Mullen and I talk about this all the time. What kind of job is it? How can you win? Where are you going with this? And Texas A&M fans aren't going to want to hear this. But when you look at the SEC power structure, let's just look at the SEC West, just the West right now, because there's divisions are going away. So this is going to be a moot point. Hell with it. Let's move forward into the future. Mm-hmm. Let's look at the whole conference in totality. Georgia won in the SEC for jobs. Okay. Jobs in terms of power rankings, 1. Alabama, 2. LSU, 3. You would think at some point Tennessee in there at 4, Florida in there at 5. I would put Texas. Well, you know what? New SEC.
Yeah. I was
Now,
about to say,
now I'm rambling.
You got to hit refresh here.
Let's start that over. Georgia 1, Alabama 2, Texas 3,
Right.
Oklahoma 4, LSU in there in the top 5. That's 5.
Yeah.
I mean, get into Florida's dormant, Tennessee 7. So now where's A&M? 8, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8?
I tell you what this also did, Matt. This is there's going to be a domino effect here. A couple of other guys just got fired because if you're at some of these other schools and you're trying to compete in the SEC and you see a guy that who just won by 40 points against your school, and he got fired on a Sunday. What does that say about your guy? If you're at Arkansas, if you're at Florida, a lot of places where I think there's a lot of soul searching now, and I think we were talking about A&M, what kind of school it is. I still believe it can be elite, but it has to have the right coach. And Jimbo Fisher was just going to the most expensive store on Fifth Avenue and buying the most expensive clothes and thinking that's going to get you in the after party at a Taylor Swift concert. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I don't care what kind of car you drove up in, you're still not getting in.
You're dead right. And when Texas A&M now, look, this need to me, and I've said this for a long time, coaches and agents have held college football hostage now for a decade. What happens every single year? A couple of big jobs come open. Coach X somehow goes 8-4 and 9-3 at his particular job. They get an extension, and then you hold the school hostage because you got a higher buyout. You got an extension you didn't deserve because you had a decent season. This, to me, with the money that Texas A&M has to dole out to Jimbo Fisher, needs to change the landscape of coaching forever. Because if there's an AD out there dumb enough to get into this kind of contract again, based on the return in your investment, then I can't help you. If there's not one person that is sitting here today saying, Jimbo, worth the money. Thanks for everything you did. We'll gladly pay your way out. You made us better than we were before.
But Matt, we could do we could do 4 hours on this subject, but we'll move on. But a quick note. Right now, the agents are very few. They're only a handful. They don't only control the head coach. They control the assistant coaches. They control basketball, baseball. So ADs really do get held hostage by these guys. And ADs just don't. I mean, ADs are avid Twitter followers. They do not like when they get criticized. So they try to win the day. I know that sounds like I'm, giving a motivational speech, carpe diem, but that's what happens, and that's why they end up. And with Jimbo, in defense of Ross Bjork, the AD at A&M, he didn't hire Jimbo Fisher. Scott Woodward did, and then he left. Well, what happened was the reason Jimbo got this unbelievable extension and buyout is that Scott Woodward was going to hire Jimbo at LSU. And to replace Ogeron, and A&M did not want to lose him. At the time, Jimbo was, he had that COVID season which I don't know whether that's even legitimate anymore, but he almost got to the playoffs. He finished 5th in the country. He had a lot of momentum, and then he had the recruiting class that set Nick Saban on its ears. And I'm one last moment. Has Saban ever beaten somebody down more than Jimbo Fisher after all that? And yet, while Saban's clinching the West and really silencing critics across the country, Jimbo Fisher is getting fired.
You're right. We'll move on in a minute with the Jimbo news. We talk about Jimbo every Sunday here, and the news we've been waiting for appears to have finally set in that Jimbo Fisher will be fired at Texas A&M. Paul, I'm going to say something so crazy, so outlandish that I think that I could make it on some other daily talk shows at the network we work.
You got a lot of competition.
I don't think Texas A&M needs to star search. I think Texas A&M, instead of trying to get the shiniest toy in the block, why not go look at Lance Leipold? Why not go look at Jeff Traylor at UTSA? Why not go look for a coach that, you know what, just knows how to coach? Some of these really good, Chris Kleiman's a perfect example. North Dakota State gets hired at Kansas State. Zero frills, zero star power. The guy just knows how to win. Lance Leipold just knows how to win.
Yeah, I think he's great.
Sometimes you just go to coaches and say, yeah, oh, that guy wins football games? Yeah, let's bring him in.
Yeah, I mean, I know Ross pretty well, and I don't know who will make this call because at A&M, it's always confusing. It's a big place like Texas. Ross Bjork will head the search. You have an interim president out there who's very well respected. He's a retired general. You have a lot of boosters who carry, and I think I'm going to follow the money here because I know that's the oldest axiom in the world. But when you tell me who came up with the $77 million to buy Jimbo, I'll tell you who's making the next choice.
That's a whole other conversation. Like the money. This is, you mentioned it, Gus Malzahn, 21 something million dollars.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the biggest ever.
This got it by 3 point whatever times that. And we're not even counting the assistants.
Oh,
like
no.
You got about the and the new coach. This is a $100 million mistake for Texas A&M.
Easily.
So Dan Mullen and I joke about it all the time. Greatest job in sports is a fired college football coach. Mullen's hanging out there with us, banging around, doing TV, financially doing just fine. Jimbo's going to do that times 10.
And by the way, I'll give Jimmy Sexton credit because I think he engineered this. By getting Jimbo out after a win, feelings aren't that bad. I mean, this is not like the drumbeat today wasn't that hot for Jimbo Fisher. It would have been in a few weeks after the 5th loss. But he could find a job if he wanted. I mean, I'm not saying a top tier job, but that maybe that's going to lessen the buyout. I have no idea how it could lessen it very much, by the way.
You would never, ever, 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 ever see me again, ever.
No, you wouldn't either. But Jimbo's he's one of the all-time strange folks that you will meet in this industry.
Yeah, well, he's a highly paid, rich, strange folk that's unemployed.
I think I don't see Jimbo doing well on breeding cattle, and I think he wants to coach. That's who he is. But by the way, I really don't care because it's not like Jimbo Fisher is ever going to be relevant on this program again.
No. So the Jimbo Fisher news, he is reportedly out at Texas A&M. Could happen as early as this afternoon, Sunday, November 12th. That experiment after 7 seasons has come to an end. This will be fascinating to watch as we move forward. And here's my segue to recap Saturday, because I think Jimbo really sets a good template for where I want to go. I'm going to give you names, and I'm going to tell you, you're going to be able to figure out right away where I'm going. Lincoln Riley, James Franklin, Jim Harbaugh. Those 3 coaches, to me today, are the most fascinating in my mind because of what we've been talking about with Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, 2 years ago, Lincoln Riley was the talk of the country. He's overrated, Matt. Let's quit sugarcoating it. Let's blame Alex Grinch for what happened last night. He's a great recruiter. He's a great quarterback whisperer, but I've yet to see how you can take Lincoln Riley seriously as a top 5 coach in this country. James Franklin, who parlayed every imaginable job into a nearly $100 million deal, is a good football coach. He'll never be an elite football coach. He'll never be great because he just simply can't handle the moment. And instead of doing what Lane did last night, it's like, screw it, we're going for it on 4th down. I mean, James Franklin, his analytics show always be safe. That way we won't lose by much. That way we'll still finish 10-2. And I'll keep my job.
That's it. And I mean, you could look on the Twitter and see what I think about Penn State, because I'm so tired of the Penn State narrative. I'm so tired of Penn State is a top 10 program. James Franklin is 3-17 against the top 10 since showing up in Happy Valley. They don't play anyone. Texas A&M has a 2-game season every single year, and they go 0-2 in their 2-game season every year. Otherwise, they're playing West Virginia, Delaware, Illinois, Iowa, Northwestern, UMass, Indiana, Maryland, Rutgers. That's Penn State's schedule. I'm so tired of hearing about Penn State. But James Franklin is one. Lincoln Riley, if not for a 2-point conversion at Cal, USC would have lost 4 in a row.
Yeah.
With the defending Heisman Trophy winner, with the team loaded with talent. And I bring up Jim Harbaugh because honestly, I don't know that thing's going to end very gracefully for Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. And here's why I say that. Would you want, is he that wired differently to where he's going to want to go back to college football after all this? Court injunctions, suspensions, maybe not coaching against Ohio. What's his future?
Yeah. Matt, I caught some of your commentary last night about what we saw after the game, and I'll let you be the bad guy here. But I think I still believe Harbaugh will find a way out of there. I mean, there's only so much fake outrage you can display. And I think we saw a year's worth of it from his assistant coaches and players yesterday. And I mean, he's a football coach. Yeah, sure, you're going to go to war for him, but the university has a different agenda. And while everybody is we're against the world and mad and turning, trying to canonize Jim Harbaugh, playing the victim card on national television, there's a reason they are in this mess. Let's not forget that. They're not accused. They're not being falsely accused of something. They're being accused of cheating. Of trying to gain not just an unfair advantage is rather tame, a ridiculous advantage, and it's just I just had to laugh, and what I laughed at even more is some of the people in our industry that were reacting in real time. Oh, this was the moment of the year in college football. Matt, the floor is yours before I get in trouble.
Which moment? The crying after the game?
Well, all of it, but the crying after the game. And
the Sherrone Moore crying after the game was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. Last time I checked, Jim Harbaugh is still alive.
Yeah.
He is still with us. And
he went back with the team.
Right. And Mullen's like, well, the kids, he's crying about the kids. And I looked at coach and I was like, what are they victims of? What exactly is Michigan a victim of here? Now, having said that, the way that this has been handled has been pretty clunky, but it's not like it's just the whole thing. No one's a victim of anything here. Michigan just steamrolled Penn State. They're going to win again next week against Maryland, and they're going to have the Ohio State game. This is going to happen regardless. Jim Harbaugh is with the team today. He's going to be with them all week. This society we've gotten into about everyone being a victim over something. Again, they are being accused of cheating. They're not being blamed for something they didn't do. The proof is right there. But the crying last night, we laughed. I mean, I laughed. Call me and said I laughed. That was funeral crying over a win for a coach that oversaw a program that has been cheating.
Yeah, and by the way, the coach participated in the preparation. he was with the team until they went to the stadium. It's not like this coach was carried off, was handcuffed and taken to an underground silo somewhere.
He's sitting probably in a Four Seasons watching the game.
Yeah.
And taking notes. Hell, who knows? He could be on earbuds talking to someone on the sidelines. It's just.
By the way, do you need a $10 to $12 million a year coach to make those type of offensive plays calls?
They didn't throw one pass in the second half. Not one. I mean, look, Sherrone Moore might be a great guy, and great job by him, but this.
Well, I mean, he just got through beating James Franklin. That's a good moment for him.
Yeah, it's more top 5-10 wins than James Franklin has. The whole thing was just, this whole Michigan thing's been funny. They do this us against everybody t-shirt thing, which is great. But then you do that after the game. Is it you against everybody, or is it I don't know.
No, it's very much something that happens in high school, and they turned it into a movie.
Yeah.
Whether it's Footloose or Remember the Titans. I mean, it doesn't matter. It was just Bush League the whole way. But then again, that's what we're talking about here with Michigan. I mean, this is the most obnoxious fan base in America. This is a fan base that literally thinks the world revolves around the University of Michigan football program. It has, I mean, you can't judge a university by those who tweet about it, but I'm going to. I mean, Michigan has what? Correct me, Matt. Won 1.5 national championships in about 70 years.
Yeah.
And I mean, Alabama and Georgia won one while we were talking here, and they looked down at everyone. I mean, Michigan's a very fine academic institution. Great, not as good as Harvard, not as good as Yale, not as good as Stanford. I mean, it's just it's a good state school, big deal. But its football program is really becoming just comical in terms of what it's trying to represent out there.
Look, go win. Like, you're dominant. You're undefeated. You've beaten everyone handily that you've played. Go do that. Just go do that. I mean, look, you know what they're not. And here's the difference. And the pearl clutchers at Michigan aren't going to like this. If you're going to be renegades, then act the part. If you're going to be, if you guys are going to be renegade, then act the part.
I think that's what they want to be. But by the way, I mean, what they're also not is Ohio State. I mean, Ohio State is a much better program overall. It's got tremendous tradition. I mean, if you're walking down the streets in New York and you get into a college football conversation on most days, not when Jim Harbaugh's page one, Ohio State's part of the front row of college football. Michigan's not. I mean, yeah, if you want to go back 100 years in history or 150 years, but it's not that. It's just not that big of a deal. And they take themselves so seriously up there.
Which, by the way, they've won 999 games as a program. Is Sharon Moore going to be the coach on the sidelines when they win 1,000 next week against Maryland? The answer is probably yes.
Okay, I'm happy for him. I mean, this guy's got a moment that he'll share. I mean, 20 years from now, somebody will be interviewing him about that. Good for him. I'm happy, but it's just this whole Michigan mystique. That and if you criticize them, it's very much like politics now, Matt. If you criticize them, they come at you. I mean, you know all that.
You trust me. I've had my moments with Michigan fans.
And by the way, that's fine. I embrace that. I realize that's part of what we do. But as somebody who deals with fan bases from primarily one school, one conference, but it branches a little bit broader and beyond that. I've never come in contact with a fan base that is as insecure and just consumed with their own self-worth in a false way and really, I mean, there's no more sniveling fan base in America than Michigan either.
And by the way, you're 10-0. Like, you're 10-0.
Have fun.
Loaded. Your team's loaded. Enjoy this and just stop. Go win games. It'll take care of itself. And at the end of the day, if you do make it to the college football playoff for a third consecutive year and you make it to the national championship, good for you. Can't wait for it. But the crying and the
and by the way, we won't get into this, but I at some point there will be a determination by many people whether Tony Petitti made the right decision on Friday.
I don't know how, I don't know when, I don't know where, but this is the Week 12 recap for the college football season here on the Matt Barrie Show, ESPN College Football YouTube channel, as we do every Sunday. Matt Barrie, Paul Finebaum break down the day that was. There was already some news on a Sunday morning. We had the big news last week with Jimbo Fisher, not quite in the same stratosphere, but after 8 seasons, Dino Babers let go as Syracuse's head coach by our former boss and Syracuse athletic director, John Wildhack. Paul, this used to be a job, and now it's a challenge. What do you make of this news early on?
Yeah, I just think we remember Matt 6 or 7 years ago interviewing Dino, as I'm sure you did, right after I think he upset Clemson, and the guy was on top of the world, and it just happens. And I would like to say he's in a really tough league, but I can't. He got a lot of time, and it didn't work out. I hate it, but I've seen John Wildhack fire other people, so wasn't that surprising?
Yeah, and you look, and I'm glad you mentioned the part about had time to get it right. And he did 8 years. Everyone who watches this show, and if you haven't watched it, I'll give you my stance again on college coaches. You shouldn't be dismissed before 3 years unless there is scandal, unless there is anything other than on the field production. I think 3 years is the first time you might want to consider getting rid of a guy that's not working. 1 year, you're laying the foundation. 2 years, you want your foundation to take. By year 3, you should have the majority of your players, especially in the transfer portal era. And if it's not headed in that right direction, because I think 4 is the year where you could say, okay, this is going to work or it's not. And so Dino Babers got that double and then some. And I bring this up, Paul, because you look at some of the other happenings around college football. We'll get into some of the results, but let's go with a couple of year 2 coaches that I want to discuss. And one of them was the end of Florida, Missouri last night when Florida had the game won. ETN did not get out of bounds, which we did the math in studio. Mullen and I were doing the math. Had he stayed in bounds, that would have taken another 30 to 38 seconds off the clock, plus the kick. 40 seconds would have been off the clock, which means the 4th and 17 would have never happened, and Florida would have gotten out of there with a win. And now they've got to beat Florida State to be bowl eligible for Billy Napier.
Yeah, reminded me a little bit of 2 years ago in Auburn. Tang Bigsby went out of bounds. He stayed in bounds. Brian Harsin would have beat Nick Saban, and he probably still wouldn't be there, but that's beside the point. It's interesting. Florida has had, by my pop math, 3 games that have come down to the final play. They won the game in South Carolina right before, I think, the end. But the last 2 weeks they've lost games, which I think goes to your point. If you fire Billy Napier, I mean, you're firing coaches on the line. And I think next week is very important, though. Yesterday, I've talked to people that 2 weeks ago, no way. Yesterday morning, it could happen, but you lose the quarterback, they lose the quarterback. Short of an embarrassment, I think I don't know. It just seems like he's going to survive, but it's still tricky.
Yeah, and look, he's got a lot of youth on that team, and Graham Mertz goes out, we expect, for the season. And that's kind of a segue to the game next week, because probably one of the most catastrophic injuries we've seen in quite some time in college football, and it happens to a college football playoff contender. The last time that I can remember an injury this devastating to a team that was going to be playing for a national championship potentially was Ohio State, when they went through Braxton Miller, JT Barrett, Cardale Jones in 2014, and Jordan Travis's injury yesterday. It's sad that this kid had gotten to this point, to get Florida State to this point, and now he's not going to be able to see it through. And then now Tate Rodemaker's the backup. He's got Florida next week in a battle of the backups. And just an awful day if you're a Florida State fan, and an awful day for Jordan Travis.
Yeah, I found myself watching 2 games yesterday. I never dreamed I'd be watching that, and I know you could say the same. I was watching that game against North Alabama. I wasn't even sure where it was. I just finally found it. I live in an ACC market, so it happened to be on CW.
Yeah.
I would have eventually found it. And then the game that's really not worth talking about, and that's New Mexico State and Auburn. But I haven't seen anything quite like that, and I think that's the most important thing. I know what the CFP experts are saying. It shouldn't affect them. I know what Danny Cannell is saying, who's the chief spokesperson for Florida State. But I know what I'm saying, and I think it hurts their chances very badly. If we don't get chaos the next 2 weeks, they have their schedule good. The LSU game no longer looks elite. but good. And I think they could get squeezed out.
Yeah,
It wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, and look, and it's a perfect time to discuss it because I hate having this discussion, but it's just the fact of the matter. And Heather Dinich was on campus last night watching games in the green room, and I kind of went toe to toe with her about it because I said this is going to kill the ACC. And she's like, "Well, why?" I said, "Well, because like their playoff team just lost their star quarterback, and let's just say they go and lose to Louisville in the ACC championship game. Well, that hasn't happened yet. Yeah, I know, but you have to project forward. You have to, because this is a team, and I know Johnny Wilson, star, Keon Coleman, star. They are loaded. Trey Benson, Lawrence Toafili. They're loaded. There's no question about it. But the thing that makes this go is a star quarterback. Galloway made a great point yesterday during television and said, if I'm Florida State, I go and I air it out 100 times a game over the next 2 weeks to show the committee that we're still playoff worthy. Because now, Paul, when you look at this big picture, I don't know if that he can get by Louisville. Maybe he can, but let's just say he can, and it's underwhelming. Are you telling me that they are still one of the top 4 teams in the country without Jordan Travis?
I'm telling you right now, they're not one of the 4 best teams in the country, and I don't care what everyone says, and things change, and right now we're still looking at an imperfect masterpiece. 2 weeks from now there won't be any more debate, and we'll just start measuring them up against a lot of other schools. And I'm not jumping the gun here. I'm just saying they don't belong without Jordan Travis. I mean, he's the singular reason why Mike Norvell brought this program back from the dead, and that cannot be discounted. And we're going to end up getting another mismatch somewhere along the way, because I mean, we're talking about heavyweights, and you're going to leave Georgia home if Alabama wins that game on a field goal, or you're going to even the Michigan Ohio State loser, I think, which I would not have said earlier, I think is going to have something to say, and that's not all. I mean, there are some other ones that will have Texas, assuming it got squeezed. I don't like their chances at all, and I respect Heather like you do. She knows more about the mindset.
She's in the room.
That mindset is going to change 2 weeks from now.
Look, and it's a great point with where we are headed, because that was the conversation yesterday in studio. What the Jordan Travis injury did is it opened up for everybody else that you thought, well, maybe we're going to need some help. Like an example for me would be, let's say Oregon and Washington go down to the last play in the Pac-12 championship. If that's Washington's only loss, Oregon's getting in, Washington's getting in. Then you've got chaos you mentioned in the SEC. I don't think anyone would discount Alabama beating Georgia because it's Nick Saban and he loves this team. And then you look to the Big Ten. The Big Ten champion is going to get in because they're playing Iowa in the Big Ten championship.
Right.
Now, the one thing that I will say, I thought for a minute, I was with you, that the loser of Ohio State, Michigan could get in like they did a year ago. I am of the opinion that the second Ohio State beats Michigan, Michigan's done.
No, I agree with you on that.
The committee
I totally agree.
They would like that,
Yeah, no, I think Michigan's got nothing to go for it. And let's not waste too much time on Michigan. I feel like Jim Harbaugh is living in my house right now. But I think again, I'm not, it's not a critical issue yet, but it's about to be. But you said the most important thing I heard, and by the way, it counters what I said about Billy Napier. Florida State goes in there, they're not trying to win the game. They're trying to destroy the opposition. And I think if they did that, I might have a different opinion next Saturday night or Sunday morning, because that is still a very impossible place to play. And Florida has been good, except one day in that place. So that's a big game, and it's a big game for them to dominate too.
For numerous reasons, because Florida still needs to get bowl eligible. And I don't know who would have thought that at the beginning of the year, that Florida was going to be fighting for bowl eligibility, and they find a week of the regular season. You touched on, let's get the Michigan stuff out of the way. So there's some other storylines I want to pick at. I was in Pitt calling the Pittsburgh game on Thursday night, doing a bunch of stuff related to that. I had Michigan fatigue, and admittedly, I won't admit something on this podcast that could get me in trouble like some other people have this week, but I admittedly was kind of like, you know what? I'm going to put all the Michigan news aside for a couple of days because I got other stuff going on. And all I saw was the reporting that they were going to accept the suspension. Then I saw that Partridge was out. And then I started thinking, well, I literally wanted to pick up the phone to Pete Thamel and be like, hey, what does all this mean? So I know you were in it all week. Can you tell me what this means? The Harbaugh accepting the suspension, firing Parts. What did all this mean last week with Michigan?
Yeah, I think what it means is that all the bravado was for nothing. And I'm not looking for any more food fights with washed up wrestlers and others. But the point being, Michigan lost. I mean, I literally saw somebody, a respected person, not just some idiot. I mean, one of the top people in the college football digital / reporting column frame report on Thursday afternoon. This is a win-win for Michigan. I mean, that is the most untrue statement I've ever seen. This was a loss, a colossal loss for Michigan. It got worse with the news of Partridge. It got worse as the day went on. And I still haven't completely digested what Bruce Feldman said yesterday, but he has been the one person all year, Matt, who's been calling things. He called Jimbo's departure in September. This guy is plugged in. I know that's not a popular thing to say when you work at the worldwide leader, but he is. And he reported on Saturday that there's some talk that Harbaugh could be suspended for the entire 24 season. If an ounce of that is true, this is a complete and utter disaster for the University of Michigan, because there's so much discovery that the NCAA has already uncovered that doesn't necessarily equate at all to what the four horsemen of Notre Dame PR have been saying. And I think it leads many to believe that Harbaugh will look for any exit he can. It will stop them from giving him the extension. It doesn't mean that much for today, but it means a lot for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm okay, because as I was looking at it and not really diving in, which I plan to do this weekend because it's leading into the biggest game of the year between those two. To me, on the very surface level of this, Paul, it looked as if Michigan was like, holy, they found stuff. And rather than fight it, because this whole time it's like, we're being picked on. We're the victim. We didn't do this. We didn't do that. We're going to fight it. Free Jim Harbaugh. Well, how do you go from free Jim Harbaugh, we didn't do anything, we didn't do this, to accepting the suspension you were going to fight, firing a coach? All of this was in the matter of 24 hours if you didn't do something.
Well, this is very much like politics today, Matt. Just attack the messenger. It doesn't matter what's true, what's not. And that's the one thing that Michigan fans have been effective at, is just trying to smear anyone who at least dares to look at this objectively. And, I'll be in Auburn Saturday. I don't know if I really could. I mean, I'd love to be at this game, but being around that fan base right now, I mean, they're an angry mob, and they have no reason to be.
Yeah, it's look, and we'll see this play out. And ultimately, we had our first top 6 on college football final last night, and I had Michigan out of the top 5. Woke up to a bunch of hate tweets about that. And if we just go based on the field, you still can't tell me who Michigan's played. They've played Penn State. Their second best one is Rutgers. I mean, so you like on the field, I get it. They're dominant. They're in the throwing game right now. JJ McCarthy's been struggling. So even the football aspect of it right now hasn't been great. But as it does every year, it's going to play itself out. And I'll have
and Matt, tell me this: without Harbaugh, or without maybe the benefit of the signs, this does not look like an elite team right now.
If you look based on post-sign revelation, I mean, it has not been great. But if they go out next week and they thump Ohio State, they're gonna beat Iowa. Unless Iowa, finds some quarterback hanging out, on the side of the street, an offensive coordinator that can call plays, they're going to win the Big Ten championship. And so this is going to play itself out. But it's really been a fascinating story to break down, because I can't remember the last time we've had a program in this type of power position during a season go down this spectacularly off the field.
Yeah, the only point of reference is really Auburn in 2010 when the Cam Newton story broke around the same time. It was settled by the week of the SEC championship game. Settled might not be the best way to describe it. It was pushed under the rug. Okay.
That point taken. They just do things different in the SEC. Speaking of the SEC, you glanced at it, and it's not going to get much attention. We had it on College Football Final and a brief highlight of it, but I was very impressed and have been with what Hugh Freeze has done year one at Auburn, because it was left in such a nasty spot with the Brian Harsin departure. Got them bowl eligible. You're thinking they're going to move to 7-5 against New Mexico State, who was a good team last year, has been fighting a little this year. But Paul, that wasn't a loss to a team that you paid $1.8 million to. That was an absolute drubbing at home from New Mexico State with Auburn. Final score in this one was 31-10, and all of the goodwill that Hugh had built up in year one seemed to vanish in the span of 4 quarters.
It did, and I think what was surprising was Auburn got beaten on both lines of scrimmage. I mean, it looked like Auburn was the team playing the cupcake role for New Mexico State. Having said all that, and I'll never forget 2007, Matt. I didn't go to the game because why would I? But getting a halftime score and then getting somebody calling me and said, you better start paying attention, when La Monroe beat Nick Saban in the exact same spot.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to suggest Hugh Freeze is going to go on and win 6 national champions, but I am suggesting that the program, I think, is in pretty good shape. New Mexico State and Jerry Kill. I mean, they beat Hugh Freeze last year. I don't think we paid much attention to it as a 24-point favorite because Freeze was going to Auburn. His team had checked out. I just think this sounds like an excuse. It's not. You got young guys who just simply don't care. They're not listening to the coach when he says this is a good team. They're thinking about, getting their friends tickets for the Iron Bowl. And the fact that they're bowl eligible, it's just the way we are. I am not going to melt down on this because I think the unhappiest person in the country because of that was Nick Saban. He probably walked in his house and kicked the door going, okay, 2 years ago, we were in the same spot. Why do I always have to go to Auburn when nobody cares about the game?
Yeah. And that's a great point. And it's a great, not analogy, Sunday stupid, but that's a great comparison point with what happened to Nick Saban in year one at Alabama when he had that loss. Look,
by the way, the line's already moved from 10 to 14.5.
See, and that's what happens. And Hugh Freeze, we believe we both like him. We both know he's a really good coach. There is going to be growing pains and a rebuild. And I get it. The Auburn fans are beside themselves this morning. Look,
calm down.
Just give it time. Like you can't get so irrational over everything so quickly. Hugh Freeze is going to get that thing going. You and I both know it, but you're right. Now you think he's got this team's attention now going into Iron Bowl week?
No, I mean, they're not I would say this Auburn team is better than the one 2 years ago that led Alabama 10-0. And by the way, that was a good Alabama team. Bryce Young was on his way to a Heisman Trophy. They beat Georgia in the SEC championship game. So that wasn't like, one of Nick Saban's worst teams, like we thought this team was. So I also don't want to tell you, Matt, having covered that game for 40 years, that anything can happen. But Auburn's nowhere near Alabama right now, but I don't like, for Alabama, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. They won big. They had a banner day. Their fans are already looking ahead to Georgia. They'll hear the throw out the record books and all the great Iron Bowls. But Nick Saban, Jordan-Hare Stadium has been his Waterloo.
Yeah, and rivalry weekend, anything can happen, and I don't know that it'll happen this next weekend, but we've seen crazier things. And Paul, you certainly know that rivalry better than anyone. I absolutely live for Sundays like this on the Matt Barrie Show, ESPN College Football YouTube channel. Absolutely live for this. And it comes on the final regular season weekend, the final Saturday of the regular season of the college football world. And Paul Finebaum, as he always does, joins me here. I don't even know where to start. I'm just going to give you treetops of what's going to be discussed today. The Iron Bowl, the Texas A&M hire that didn't happen, Ric Flair, me against Florida State Twitter, which all of this as we embark on championship weekend. Michigan, there's so much to get to, Paul. So here let's start. I'm going to start noon window. I feel like we should just work our way up to present day, like a movie that starts at the beginning. Okay. Ohio State, Michigan. Ryan Day, now 1-3 in his career as head coach of Ohio State against Michigan. Michigan against the world wins again. And here we are, Paul, talking about the Wolverines headed the Big Ten championship 3 consecutive years.
Yeah. And I think it's great. It was a game that we all wanted and we saw, but what I don't understand, Matt, is the reaction to the game. Everything has been said about what happened, but tell me this: how did Michigan, a favorite at home, beating Ohio State, vindicate Jim Harbaugh, as I've heard and as you have heard from tens of thousands of Michigan fans in the most cruel, crass, and obscene manner? I mean, I think it was a phenomenal win, but I don't understand the reaction, and that's what I pose to you as we begin on Sunday morning.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a couple of ways to look at that. I speculate that the vindication from Michigan people comes from those who thought that the only way Michigan was able to beat Ohio State the past few years is because they had their signs.
Right. Okay.
And so my guess is because people thought that that was the only way they were beating Ohio State, that this year with the sign stealing scandal no longer a thing after it's been exposed, that Ohio State was just going to run roughshod over Michigan and things were going to be restored. Well, that didn't happen. And Michigan beat Ohio State again. And my guess is Michigan fans are like, see, we don't need anyone's signs. We're just the better football program. And Paul, I'll say this. I was never arguing that Michigan wasn't one of the most dominant teams in the country. The whole argument with Michigan was with the sign stealing scandal, they were acting like they didn't do anything when it was found that they did do something to some level, playing the victim and then playing the villain. If they just went out and played football, it's clear they're one of the most dominant teams in the country, if not the most, and just go play football. But my guess, the reason they're acting that way this morning is because it's like, see, I told you so. And it just also happens to be against the team they hate more than life itself.
Yeah, I mean, it took a rational and reasonable person to explain that to me. I appreciate it. But so the big story of this game is really Ohio State.
Yeah.
And the Ryan Day conundrum. You know, people are asking, is his job in jeopardy? No, it's not in jeopardy. Is he on the hot seat? No, he's not on the hot seat. But it's not that simple. And you know that, Matt. You don't follow a guy that goes 7-0 against Michigan and go 1-3. And yesterday was the worst loss because not only did Ryan Day lose, he was out coached by a guy most people had never heard of until 3 weeks ago, outside of that program in the Big Ten. And that's humiliating. And there's no scraping it away. And Ryan Day can give the hard look and, you know, say all the things that, quite frankly, nobody cares about. I don't want to hear Ryan Day talk about what a crushing loss it was. We all watch the same stupid game. Now, what does it mean for his future? It means he better beat Michigan next year at home, because at some point when you have the best player on the field, and, you know, 2 years in a row, he's got the second best player in the country in his backfield, and, you know, this was competitive, but it's not enough. That's the standard at the elite programs, and Ohio State is one of the 2 or 3 elite programs in the country.
Yeah, Ohio State every year trots out as much talent as anyone, including Georgia, including Alabama. They trot out more NFL talent than anyone in the country. And the one thing that has happened in this game, the game over the past couple of years, is Ryan Day, offensive mind. The quarterback hasn't stepped up. What we're seeing CJ Stroud do in the NFL as a rookie tearing up the NFL and having an NFL receiver core at Ohio State for the past couple of years and not being able to beat Michigan. And now this year with Kyle McCord, with Marvin Harrison, Emeka Egbuka, Julian Fleming, Cade Stover. Paul, they're loaded. And that's the biggest problem for people every year. It's like, how do we see this talent? How do you run through 11 teams and then this one team? You can't figure out a way to win. And we were talking about it yesterday in studio. How many teams and fan bases would pay their salary for 11-1 every year? Not Ohio State, because it comes down to the one game, and we've seen reaction throughout, including one of their own, Maurice Claret, say Ryan Day's got to go.
Well, former players don't matter because they're emotional and that's how they are. And thank you, Maurice Claret, for giving someone Ohio State a lesson after some of your experiences. But I think he's got a real problem though. And somebody suggested if he had a great opportunity to go somewhere, he should, and he should, because I don't like the path ahead. He played for a national championship. He's been in the playoffs multiple times. He's not getting in this year. We don't really need to have that conversation. And I think he's a very good coach. But if you can't lose that game. It's just that speaks for itself. And there's no alibiing. And he's got a new AD coming in. And Ryan Day, I'd get out of there while you can.
Oh, so and that's kind of a good segue to Jim Harbaugh, because we don't know what his future is going to be at Michigan. There are those that believe it's a foregone conclusion that he'll leave in the offseason. But here's what we do know. Jim Harbaugh is back for the Big Ten championship game against Iowa. I've seen it anywhere between, I've seen 3 touchdowns, about a 22.5-point favorite against Iowa in a conference championship. So barring Iowa finding an offense for the first time in a decade, I don't think there's any way they're going to win this game. So now here's what you have, Paul. Here's the dream scenario for Michigan and maybe the nightmare scenario for the Big Ten and the College Football Playoff Committee. You have a guy in Jim Harbaugh that's been made a pariah. He's been put on the shelf 6 times this year. He is now going to be back on the sidelines, lead his team to a 3rd consecutive college football playoff, and he's going to be front and center bragging about how good this team is, because it is.
And that's good for television networks. That's good for talk shows. That's good for us. What it's not good for maybe Michigan, because there will be a stench following him everywhere he goes. But it will be fascinating to see not only Jim Harbaugh on the sports stage where he's been for so long, but this will be the national stage. Things are pretty toxic around the world right now, but everyone is going to be paying attention to this. This is one of those few sports stories that transcends the sport, and count me in for it. I want a front row seat, because we've had some playoffs that it's okay. How many 5-6 years in a row? Dabo versus Saban. Now we got Kirby. I mean, we got a legitimate good. This is Disney movie written all over it. Good versus evil, and I just salivate at the thought of Jim Harbaugh standing in the way of either Nick Saban, should that train continue, or college football history with Kirby Smart.
Oh, it's going to be the Michigan angle, because of the size and enormity of their fan base and the success they've had over the last 3 years. We thought that this water had reached a boil yesterday when on College Game Day, when there was some back and forth join between a Michigan alum and a reporter.
Well,
that we employ.
That's not, I'm not getting personal here. That's just being a Michigan alum.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, where you work. You just take on a level of arrogance that defies common sense.
What happened? Can you explain to people here what happened between you and Ric Flair? What am I hearing about this?
Well, I'll spare you the long buildup, but Ric Flair, let's be honest, is done. I mean, the guy used to be at the epicenter of his sport, and now he's in his 70s and washed up and basically scraping for dollars. And he was a friend of our show. He'd call in occasionally. He was a Georgia fan, Matt. I mean, we like that. He had a son that went to Auburn. He was a Florida fan for a while. He had a daughter. So 2 years ago, we have him on, and he's Ric Flair. And he's a personality.
Right. He's an entertainer.
And he's on the sidelines 2 years ago in Athens. Herschel Walker's. I don't know exactly what happened, but he tries to shake hands with Kirby Smart, and he blows him off. And the next thing you know, Ric Flair is in Ann Arbor, in Harbaugh's office, and Georgia's playing Michigan down the Orange Bowl a couple of years ago in the playoffs, and since then he's all in on Michigan. And finally, he tweeted about some episode I had with that certain Michigan Heisman Trophy winner a few weeks ago on TV, and just has tried to. I mean, I know this is going to sound crazy here, Matt.
Yeah.
But it just seems like Ric Flair is trying to make a name for himself off of this controversy. He's trying to stay relevant. He's trying to stay in that 15 minutes of relevancy. And it's sad. We all watch our heroes get older and fade away and show up at pro-ams and do things that they normally wouldn't do, appear on, Social Security advertisements at 3 a.m. in the morning. And unfortunately, that's Ric Flair right now.
And he backs the right horse if he wants attention, because Michigan, I mean, you got to find one of them to back. But for him getting on him and Harbaugh, I find that to be a perfect marriage.
Yeah.
I find that to be a perfect, entertaining marriage for where we are in the world right now with college football. And I don't want to get out of order.
So one more thing. I mean, what's his motto? To be the man, you got to beat the man.
Yeah.
He's that guy trying to beat the man, and the man's Kirby Smart.
And I don't know if they're going to get beaten anytime soon. And we'll get to Georgia, but we were talking about fan bases and where they are in the grand scheme of things and the devotion they have to their team. Now, rare is the day, Paul. Rare is the day that Hornets Nest a fan base.
Oh, I love this. I'm in for this.
Before you. Typically, you rile them up, and I just kind of sit here and steer the conversation. But I dove into the opinion waters yesterday while watching Florida State, and I merely said Florida State is not a top 4 team in the country without Jordan Travis at quarterback. That's it. That's
Correct.
all I said. This morning, as we tape this, I have more Florida State Twitter attacking me because I said they are not a top 4 team without Jordan Travis.
Well, Matt,
this fan base, Paul, this fan base now believes that ESPN is out to get them because we don't like the ACC and we're creating the narrative that we're going to leave Florida State out of the playoff because of it.
A couple of things. I've already said Michigan has the most thin-skinned fan base in the country, so I can't say Florida State has the most thin-skinned fan base in the country. They're second, and they always have been. I mean, this was a teachers' college 40 years ago that became a big, great football power because of Bobby Bowden, and Bobby Bowden became famous. He played all the tough games. He went anywhere. You know the story. And then when he had the moment to, quote, put the big boy pants on and fight with the guys he always wanted to be, he said no. I know I'm going historical here, but 30 years ago, a little bit more than 30 years ago, the SEC invited Florida State to join. They didn't want any part of it. Bobby told me that. Why would we want to be in the SEC when we can beat up on Wake Forest and Duke and Virginia? So there was always that rub, and he did well. But he has. And Spurrier used to say, Spurrier's record against Bowden was terrible because they had a 2-game season every year, Clemson and Florida, and they managed it really well. And then Jimbo came there, and they remained thin-skinned. I mean, I've dealt with them for a long time, and by the way, which one of the fan bases in America got up a couple of months ago at a board of trustees meeting and said, "We're too good for the ACC. We want out. We belong elsewhere. We're open for business. Big Ten, SEC." Who was that fan? Who was that trustee, and what school did he represent?
That was Florida State that wanted to secede from the ACC union.
And now they're upset that Matt Barrie dares to make a factual statement that they're not the same team. And we saw that last night. Hey, congratulations, Florida State. You beat Florida in the swamp. You beat a program that for the last 2 years has had a losing season. That's really that's a major. By the way, that was one of your toughest games of the year because you're playing Louisville this week in Charlotte for the ACC championship. And by the way, that will be on ABC, which is part of ESPN, and we'll be promoting it all week. And we're proud of that game here at the Worldwide Leader. But you lost to Kentucky at home yesterday. Shut up already.
Yes. And I don't know. There's a difference, but there was a Florida State writer coming at me.
Of course.
And I said, do you this is just a big picture conversation. Does anyone, even the most Florida State, even Danny Cannell, who I will speak with this about him on his radio show Wednesday, cannot look each other in the eye and say, Tate Rodemaker, that's the guy leading us to a national championship. And the whole thing, that the biggest thing, and this is my biggest stance on the argument, big picture, even outside of Florida State. I look at right now. Okay. I get it. Florida State's had a remarkable season. I've been on here and every other media outlet in the country saying that I believe that they're one of the most talented teams in the country. But when you lose your most valuable player right here, right now, they're giving me this, Washington's been playing with their food. Texas is struggling. Yeah, well, Florida State barely got out of Chestnut Hill against Boston College's 6-6 team with a win. They barely got out of Clemson, who's an 8-4 team with a win. Okay, so every team has their ebbs and flows. But as you and I sit here today, could they beat Oregon with Tate Rodemaker?
No.
Could they beat Texas?
No.
Could they beat Alabama? Could they beat Georgia? Could they beat Michigan?
No. They couldn't beat Ohio State either.
That's the argument. With Tate Rodemaker, that ain't happening. And so now I'm not anti-Florida State. I'm pro-truth. They're not the same team without Jordan Travis. It's not hard.
And, I hear all the analysts that you parade up and down Sports Center every day, and I don't care if you're undefeated in the Power 5 conference. I really don't. That does not guarantee. We've already been there before. Give me the 4 best, and you just named 6 clubs that would beat Florida State right now. I don't know.
Right now.
They were brilliant on Labor Day weekend against LSU. LSU turned out to be a flawed team. We know that now. Clemson, we've already talked about. So what else have they done? What else have they done? And
they're 12-0. That's what they did.
TCU was undefeated last year until the Big 12 championship game, and we made that mistake a year ago. Let's not make it again. I don't want to see Florida State in the playoffs because they're going to get blown out by one of these clubs.
Yeah, and if they, let's just project for, let's say they get by Louisville, because right now Florida State's 5th. If they get by Louisville, I would bet they slot them at 4.
Sure.
Georgia, until it's proven otherwise, is going to be the number 1 ranked team. So we're going to trot out Georgia, Florida State. Currently, Jordan Travis, different game. Tate Rodemaker, game over.
It's not watchable. Well, excuse me. It is watchable, only to see Florida State lose.
So that's the Florida State side of it. So you've got Michigan fans. I've got all of Florida State after me because of a factual statement about right here, right now. They don't want to hear it. And that's where we go into the regular season finale, which, by the way, if Louisville is a good football team. I know they lost to Texas A&M head coach Mark Stoops, who was there for a cup of coffee, but who's to say,
by the way, so not to change gears, but I read this somewhere so Stoops was a coach for a couple hours in theory, right?
Yeah. So let's pivot there to Texas A&M.
What will his buyout be?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, he's got the same amount of division titles as Jimbo Fisher while he was the head coach at Texas A&M. So they've kind of all got it lined up. But what a bizarre situation that we had in the coaching carousel world, which you never think would get that any more bizarre than it already has. But this was happening around midnight, Paul. I'm getting ready to do college football final. There are reports that the deal is in place to make Mark Stoops, Kentucky. All of this was going down. And then an hour later, after an alleged fan revolt, I didn't see all of it. Texas A&M and Mark Stoops agreed that this deal wasn't going to be consummated.
No. I read Mark Stoops said after the Louisville celebration, he couldn't dare leave Kentucky. That was his statement on you read that on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, I definitely read the statement that Kentucky's his home and where he wants to be.
Kentucky home.
Yeah. And so, I mean, what What are we doing in College Station with this coaching search? Because now the movement appears to be the interim coach, Elijah Robinson, or now Mike Elko's name at Duke is bubbling up after the Mark Stoops thing went awry.
The answer to your question is I don't know. I just assumed that they had a good plan when they got rid of Jimbo, because I mean, they didn't fire Jimbo today, which is when a lot of coaches get fired. They fired him, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
It seemed like, and I said right here with you that I'm assuming they already have somebody lined up. My assumption was incorrect. So I think they're, what you have out there, you have a lot of really proud people who have a piece of that program, and it's a familiar story. And I haven't talked to Ross Bjork. I don't really know what his mindset is, but I'm sure he's trying to regroup, because he's the one that has put a lot of things out there about what we're not an 8-4 program. Well, with Mark Stoops did a good job at Kentucky, but is that a preamble that he would do a good job at a higher profile, much more difficult job than Kentucky? He exceeded expectations at Kentucky, but I think he's better off staying where he is. But I don't know what these next couple of hours look like for A&M, Matt.
And and I've said this numerous times on here, Sports Center, whatever meeting we've been doing over the last 10 years, that when you fire a coach, I find this to be the most accurate way to describe this decision. You had better make sure that the guy you're getting rid of, the one that's coming in, better be better. You had better make sure that next coach, you need to have a plan in place. Who are you going to get? You need to be 100% certain the new coach is better than the one you just fired. And here we are with Texas A&M after the Mark Stoops debacle. Like, what are they get? They couldn't get Dan Lanning. They couldn't get Dan Campbell. They probably made a run at Dabo, Ryan Day, name the big name they went at. So you can't do that in this day and age. Are they going to get better? That's the question.
You've got a better coach on your staff right now than a lot of these people that we're talking about in Bobby Petrino.
Right.
And I don't know what the deal on Petrino is anymore, but he is a proven head coach.
Why does this always happen? Why do these firings happen?
Well, because college coaching searches are the most fascinating thing in the world, because they're played in real time. This isn't like an executive search hiring the next CEO at Apple. Everybody's got an opinion. You have the structure, the president, the AD, and then you got all these other people, and then you got the Twitter mob who took a break from you for 10 minutes last night to move over to A&M, and everybody's self-aware of what's happening. And I think there's a lot. And we watched this 5 years ago at Tennessee with Jeremy Pruitt.
That's
a textbook case that should be studied for years. Greg Schiano was on the way to Knoxville, and the planes. He was about to board the plane. They said, "Hold on a second. We'll catch you later, Greg. You stay here in Columbus and help Urban Meyer out, or Ryan Day, whatever it was at the time. And we're going to." And by the way, they were the AD. That's a little known story. The AD was in LA meeting with Mike Leach a couple of days later, and he got recalled by the chancellor. He offered Leach the job. Leach told me, and the chancellor said, "Hey, come back immediately." He came back and got fired because they didn't want him hiring Mike Leach, and they hired Phil Fulmer, who hired Jeremy Pruitt.
I don't know how this keeps happening. And look, Jimbo Fisher had his faults at Texas A&M, and one of them was not living up to the money expectations that were placed upon him. But I mean, is it his fault that they offered him that money and he took it?
No.
I never understand who you need to make sure there's someone out there better than your current situation. I don't know that Texas A&M.
Well, what Ross Bjork said 2 weeks ago, he said we were stuck in neutral, and that's not good enough. So where are they right now?
Well, kind of reverse after last night. And they probably need to park the car, refuel it, or if you're an electric person, charge your car.
Yeah.
And figure out what you're going to do next, because this coaching search is already off. And by the way, the transfer portal opens next Sunday. Yeah, they're going to need a coach in the next week.
They need a coach today.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens there. Tom Allen also fired at Indiana. That announced this morning. I suspect there will be more after we get done recording this podcast on the ESPN College Football YouTube channel. So that's everything that's happened kind of off the field, remarkably. And then there's the one that happened on the field. 10-year anniversary
Oh my goodness.
of the kick six. On a day where, like, there's no way anything's ever going to top the kick six. There's no way you can find any more wild ending to the Iron Bowl than we've seen over the past couple of years. There's no way Auburn, who lost to the Aggies of New Mexico State, not Texas A&M the week before, we're going to be in this game. And Paul, 4th and goal, 31-yard line, Auburn about to end Alabama's season, and then Isaiah Bond happened in one of the great escapes we've seen in this rivalry's history.
And Matt, I know what the FPI said, and I don't want to be that guy, but I really wasn't even surprised because I saw it 2 years ago, almost identical. I mean, 2 years ago, they were playing a far inferior Auburn team. They were a 23-point favorite. And it just, as the play developed, I was like screaming, like, why are they rushing 2 people? And they got what they deserved. It was a brilliant throw by the most maligned quarterback of the first 2 weeks of the football season, Jalen Milroe, and it was justice. And I don't need to go through Iron Bowl history. I don't think it's quite as significant as the kick six for one reason. The kick six was a 1 versus 4 matchup.
Yeah.
The winner of the game ended up playing for the national championship and really winning it. Auburn is limping into a bowl game, but it was just so amazing to watch. And Nick Saban has been put in a couple of situations this year, and I don't mean this to sound the wrong way because I think he's beloved by Alabama people, but he's becoming likable to even Alabama's rivals because I don't think he can believe what he's watching, and that's amazing when you consider his career.
Well, that's amazing when you consider this season. They are now out of nowhere, and I say out of nowhere, and it's been a slow build, so we shouldn't be surprised. But how many times from week 1 to let's call it week 6, we're like, Alabama's gettable. After the Texas loss, Alabama's got issues. Paul, it's November 26th. Alabama's 11-1 and playing in their 10th SEC championship game with Nick Saban as their head. I mean, how did we get here with this team that really has, other than maybe a Dallas Turner, Kool-Aid McKinstry, like the superstars that we're accustomed to aren't there, and here they are 11-1.
No, and what's remarkable is that there were so many near misses. I mean, none more dramatic than Saturday, but Tennessee was up big on them. A&M was up big on them. Ole Miss, there's 5. It's just like last year, except last year they split the 50-50 games. This year they just got it right, and there's no such thing as house money when you're Alabama, because Nick Saban on Saturday afternoon isn't just trying to get to the playoffs and maybe win another national championship, which would be unbelievable, but he's trying to stop his protege from eclipsing him in certain respects. Not overall, but just in the moment. I mean, you don't. Alabama fans love to call in and say, "Don't you dare say the dynasty's over." And that's the dynasty will never end for them as long as Nick Saban's the coach. Except if we're talking on January 10th and Georgia has won 3 straight, it's really hard to make an argument that you have a dynasty in that era.
Yeah, especially if Georgia gets them in the SEC championship game next week. That we took a year off from that. Last year was LSU, and remember 2 years ago, Georgia was the greatest thing that ever put on pads. Alabama went in there, won the SEC championship. Mm-hmm. Georgia got their comeuppance in the national championship game. Can this iteration of Alabama go in and take down Georgia?
Yeah. I was talking to Hugh Freeze Friday afternoon, and he said the Georgia team he played in September, he said Alabama's better than that team, but that's not really telling the Georgia story. He said, I haven't talked to him since the game because I don't think I really want to talk to him right now. I'll give him a couple of days to recover, but I think he'll be the most interesting person to break that down because I mean, Alabama is capable, I think, of beating anyone. But Georgia has some injury problems. I mean, you could see that last night. They didn't play a couple of key players. Now, how banged up are those players, or was Kirby Smart being judicious?
Yeah, against Georgia Tech, who, give him credit, Haynes King and Brent Key in his first year as the head coach of Georgia Tech. They played well for the most part. I've said this about Alabama all season. I'll continue to say it. They're a boa constrictor. They tease you with life, and then they squeeze the life out of you at the end of the game. They did so again. So listen, here we are. The penultimate rankings come out Tuesday. I would imagine Florida State fans probably won't be happy unless the committee thought that their win against Florida was better than Washington's win against Washington State. All of this is to say it's going to all come down to next week. The Pac-12 championship is on Friday night, ABC. Winner of that one is getting in. And then we get to championship weekend. SEC champ, the one thing where chaos could become an issue is if Alabama were to pull off the upset against Georgia. I have argued with Mullen. I've argued with Galloway about this. I don't think there's any way in the world that they would leave Georgia out for losing to Alabama. Having one loss in the last game of the season, you might differ, but I think the Pac-12 champ will get in. I think Alabama and Georgia would both get in if Alabama won, and then I think Michigan would get in. And then you've got Big 12 left out, which would be the Texas-Alabama head-to-head. There's so much that could go wrong and right here in the same sentence with next weekend.
And that's interesting. At least as of this moment, I mean, we end the regular season almost exactly where we began it, because I think the top four schools were Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, and Alabama. We're not far off on that. Ohio State will slip down a couple, but it's as unpredictable as these games have been. The season has gone fairly predictably, and if you're a Florida State fan, you've already whiffed one time. You needed to make a statement against Florida. You didn't. Congratulations. You beat Billy Napier. See where that takes you in the college playoff world. Alabama, I totally agree with you. This is not SEC talking here. This is reality. Georgia has won 45 of the last 46 games. It's been the most dominant program of the last couple of years. I think they've gone from a good team at the beginning of the year to a great team. And I just don't want to hear gobbledygook Tuesday night about, they've got, this team's got 4 top 25. I mean, they're Tennessee last week, Matt, after losing 28 points to Missouri and 28 points to Georgia, I think they may have moved up in the poll or something. I mean, it's just, there's no rhyme or reason to this top 25.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what they do Tuesday. If you're a committee member, and if this comes down to the end, which we think the SEC championship will, I just don't know how you can be the number one team for this long and then suffer one loss and be left out.
No.
And I think that's the one place where we could get chaos is if Alabama pulls off the upset. Texas and Oklahoma State. I mean, Oklahoma State's been a good story, but Texas is the better team. I don't think there's going to be any chaos there. The one place where you're going to see a lot of angst is SEC championship, ACC championship, because I believe Pac-12 is already in with their winner.
Yeah. And you did a lot of ACC games. I mean, it's good football, but
bad officiating. It is exactly 12:29 p.m. Eastern. We do this every single Sunday. The Matt Barrie Show, ESPN College Football YouTube channel. The rankings have just been released within the last minute, and the final college football playoff rankings. The top 4 have Michigan number 1, Washington number 2, Texas number 3, and Paul Finebaum on the final day of the rankings from 8 to 4. Alabama gets the 4th and final playoff spot over Florida State. Your thoughts on everything that just went down on television?
Well, it was the right decision, Matt, and I know that there's been a lot of rhetoric spewed by many well-meaning people, but this is the only way you could have done it. And I'll spare the audience all the talking points that you've been, had literally driven down your throat. But you go out there and you beat the number 1 team in the country, and your only loss is the number 3 team. I don't know how they could have done anything else.
Yeah, look, there's going to be so many people out there that say games don't matter, games don't matter. Florida State, here are the facts. 13-0. Power 5 champion, third string quarterback. Key players and injuries factors in to the college football playoff committee protocol. And there's no one with a set of eyes, no one with a set of eyeballs that could have watched yesterday's ACC championship and yesterday's SEC championship and said that Florida State was the better team than Alabama. There's just no one that could have done it. And I know people are saying, well, then the games don't matter. Well, they do, because Alabama beat the number one team in the country. Florida State barely got by a couple of teams with third string quarterback. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of angst out there today, Paul, but I just don't know that you can debate this. I don't think there's any debate.
Well, no, you really can if you're reasonable. I mean, Matt, some of the lines I've heard today issued by your colleagues up there at ESPN are I mean, they do want to make your head explode. What about the other 99 players on the team? Well, what about the other 99 players on Alabama's team? They just knocked off Georgia. I mean, all these things are great, but I'm glad this committee didn't buy it, and I didn't think they would as midnight struck last night, because Florida State and Louisville was a painful game to watch, as opposed to where I was yesterday, watching two heavyweights. I mean, it was like going back to the 70s, watching Allie and Frazier, and then the winner of that meets some boxing gym in Queens, and okay, you get. I mean, it's absurd, and I'm I think what it comes down to, Matt. I mean, there are a lot of people that really do hate the SEC, and that's fine. I mean, I get it. I live in that league, and people think all we do is propagandize, but we don't. I mean, just go through the last 20 years of college football. I don't think you need propaganda to prop that league up.
The playoff committee, let's call it what it is. The SEC is very arrogant about their success, and they should be. Sure. Greg Sankey is very confident publicly about his conference, and he should be. And if there were a year where the committee could have kind of just given you a stick it to the SEC, this was the year, because they could have easily put in Florida State and said, you know what? Power 5 undefeated champion. They've never been left out. We're not going to start doing that now. Hey, and you know what? Texas beat Alabama. There's our top 4. See you guys later. It's been a good run. They could have stuck it to the SEC if they wanted to, and they did. They did their job and kind of looked at it and said, hey, you know what? I get it. We could probably do this and piss off the most powerful conference in the country, but we can't. Alabama's got to be in because they're one of the 4 best teams in the country.
Really, Matt, we're doing this in real time, but when you think about the most ridiculous thing that we've heard today, is that Georgia's the number 6 team in the country. I mean, that is beyond comprehension. And I mean, they lost a narrow game to Alabama, but that's okay. I mean, everybody's had their say. I'm just glad that as Sunday turns to Monday, we don't have to hear any more talking points, because I mean, I'm sick of it. Yeah. I mean, what you said is interesting a minute ago about the SEC. Sometimes when you're as close to the sun as I am, I mean, I work at the SEC Network headquarters. You can be blinded by the light a little bit, but just because you're good doesn't mean you should turn people off into wanting to see that school. And I think that was a lot of it. Now, I think what also is fascinating, and there's 3.5 weeks to talk about it, but here we have the biggest name in the sport, the greatest coach of all time, taking on one of the most controversial teams and one of the most controversial coaches of all time in the Rose Bowl of all places on New Year's Day.
Okay, and here's how you know they got it right. And Florida State fans aren't going to want to hear this. Again, we're doing this real time as they come out. Michigan would have likely been a double-digit favorite against Florida State. That's just the way it would have been. I would bet that there's a chance Alabama could open up as a favorite against Michigan as the 4th ranked team in the playoff.
Yeah,
they got it right.
It's possible. I mean, that game will hover at Pick'em and go one way or the other, and there may be a little. I mean, but I don't care whether there's action on Michigan or not. It's a Pick'em game. The other game was not watchable. It truly wasn't. And I think that's how they justified it. And, they're very clever, I think, these guys in the room. They may not be right all the time, but they're clever. And they moved Texas up to get them out of the conversation. They moved Georgia down to get them out of the conversation. And so they made it an Alabama versus Florida State. They vote in threes. This was. I wish they weren't so predictable. I'm glad they got it right, but this deserving versus best is convoluted because we know they don't ever pick the best. And Matt, if they did, Georgia would be in there, and quite frankly, folks in Columbus might have an argument as well.
Yeah, and I'm watching. I keep looking over because again, the selection show's on as we speak. We're going to be a part of the coverage throughout the day. And one of the biggest arguments going on, and right now I think it's Booger that's really upset about the Florida State issue. And Joey's laughing at him. He's like almost mock laughing at him, and I get that from Joey every week. Hang on. And again, we apologize for this. Is just real-time live stuff. Yeah. So look, Paul, I feel sorry for Florida State. I said this last week on Twitter and almost died on the Twitter streets for it. I said that without Jordan Travis, Florida State's not one of the 4 best teams, and I feel bad for them. It's okay to feel bad for Florida State today. But you know what this also does is it sets up, and now that we talk this through, this sets up a potential for the Alabama-Texas rematch in the national championship.
It does. And what's so ironic and living in the SEC world, if that happens, all these people that talked about the SEC not being in, you could have Alabama in there versus the newest member of the SEC, and that will make heads explode. But yeah, again, the only 2 years of this playoff that there was any drama was year 1 and year now, and maybe a tinge 1 year when Ohio State got in and Alabama got in. But this, Matt, was fairly easy to see, I think. And I just I think they did well. And I think they looked at it. And these guys don't want to admit it because they're not transparent and we can't see their ballots. But someone got in there and said, are we really going to leave Alabama out? And have the entire world come down on us? And I think being college administrators mostly, and being collegial, because you don't get a ticket on this committee if you're not a collegial person. They wouldn't let the 2 of us on there. They settled, and by the way, they settled correctly today versus a year ago and other years when they just were trying to be pleasing.
I had been arguing forever, and it was happening yesterday when we were talking about it in studio throughout the afternoon to get ready for college football final. I was telling Mullen and Galloway and just everyone, producers, I said, in no world can you leave a 1-loss SEC champion out of it. And that world doesn't exist in college football. And we just had video come up of Florida State's reaction at the watch party. And Mike Norvell he dipped his head like he's.
But Matt, as you're watching that, let me talk about Florida State for a second. And I like Mike Norvell. I know you do. He's done a phenomenal job. Almost out a couple of years ago. But let's not forget that people in college athletics don't like Florida State, because people in college athletics, Matt, are collegial people. They try to coalesce. You've heard them say this. We may be enemies on the field. And let me tell you why they don't like Florida State. Because Florida State did something a couple of months ago that ticked off any conscience-minded person in the sport. They stood up and said, we're too good to be in the ACC. They did it not in private at a booster club meeting. They did it at a board of trustees meeting. And my theory is that may have kept them out, as crazy as that sounds. You don't do that. You don't go outside and take a leak inside, as you know. And I think there's some very like-minded people on that committee that go, why are we going to do them a favor? Now, by the way, I realize that sounds absurd in terms of picking the 4 best teams, but I'm also trying to give you the mindset here of administrators and how they think, and athletic directors. and they go, we're not selling out the biggest program in college football and the biggest name and arguably the biggest brand for a bunch of renegades.
Boo Corrigan, CFP selection committee chairs on right now, and basically looking at it with the teams and how they finished the regular season. The offensive struggles for Florida State were brought up. The interesting thing now, Paul, is if you look regionally, 1 versus 4, Michigan, Alabama, I don't think there's a world that exists where Michigan wants to go to the Sugar Bowl. For them, it's not regionally friendly in the Rose Bowl, but would you really want to go play the Tide in a home game in the Sugar Bowl?
No, I tell you why. I've covered many Sugar Bowls down there with Alabama, and it's a home game. And I don't know. Go ahead.
So Boo said that there was a heavy debate in the room.
Really?
Throughout the morning, the debate was incredibly heavy every time they went around the room to get to this final point. Paul, sorry to interrupt. So back to that point of Alabama, they would get a gift if they put them in the Sugar Bowl against Michigan.
Yeah, and I've covered 20 some odd Sugar Bowls over the years, many with Alabama, and you have no idea how Alabama fans would be there. I'm not saying they wouldn't be in Pasadena. They will be, but just not to the degree. And I don't know how the ticket allotment works, but it would be a tremendous disadvantage for Michigan. By the way, almost any other school in the Big Ten, you would expect them to follow tradition. Michigan's always a little bit weird, but the game will be in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, so Michigan will get the opportunity to play in the Rose Bowl against Alabama. That has been set.
Yeah.
Rose Bowl, Michigan, Sugar Bowl, Washington, and Texas. And, I mean, even if you look at the metrics coming in, strength is – the one thing that's going to come up, and it'll come up throughout the day, it'll come up, about to do some TV here in the next few minutes with Dan Mullen and RG3 on the selection show. RG3 is going to be pounding, win the games, are 13-0. But fact of the matter is, all undefeateds aren't created equal.
No.
Schedule, Florida State was 55th. Alabama, I think strength of schedule was 5. I mean, just it's going to be – look, it's going to be contentious for the next 24 hours. But I think ultimately, Paul, when you look at the 4 ranked teams that got in the college football playoff, Michigan's been dominant. They haven't looked great in the past couple of weeks, but they've been dominant. The offense is okay. Alabama's played their way in. I thought they were still a little low at 8th, which I think is where a lot of people have the issue. You're not going to argue Washington. I don't think you can argue Texas.
Man, let me give you one more thing to think about. The SEC probably cost Florida State a berth 2 different ways. They cost them a berth through Alabama beating Georgia. They also cost them a berth through Florida being so mediocre and LSU having another semi-off year. If LSU had beaten Ole Miss, they would have had a much higher standing. They probably would have been a top 10 team. If Florida had not just been a disaster this year, and they go in there and beat like Dan Mullen, a couple of his school teams, a 9 or 10 win team, this is a completely different conversation without Jordan Travis.
Now, if you're looking at who, because here's the thing. Well, who'd they beat? Well, at the end of the day, LSU, good 3-loss team.
5th best team in the SEC.
Right. Clemson, 4-loss team. Like that's it. Now,
by the way, and Clemson cost them too.
Yeah. And Louisville last night, I get it. Louisville's 10-2 ACC championship. So a 2-loss Louisville team, but stack those 3 wins up against whatever Texas was able to do and whatever Alabama was able to do. I just don't, the undefeated thing to me, like you could be talking about liberty.
It doesn't matter.
It shouldn't.
Yeah. And I'm not going to go off on guys you're about to be on TV with. But I've had to sit through 2 or 3 different conversations with 2 of those guys already today. And I just don't understand it. But again, it doesn't matter. All this debate is really meaningless at this point, Matt, because the decision's been made. And, I've thrown up a lot of wild theories here because we're just trying to get to the bottom of it. And all these things cumulatively do make a difference. You don't know which guy or woman in that room, going back to one of my earlier points, was really turned off. And I mean, seriously turned off by what Florida State did. I think in the end, off the field matters by Florida State helped do them in spite of their record on the field.
And here we have it, the final 4-team playoff format. It's going to be one talked about for quite some time, but at the end of the day, who's not excited for the Rose Bowl with Michigan and Alabama, and the Sugar Bowl between Washington and Texas? What a day it's been in college football. What a season it's been in college football. Paul and I will be here with you throughout the process.
Give me something.